Hey, what's up? It's John from Coding Addict, and welcome to JavaScript tutorial video, where we're going to take a deep dive into JavaScript fundamentals. We're going to start from the very scratch, so think setup and basic syntax, and slowly but surely progress towards DOM or document object model. So effectively, by the end of the video, you're going to have a good grasp on how to use JavaScript to add functionality to your projects. As a side note, if after you watch this video, you are interested in practicing your JavaScript skills, I also released a JavaScript practice project video where we build interesting projects using the knowledge we gained in this video. I will leave the link to a practice projects video in the description. And if you're interested in what projects we're going to be building, just visit the URL vanillajavascriptprojects.com. Again, the URL is vanillajavascriptprojects.com. Additionally, both videos, the tutorial one, so the one that you're currently watching, and the projects one are part of my JavaScript course, where additionally we cover more complicated JavaScript topics as well. So think closures, ES6 modules, and Ajax, just to name a few, and build even more challenging projects using JavaScript. Finally, if you're interested in getting the code we write during the video, just visit johnsmilka.com. So bravely type the URL in your browser, and then you can check out the course if you'd like. If you're interested in getting the source code, so essentially the code that we write during the videos, just navigate to videos, then click on JavaScript, and then look for the source code. Just click on the source code, and you're going to navigate to the GitHub URL. And then, of course, in here, just go for the download zip option. Now, if you would like to see what practice projects you can do after this video, then just navigate to a project. More specifically, look for JavaScript. And then in here, of course, you can see all the projects we're going to be building in the additional video. All right, and welcome to the course. And we're going to kick things off by quickly covering what in the world is JavaScript. And my favorite explanation is following, where JavaScript is a scripting language used to create and control the dynamic website content. So in the context of major building blocks of the web, we have the HTML, which of course is responsible for the structure of our web projects. We have CSS, which is used for styling. But what makes JavaScript so special is the fact that by adding JavaScript to our project, we can make a beautiful but boring web page dynamic by allowing users to interact with it. To give you some real world examples, imagine you have a menu and you'd want to allow your users to filter the menu. I would want to see breakfast items. I can see breakfast items. And of course, in order to do that, you would use JavaScript. If you have a sidebar and if you'd want to toggle it, for example, show it once you click on a toggle button and then hide it once you click on a close button, you would use JavaScript for that. Imagine you have a product and you have some kind of promotion where you'd want to display a countdown timer. You would use JavaScript for that. Imagine you have some kind of website that generates dummy content, the lorem ipsum, and you can probably already guess what I'm about to say. You would use JavaScript for that. For example, if I would want 4 paragraphs, I'm going to generate 4 paragraphs. And as a last simple example, we have some kind of list where we can add the items, we can remove the items, we can add the items, and all that. And this is just scratching the surface of what amazing things we can do with JavaScript. Now, also to answer your question, yes, these are some of the projects we are going to build during this course. Lastly, I would like to mention that even though during this course we'll focus on JavaScript in the browser, at this point in time, it is hard to find a place where you cannot, and I repeat, cannot run JavaScript, meaning use JavaScript. For example, we can create full-blown web servers using the same JavaScript syntax we are going to learn during this course, which makes JavaScript a crucial commodity in today's job market. Before we go any further, let's also cover the main goals of the course. And to tell you honestly, there's only one. By the end of the course, I would want you to be comfortable with JavaScript. Now, what that means to me is that you can do three things. First, you are aware of external resources, and more importantly, you are comfortable using them when you would want to learn something new about JavaScript. So essentially, you know where to find useful info. Second, you are comfortable with applying the theory to a practice by adding JS to your own projects or building them from scratch. And third, you can pick up a JavaScript framework without too much struggle. Now, goals are nice, but what is my plan to get you there? And the answer is simple: by building as many vanilla JavaScript projects as it is humanly possible. You see, the course goal is not to cover every aspect of JavaScript language, since it's impossible. A course that covers everything that there is to know about JavaScript does not exist, since there's always something new you can learn about JavaScript, since it's such a vast topic. Essentially, I would suggest adopting a student mindset where you're always open to learn something new about JavaScript. So with that said, instead of repeating the same tutorial examples, you can find by just typing few search queries in your favorite search engine, we're going to apply that knowledge to build cool stuff and in the process get comfortable with using JavaScript in our project. As far as the course structure, our first section, so the point where you're currently at, covers general info about the course. So things like intro and what to do if the video quality goes bananas. Second section covers dev environment setup, just so we all are on the same page. And after that, we will follow this pattern. There's going to be a theory section, so essentially where we will learn syntax and rules. And right after that, we're going to apply that knowledge to build something cool. Now, I do want to mention that since we are starting from the very scratch, the first theory module will be the longest and will span over multiple sections, just because I would want you to have a solid understanding of general JavaScript concepts before we take a deep dive and start cranking out our own awesome project. So if I may make a suggestion, please be patient during the first theory module. I know it can get frustrating where it seems like we're just spinning our wheels and you're anxious to apply that knowledge by building something cool. Just remember that once we build our first project, which as a side note is going to be right after DOM section, there's going to be no turning back, only forward towards more and more cool and exciting projects. The last thing that I would want to mention is that during the course, we will purposely repeat some stuff. And there are two reasons for that. First, I wholeheartedly believe in saying repetition is the mother of all knowledge. More specifically, I truly believe that repeated practice is a key difference between being familiar with something, so for example, syntax, and ability to use it in your own project. Second, I also have courses on JavaScript frameworks, more specifically React, Gatsby, and Svelte, and that gives me a unique insight on what are some major hurdles for someone who's just starting out with a JavaScript framework. Therefore, as I was recording this course, I made a deliberate decision to repeat some specific topic multiple times just so you can avoid such issues and learn any framework in a breeze. Beautiful job. And once we've got the general info out of the way, just so we all are on the same page, let's work on our dev environment setup. So in this section, I'll show you which code editor and browser I use throughout the course, where to get them, what useful extensions you should install, my text editor settings, and how Emmet speeds up our overall workflow. Now, I try to make videos as short as possible since I understand that you are eager to start working with JavaScript and all this setup stuff might seem unnecessary, but trust me, since we are about to spend countless hours together, we might as well get on the same page right from the get-go. Even if you decide not to use my specific setup, I would still encourage you to watch all the videos. If you want, you can increase the playback speed. So that way, if you do decide later on implementing my setup, you always know where to find the reference. Amazing job. And I would want to kick things off by showing you what text editor and which browser I'm going to use throughout the course. Now, technically, you can follow along with the course, even if you're using different text editor or the browser. Just keep in mind that in some cases, your results might be tiny bit different. When it comes to my code editor, I enjoy using Visual Studio Code, which is an awesome open source text editor from Microsoft. And when it comes to my browser, I prefer using good old Chrome. Now you can download both of them just by typing a few words in your favorite search engine. So for example, you can type download Chrome, just follow most likely the first link that's going to pop up. And then once you navigate here, just get yourself a fresh new instance of Chrome. And the same works with Visual Studio Code. Just type VS Code, follow the URL. There, they will detect what operating system you're using. And then, of course, just bravely click on a button, follow the instructions, and eventually you will get this bad boy. Now, I can tell you right away that I'm not going to spend hours and hours on going over the interface of the Visual Studio Code because I find that to be useless. However, I would want to point out some major things where this is where we'll type out our code. And then on the left-hand side, we have other options. For example, we can interact with our files and folders. So essentially we can set up or open and all that good stuff. Then we also have an option of searching throughout our project, which is a very cool feature. Also, there's an option of integrating the source control, which we will do later on in the project. There's also an option for debugging and extensions. And you can think of extensions as a way for us to extend the capabilities of our text editor. And of course, I'll show you the major ones that I think that you would be interested in. But that is going to be in the next video. The last thing that I want to show you in this video is how we can grab a new project and open it up in our text editor. And there's multiple ways how we can do that. So let me just show you the major two. I'm just going to create some kind of dummy folder on my desktop. So I'm going to go with testing over here. By the way, let me zoom in just so you don't think that I'm cheating. And my favorite way is just drag and drop because in my opinion, it is the simplest one. And I'm also a sucker for setting up my projects on a desktop. That is just my preference. Of course, you can set them up wherever you would like, documents, or I don't know, wherever your heart desires. And also we have an option of opening up the same project using the file system, of course. So in here, as you can see, I have a code option right now, and then I look for the file, and then we go for the open. So if that is the case, if your project is, I don't know, somewhere in documents, you click on documents and you go from there. So that's my text editor in the browser. And now we can move on to our next topic. Nice work. And once we've got our text editor, let's cover some useful extensions that will improve our dev flow tremendously. And I guess I'm going to start by pointing out that in the resources of this lecture, you'll find a link to a very useful GitHub repo. So let me click on the resources, and the repo that I'm talking about is in my GitHub repository, where essentially I show you my extensions and my settings in my Visual Studio Code. Now, if you're looking at the files, you'll see that you have a README. So this is going to show all the extensions that I currently have. And then more specifically, you have JavaScript course markdown. And essentially what I'm showing over here are the extensions that I definitely suggest. So these are the extensions that I would highly recommend, and they will improve your workflow tremendously. There are not that many. We have a live server and preview and web server, and effectively both of them do exactly the same, where they set up a dev server. Now, my thing is that I used to work with live server, but now to tell you honestly, I prefer a preview on a web server better. But I know that live server is a bit more popular. That's why I'm still including both of them. And then we also have a prettier, which just formats the code for us. Again, if you are interested, you can take a look at what other extensions I have, because if you'll navigate to README Markdown, you'll see that I have photos here, I have explanations, and all that good stuff. And basically, the way it works is you have an extension, you just need to type what extension you would want to install. And then for some extensions, I'm including over here the code, or I guess it's required, that would be more proper. It is required to add some code in a settings JSON. Now, of course, don't worry, I'll show everything step by step, but also keep in mind that, of course, some of these extensions that are in the README are for, let's say, Svelte or React and all that. That's why it's not like you would need all of them, but I'm just showing you so you are aware of what I have in my text editor. So let me navigate back to a JavaScript course setup, and then one by one, we'll take a look at these extensions. And I deleted the live server just so we can install it together, but then rest of them, I want to show what steps you exactly need to take. So if you need an extension in Visual Studio Code, notice here, we have all these awesome tabs, and then the bottom one where we have 3 squares, and then the 4th one is kind of a little bit away. That's the one where we have the extensions. And then these are the extensions that are currently in my text editor. And then if I would want to install one, I would go with live server, since I know that that is the name. So that's why if, for example, you find an extension that you would like, or feel free to ask me in the course Q&A, hey, listen, which extension is doing certain things. And then, of course, once you find that extension, you just need to install. So I know that the extension name is live server. So I'm searching for live server. I can actually check it out. What is the extension doing? And like I said, this just sets up a dev server. So what that gives us is an option of all the time seeing our work live. So we don't have to refresh the page. Just bravely click on install. For this particular extension, you don't need to add anything in settings. I'm going to show you that with the preview. Now, in order to test it out, whether the live server or the other one that I like, the preview on the web server, we would need to have a index.html. So I'm going to create an index.html, and don't worry, there's going to be a little shortcut that we're going to cover in the next video, and that is going to be Emmet. So let me close the extension for now. And in here, in order to create a new file, we just need to right click it, or we have an option of clicking here on this icon. Notice here, it says new file. So in my case, I'm going to click on this one. And then since we would want to have a index.html file, I'm going to create index.html file. And the shortcut is going to be following that. In order to set up a HTML structure, normally you would need to type it out. Now in Visual Studio Code, what's really cool is that Emmet, the tool that speeds up our HTML and CSS workflow, is installed by default, meaning you don't have to install any extra extension. And if I would want to have HTML structure, I simply press Shift and then exclamation mark, like so. And then notice here, it gives me a Emmet abbreviation. Now, again, I'm going to talk about Emmet in more detail next video. For now, I just want to set up a basic HTML structure. So I just click on return or tab, and I have my basic HTML structure. And in here, I'm going to go with heading 1. And of course, we're going to go with hello world, our most famous text. And now, once I have installed both of these extensions, now, of course, I just showed you one, but keep in mind, in order to get the other one, you need to do the same steps. Preview on web server. That is going to be that case. And now you would want to right click it. And in here, you can see that you have 2 options. You have an option of working with a live server, and the shortcut would be Command L and Command O. And the other one, the preview on web server, is going to be the Control, then Shift, and then L. Like I said, these are the 2 options that I would suggest. And in my case, I like this one. So I'm just going to right click and then pick this option. Again, you have 2 options from the dev servers, and also you have 2 options how you can start them. You can either use the shortcut, like you see over here, the shortcuts for both of them. And probably if you are using the Windows, it might be a little bit different. Since I'm using the Mac, those are my shortcuts. Or you can navigate to index.html, right click it, and then pick whichever option you'd want. Like I said, I'm going to use this preview on a web server. So you click over here, and now this will open up a browser tab with our project. Now, what's really cool is that I can do something like this, where I could minimize it. And what you'll see me doing throughout the course is setting them up side by side. So I will notice as I add some kind of extra text. So I'm going to go with hello people. The moment I'll save it, it's going to show up, of course, in my browser. Now, there's also an option of autosave, but I'm not the biggest fan of it, especially once we start working with JavaScript. But technically, keep in mind there is an option of automatically saving your changes, meaning you don't have to even save the file like I just did with Command S. You can just keep on typing and it will automatically refresh. But that is not my best preference, especially as we work with JavaScript. So that should do it for both of the browser extensions. Now, let me also show you the Prettier. Now, Prettier is a little bit more interesting because we also would need to add code in our settings. So let's start first by finding the Prettier. And essentially what Prettier is doing, it is formatting the code for us as well as we can set up some roles. So I'm looking for Prettier. That is the extension. Of course, I would need to install. In my case, it's installed, but if you're starting from scratch, you would need to install. And then if you'll check out right now the GitHub repository, by the way, let me move this one out so we have more space. You'll see that in the settings, you would need these following things. You would need a format on paste, meaning the moment you'll paste the code will be formatted for you. And the second one is format on save. So as you're going to be saving, again, the code will be formatted. And then these are my choices for the JavaScript one. So this is technically optional, where I'm avoiding the semicolons and also using the single quotes. And don't worry, this will make sense, of course, way more as we start covering actual JavaScript. But the first two, I would highly, highly suggest setting up in your text editor as well. So let me do that. I'm going to navigate right now to the settings. And if you'd want to navigate to the settings in Visual Studio Code, just click here on a cog, and then you'll have the option of settings. So just click here on the settings, and then you'll have a GUI or graphical interface. So of course you can search for those settings here. So you can go with format, and then notice you have two options. You have format on paste and format on save. And I have clicked on both of them. And then also you can open up the settings JSON. So click over here on this little icon, open settings. And once you do, these are going to be the settings. So as you can see, it is a JSON file where we have the settings and we have the values. So this is going to be the setting, and then this is going to be the value. Now, if you're interested on what kind of settings I have, again, in the same GitHub repo, notice you have settings JSON. So in here, you can just click on the raw. And if you would want to grab my exact settings, just copy them and then copy and paste in your text editor. Again, there's some things that go with other extensions. So of course, they only would make sense if you install that extension. And just to show you how the Prettier would work, I have heading 1 and I have paragraph, and I'm going to create another paragraph. Again, I'm going to use a little bit of shortcut where I have the emmet. Again, we'll talk about it in the next video. And for example, if I'm going to create some kind of code like this, you would think that I would need to do that manually. But since I installed the Prettier and since I set up the format on paste and format on save, the moment you'll save it, again, the shortcut is going to be Command S. Notice how your code is nicely formatted. So again, just to reiterate, let me go back to my GitHub repo. This is the repo with my extensions. If you want to see all the extensions that I have, of course, just look at the README. And then in the README, you'll find the pictures of the actual extension, as well as the written explanation and all that, and what code you would need to add in the settings in order for that extension to work. Just keep in mind that you wouldn't need all of them. So for the JavaScript, the ones that I highly, highly suggest would be one of the server ones. So either live server or preview on a web server, and the code formatter, because it's just going to make your life easier as we're writing more and more code. Cool. Once we've got extensions and general setup out of the way, next, let's quickly cover what is Emmet and why it is so useful. So, of course, throughout the course, we'll type out JavaScript. That's our main goal. However, we'll also need some HTML and CSS. And what's really cool about Emmet, it allows us to speed up the workflow. Now, we'll just skim the surface because as we're going to be progressing with a course, the moment I'll use some kind of Emmet snippet, of course, I'll pause and cover in a larger detail of what is happening. Now, the good news is if you are using Visual Studio Code, you don't have to do anything in order to get the Emmet snippet. And if you remember in the previous video, we had a small taste of Emmet, where essentially if I wanted to have a boilerplate, the only thing I needed to do was to set up exclamation point, and then I right away get my HTML skeleton. That's it. That's all I had to do. And that is the general idea of Emmet, where instead of typing out, for example, heading 1 and then saying, I don't know, hello world, I can simply say that I would want to go with a H. So that gives me all the elements that start with H. And then if I would want to go with heading 1, then I just type heading 1 and that's it. And I right away get a heading 1. And if you are interested in more examples of Emmet, just navigate to Emmet.io, then look for the documentation option. And then in here, you can find the syntax, how you can get element types, how you can have implicit tag names, and all that good stuff. Now, if you're not using Visual Studio Code, I would highly suggest getting an extension for your text editor so you can also use Emmet. And just to give you a few more examples, if I would want to have a div, I don't even need to type out div over here. I could if I wanted to, but I can just skip that. If I'm going to have a div, I can just place a dot here. That is going to give me div with a class. So for example, I could say special. Now I also can combine. I can say that this is going to be a div with a idea first. And notice I right away get my div and I can place here whatever I would want. Now I also have an option of getting a dummy text. So for example, if I go with paragraph and then if within a paragraph I would want some dummy text, I can just type lorem and then this is going to give me some standard text. But if I would want to control how much I'm getting, whether that's 5 words or 10 words, I just need to add a number. And notice here, it gives me right away abbreviation of how much text I'm going to get. Now, if you lose the suggestion, for example, if I'm going to press space and I would want to go back and get that suggestion, just go back and press Control and spacebar and check it out. You'll right away get back the suggestion. Again, we're just skimming the surface in this video of what is Emmet and why it is useful as we'll be progressing with the course. Each and every time I'll use one of these snippets. Of course, like I said, I'll pause and I'll talk about it in a little bit more detail. This just shows you where I'm getting that ability. And if you're using Visual Studio Code, you also have it right out of the box without installing anything or setting any kind of configurations. Awesome work on completing the setup section. And next, we will get our first taste of JavaScript by covering all the major players in JavaScript land, starting with how to add JavaScript to our project and ending with loops in JavaScript and of course everything else in between. And I'm going to start by creating a new project and setting up a new index HTML. Now, of course, if you're comfortable with creating a folder, then opening it up in your text editor, setting up index HTML, setting up the live browser and all of that, you of course don't have to follow along. However, if you are still iffy on some steps, I would highly encourage you to do it together with me because that is the best way of actually engraving that in your brain. And I'm going to start by creating a new folder on my desktop. So I'm going to say new folder. And of course, I'll name this tutorial. As always, you can name this whatever you would like. And this implies that, of course, it is a JavaScript tutorial. Then I will go for the easiest option ever of getting my project to a text editor. I will just open up Visual Studio Code and drag and drop this sucker. Then once that is done, you technically don't have to do that. Now you do need to open up the browser, of course, where you'll see the results, but you don't have to set them side by side. In my case, it is easier for me to explain all the concepts that we'll cover by doing so. So that's why I'll open up the browser and the text editor side by side. Open up a new window, and then I'll use a Mac thing. Now, this is not Visual Studio Code. This is just Mac thing where I can set my text editor on one side and then browser on the other one. Then, of course, we'll need our homepage, so our index.html. So in here, in this case, instead of using the icon, I'm just right-clicking, and notice I have an option of creating a new file. And you guessed it, we will name this index.html, which is our homepage. Then we need our skeleton, but since we're experts and we know that Emmet comes pre-installed with Visual Studio Code, we simply add a exclamation point. Good, awesome. That's our skeleton. And why don't we change the title? Maybe this is going to be JavaScript basics like so. And the famous hello world. So heading 1 and hello world. Now, of course, I would want to see live updates as we are working with our examples. So I know that I have two options. Either I can go with live server or I can go with preview on web server, which is going to be my weapon of choice. So I just click over here, and in a matter of milliseconds, I'm going to have my project live in a browser on localhost 8080. And then just to test it out that everything works, right after the heading 1, I'm going to add a heading 4, and there I'm going to say hello people like so. Again, I save with Command S, and right after hello world, I have my hello people. So the setup works, and now we can finally take a look at our first topic, adding JavaScript to our project. Nicely done. Hopefully you are comfortable with setting up your own project. So essentially it is engraved in your mind. And now, of course, we can take a look at the first example of how we can add JavaScript to our project. Now, in order to get a little bit more real estate, I'm going to close the sidebar. Now, of course, you can do it the long way, but the shortcut for the Mac would be Command B, like so. Command B. And as you can see, I'm toggling the sidebar. And once I close the sidebar, of course, I have a little bit more room. Now, if you want to see where you have the long option, just go for the view. And I believe the option was appearance. And then I'm looking for the show sidebar. And notice in my case, that is Command B. But then if you're using Windows, probably the shortcut is a little bit different. Again, in my case, Command B gets the job done. So how to add JavaScript to our project. If you're familiar with CSS, you know that there are three ways how we can add CSS to our HTML, basically to our project. We have inline CSS, we have internal CSS, and then also we have external CSS where the CSS is in the external file. And the same works with JavaScript. We have these three options where we have inline JavaScript, we have the internal one, and we also have the external one. And like I said, we'll start with the simplest one, which is the internal one. And the way it works is if I would want to run my JavaScript, I would want to attach it to one of the elements. And of course, I would want to create a button because why not? Now with Emmet, I just need to type btn. Notice I'm getting my awesome button. And there you go. I have my button. Now I can right here, click me. Of course, that is nice. But the bummer is that I can click all day long. Of course, there will be no changes. So how do we add our inline JavaScript? Well, simply we type our code within the button. So within the opening bracket of the button element. Now, no one expects you to understand this code or memorize it. Once we get there, you'll see how easy the code is. For the time being, just type with me. And in a second, we'll have our first JavaScript logic. So just write on, click like so, all lowercase, then have the equal sign and set up the quotation marks. And right after that, type in alert and then the parentheses. Now, since I'm using double on the outside, you would need to set up the single quotation marks on the inside and just write hello world. I will save it. And once we do, we will have one of those annoying pop-up boxes. So bravely click on the button, and there you go. I have hello world. So we successfully added the first JavaScript code using the inline option to our project. Not bad, not bad. We got some kind of logic. But before we build our next Facebook or Twitter, let's discuss what would be the downside of this approach. And if you remember CSS, the reason why inline CSS is not popular or used is the fact that it is redundant. Essentially, what if I would have 12 buttons? Well, let's test it out. So what I'm going to do is copy and paste the line. And as a side note, once in a while, I'll show you a keyboard shortcut that I'm using. Because as you noticed, I didn't select a line, then used Command C and then Command V to copy and paste, because you can use keyboard shortcuts, which makes it faster. And in this case, in order on a Mac to copy and paste the line, the command would be Shift, Option, and either up or down arrow key. Now, if you are using Windows, let me show you where you can get that info. So again, in my case, I'm going to give you the Mac example. And then if you're using Windows, you can just go and take a look at what would be the command in your case and where you can find that info. So navigate back to where you have a option of creating a new instance of Visual Studio Code. So in my case, I'm going to click on new window. I'm also going to open up a new browser window, and you'll see why in a second. And once you do, before you add any project, just look for the printable keyboard cheat sheet. So this is going to give you a shortcuts for your operating system. So again, in my case, I'm using Mac, but if you're using Windows, this is going to give you your specific commands. And the command that you're looking for is this one, the copy line down or up. So like I said, I have Shift, I have an option, and then I have up or down key. So essentially what this gives me is an option of copying and pasting a line much more faster than selecting using Command C and then Command V one by one. So back to the JavaScript. Once we have all these buttons, I don't know how many of them are, and I'm not going to count them. The problem would be, what if I change the text? What if I decide, okay, you know what, instead of hello world, this is going to be hello people. So technically, I can do that. And now my first button, of course, is going to say hello people. But then what if I would need to change that logic for all of them? As you see, as your project gets bigger and bigger and bigger, this is really not manageable. It's going to be very, very hard to do. So a better option would be using internal JavaScript. Now, what that means is that I can set up my JavaScript code where I can target, for example, all my buttons and apply that code. So if that code changes, I just need to change it in one place. Now, with your permission, and right now what I'm doing is selecting all the lines. So again, in this case, the shortcut would be Command L. So you're directly selecting the line. And again, if you're using Windows, please reference the shortcuts. And once I've selected them all, I'm just going to delete them. And we're going to create some buttons from the scratch. So in here, I'm going to go with button. I'm right away going to add a class of BTN. So I just go with BTN. And since we're using Emmet, why don't we go with, I don't know, 7. Okay. So I right away have those buttons. And also I would want to write something in there. So I'll set up my curly braces and I'll write random button like so. And as you can see on the right hand side, I have suggestion of what is going to be my end result. I bravely press return and I have a bunch of buttons with a text of random button. And then in order to set up internal JavaScript, instead of adding it to each and every button, we need to set up a script tags. Now the syntax is important. Please don't write, I don't know, Bobby Lee or something like that. The syntax is script tags. That's what you need to do. And a common practice is to place script tags in the bottom, even with our next option, which is going to be external JavaScript, because spoiler alert, even internal JavaScript is not as good as external option, the one we'll cover in next video. So my apologies for ruining the cliffhanger, because I was about to ask you what is the problem with our code. I guess I can just skip that. I can tell you that the best option is going to be external one, the one that we will cover in the next video. But back to our subject, the script tags need to be in the bottom. So right after all your HTML. So that way HTML can load and only then you get the logic. Otherwise, since JavaScript code usually is much more bigger, what could happen if you'll place it, for example, in a head, which is also an option. So in a head element, you could have the setup where your HTML is not loading because browser is parsing the JavaScript. So always, whether that is internal JavaScript or external, place the script tags all the way in the bottom. And now again, I'm going to set up some kind of code that in this case targets all the buttons. Again, you're not expected to memorize the code or understand what it's doing. This is just to show you why internal JavaScript would be better than the inline one. And the code that I'm going to write, I'm going to go with document, then query selector. So essentially what I'm doing, I'm selecting all of them. And now I would need to have quotation marks and then the class. So the class needs to match whatever I have over here. Then I'll do a nifty for each. So this command just iterates over them. And again, please don't be scared of this syntax. This is easier than you think once we actually cover everything. And then I'm just going to say item because I'm referencing here as an item. And then I'm going to say add event listener. And I'm going to be listening for click events. And as a callback function, again, syntax you don't need to memorize at the moment, I will place alert and then I can write my text. So I'm going to say this is awesome, like so. So once I save it, if everything is correct, if you typed the exact same code as I did, once you press on any of the buttons, you'll have the alert with a text of this is awesome. Now, what's really cool about this setup is that if I change my mind and if I say this is good, you'll see that I don't have to hop from one button to another one. I can simply change that text over here and those changes will be applied to all of them. So again, good. I have this is awesome. So this is how we can set up internal JavaScript where we place script tags in our document, preferably all the way in the bottom, right after the last HTML element. And then we type our code over here in between the script tags. And once we've got our internal JavaScript, we might think that we're done and we just need to learn JavaScript syntax. So start typing away. However, there is an issue. And the issue is following where what if we would have another page? For example, about page. Imagine scenario, your boss, the customer, or whoever comes to you and he or she says, you know what, can you please make another page, similar page to this one with the same buttons and all of that and have the same functionality? So how we can achieve that? Well, we would start by creating a separate page. So where I have the index HTML, I'm going to create about HTML. So about HTML, this is going to be my about page. Now I do need to have the HTML structure. So we already know that I just need to shoot for the exclamation point and Emmet will do all the work. And in here, I'm going to change this from document to about page. Now, don't worry, we'll delete it in next video anyway. And then in the body, I'm just going to have a link first back to index.html because I would want to compare the pages. And here, I'm just going to say home. And then I'm just going to copy and paste all the buttons just to speed up the process. And you know what? I think I'm also going to grab that heading 4 and just say about page. So let's write over here explicitly about page so we know where we're at. And then in the index, I'm going to also add the link. However, in this case, The link, of course, will point to a about page. So we're going to go with about, and then in here, let's say about HTML. That is, of course, my link. And I'm also going to change the hello world, and I'm going to say home page. Let's add that one. Great. We have the about page. Now, of course, once I navigate to about page, I have the buttons, but as I'm clicking on the buttons, nothing is happening. Why nothing is happening? Because with internal JavaScript, we're only affecting this page. That's it. So as you can see in the about HTML, I don't have the strip tags. So I'm not selecting the buttons. I'm not adding functionality or anything like that. Now, you would think, well, it's very simple. We can just take the script tags, copy, and paste over here, correct? And yes, technically you would be correct. However, again, the problem would be, what if we change this text from this is good to hello world? Now, do you think it's going to be affecting both pages if I change this internally in the about page? So, of course, as I click on a button in the about page, I do have the hello world. But if I navigate back to a home page, well, I have this is good. So even though this is a better setup than the inline one, where we hop from element to an element, as you can see, as you're going to be adding more pages, again, you're going to have to hop from page to page. And also keep in mind that as you're looking at the page, don't you think that as you keep on adding JavaScript, and keep in mind, this is just a very basic setup, eventually you're going to have a project with 1,000 lines of code or 10,000 lines of code. As you keep on adding this code in the page, well, it's just going to get messy really, really fast. So what is a better solution? Well, a better solution, just like in CSS scenario where we have the inline CSS, we have internal one, and we have also external one. So the same works with JavaScript, where, let me open up the sidebar, and now I'm going to create a new file. Now we can call this file burrito, banana, Bobby Lee, JavaScript is the best, or whatever, as long as we add the extension. And if you check it out, you can see that for the HTML files, of course, we added this HTML. And if you work with CSS, you know that all the CSS files require this CSS extension. So we can probably already put 2 and 2 together, that if we're working with JavaScript, we probably need some kind of extension. Again, we can name our file however we would like, but we need to have the extension. And the extension is as straightforward as it gets. It is a JS. So I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to say app and then .js. And as you can see, I right away have the suggestion that this is going to be a JavaScript file. And once I have my file, I'm going to zoom out, and then I'm just going to grab the code from the about HTML. Now, you don't need to grab the script tags. You can leave them alone. We'll have to reference the file. So leave the script tags in the index HTML or about HTML. However, take the code out. So take the code. So cut it out and then copy and paste in my app.js. And now, of course, like I said, I would just need to reference it. So I head back to about HTML. I have my script tags. And as a side note, the tricky thing is when you work with script tags, even though we're just going to have a reference, you still need to have a closing tag. So don't do something like this, where in index HTML, of course, we have some tags where we can just self-close them. For example, image, even though there's going to be nothing in between these script tags, you need to have this closing bracket as well. So I'm going to go with script, and now we need to reference it. And this is the case where, again, we can directly go for a file, for example, app.js, but then we need to keep in mind that, for example, if there would be, I don't know, a folder, JavaScript folder, and if I would place that app.js in that folder, of course, as I'm referencing, now I need to use the relative path. This is the reason why I right away will set up with a relative path, where I'm going to go with source. So that's the attribute we're looking for. And like I said, we could do it like this, app.js, but then as you're progressing with JavaScript and you go to React and all that good stuff, you'll have to start using relative path anyway. And for example, Node and all that. So we might as well start practicing that where with a relative path, if the file is in the same folder, so in our case, of course, app.js is in the same folder, I can go with one dot and then forward slash. And then this is going to give me a proper path to the file. So this is going to be app.js. Now, if the file is going to be, for example, in the JS folder, then of course we need to do it this way, where I'm going for JS folder. So that is still within the same folder, app.js folder, and then some kind of file name. So in here, I don't know, I could create an example JS. Again, it's going to be nothing in there, but I'm just showing you how we can reference it. So we have JS folder, and then I have the example JS. Now, there's also going to be the cases where that file might be, I don't know, 2 levels up. So in that case, of course, you would do it this way, where the relative path is not going to point to this folder. You're going to have to leave this folder and then say whatever folder you're looking for. So again, in our case, we don't have that scenario because, well, tutorial is pretty much our root. But then imagine that if you would want to reference something from within the folder, you would need to leave it. Again, if you need to brush up on relative path, please do so. This is something that I already covered in my HTML and CSS course. So this is just a quick reminder how we can work with relative path. So back to our file, we have one dot and then we have app.js. So of course, that is the file that I'm looking for. I'm going to save it and I'm going to do the same thing in my index.html, just so you can see that once I have my code in my app.js, I can reference both files. And then that way, it doesn't matter how many pages I have, as long as I have proper reference, everything is going to work. So I'm just going to overwrite whatever I have currently in the index.html with my path to the app.js. And now you're going to see that once you click, you'll have, this is good. Okay. That's not what I wanted though. So probably it would make sense if we would refresh the page or something like that, correct? So let's say that we have our about HTML and all that is good. So let me just refresh the page here. We have index. And now once I click, of course, I have the hello world like so. So once I added my file and all that, then regardless of how many pages I have, as long as I have a reference to my file, I can set up my logic in one place. Now let me close the example.js. I do not need that. However, in the app.js, if I would change my mind and if I would want to display hello people, I could just go with hello people. And now, of course, in my homepage, once I click on a button, now I have the hello people. Again, we have inline JavaScript, we have internal one, as well as the external JavaScript. And all throughout the course, I'm going to use external JavaScript because that way we can set up our code in one place and we can use it wherever we would like. Great job. Once we've got all 3 possible ways of adding JavaScript out of the way, now let me quickly clean up the workspace. And of course, we'll take a deep dive into wonderful world of JavaScript. And I'm going to start by deleting the JS folder like so. I do not need that. And then also I don't need the about. So let me delete the about HTML. And then I'm going to clean up my app.js because we're going to start from the very scratch. And then in the index.html, I don't need all these links and buttons and all that. And we're just going to have a simple heading 1, which is going to say JavaScript tutorial, like so. And once I save it, of course, I can see the JavaScript tutorial in the browser. And as a side note, for the rest of the tutorial, we're going to work in the app.js. As long as you have the proper reference, you're going to be good to go. And then since I would want to have as much space possible for my code, I'm also going to close my sidebar. Awesome work so far. And we're going to start our JavaScript journey by covering 3 extremely useful functions, or as you will learn later, in this case, they would be referred as methods that will stay with you for the remainder of your JavaScript journey. Now, I do have to be honest with you, most likely you will end up using only console log since it is the most powerful one out of 3. But since you might also encounter in someone else's code the other two as well, I decided to include them in this video. Now you're probably wondering, okay, what is so special about them? You see, as we're going to be developing our awesome JavaScript projects, it is very useful to know what is happening in our program at various points. Now, that could be because our code doesn't work, a very often scenario. And also, that could be simply because you'd like to know a certain result. So, what you're getting back, you have some kind of code, and what is the result that is being returned to you. And it doesn't matter which of these is the case, regardless of the circumstances, these three functions will return values from your code. And as a result, will become crucial part of your JavaScript journey. Now, for the time being, again, don't worry what we have here within a function. Don't worry about the syntax, why we have the dots, why we have parentheses. I will cover that. Believe me, I will. You'll probably be sick of me covering that, but I will do it. For now, let's just worry about what happens once we type out the syntax and what happens and what will be the benefits of console log. And I'm going to start by document write. So we're going to write document, and then as you can see, we right away get suggestions. We can write or write. And once we do, of course, we have our awesome function. And then within the parentheses, come up with some kind of text. Have parentheses, have quotation marks, and say something. Okay. In my case, I'm going to say hello world. So I'm not going to be really original, but let's just do it. And in the right hand side, I can see that I have hello world displayed in a browser, which is awesome. So what that means is that as I'm writing my code, if I would want to test, for example, what is 2 plus 2, I could be like, well, let me just double check whether that is actually 4. And of course, I'll be able to see that in the browser. Now, the other one is going to be alert, which is one of those annoying pop-up boxes. And the syntax for this guy is alert. And then again, some kind of text. In my case, I'm going to say hello people. And then the moment you save, notice how once the page loads, we have these annoying pop-up box. And of course, the text is hello people. And I can see the rest of my document only once I click on OK, and then I close the alert. And the third one, the most powerful one, is going to be console log. Syntax is following, where we go with console dot and then log, and the same thing where we go with hello. And I don't know, I'm gonna go back to hello world. So where we can see this result, because I have my pop-up box. Okay, beautiful. I have the result in the browser. So what's happening with this console? You see, in order to see the results in a console, we just need to open up the console, the browser console. And we can do it in two ways. We can do it the long way. Well, it's not that long, but it's still longer than a shortcut where we right click it. And you can do it on a smaller browser window. You can do it on a bigger screen. It doesn't matter. In all the browsers, you'll have this access. And of course, I'm talking about the Chromes and the Firefoxes and all that when I say all the browsers. And in here, once I right click, notice I have this inspect option. And you know what? I think I'm going to, by the way, I'm just trying to show you that you can do the same thing in Firefox. But what I would really like to do is open up the bigger one because I think it's going to be easier for us to see. Now, the host that I'm looking for is 8080 and then index.html. Yep, there it is. Again, I have the same thing. And then, like I said, right click, then inspect. And don't worry, of course, I'll talk about the shortcuts. And you have this pane with elements, console, and all that. And again, if you're taking my HTML and CSS course, you know that we talked about the elements. And yes, throughout tutorial and throughout the projects, I'm also going to look at the elements because big part of JavaScript is that we're going to be accessing elements. We'll be adding some kind of class, removing class, and all that good stuff. So this would be elements, where essentially I can see what elements I have right now in my HTML element. So these are all the elements that I have on a page. Now, in my case, of course, it is just JavaScript tutorial, the heading 1. But then also I have an option of taking a look at the console. So this is that console. That's why I see the hello world. And just to give you a small taste why console is way more powerful, let me just show you. And my apologies. Yes, I'm navigating through the Firefox because I will show you that, of course, you can have also console in a Firefox. But in order to display that, the console log would be the most powerful one. If, for example, I would want to display the object, the best case scenario would be console log. Again, please don't worry about the syntax. We are going to cover it a little bit later. But instead of hello world, instead of my string, if I would type here name, and that is going to be John, and if I'm just going to copy and paste in all of them, you'll see that alert and document write is not going to be very useful because we're going to have syntax of object and object. However, in a console, we'll be nicely able to see the proper object. Again, this is just a tiny example. There's way more that the console can do. So for example, notice the alert. It just says object, which is not very useful. And the same goes with document write. However, if we navigate back to our console, beautiful. I have my name is equal to John. Now, a couple of things in order to use the shortcut. If, of course, you're using different operating system, you can take a look at it here where you have more tools. And then in more tools, notice you have developer tools. So in this case, this is going to be option, command, and I. And now what that gives you is, for example, if I'm working here, option, command, I, and I right away have my console open. That's one thing. And the second thing, technically you could, if you wanted to follow along with the course by just typing everything in the console. I could say here 1 + 1 and then type return. Notice this gives me 2. I could use the command that I kind of already learned. Now we didn't cover it in detail, but I could say document and then write. And I'm going to say, hey, or you know what? We haven't covered this one. So let me go with double quote. Hey, I'm working from console, like so. Let me close it out and I can run it. And of course, I can see the result in a browser. So technically, if you wanted to, you could follow along with the course by just typing everything that we do in the app.js in a console. But of course, we're not going to do that. We will properly work in our app.js. And the last thing that I just want to mention that, yes, if you're using Firefox, you can also get the console. Now, again, there's long way and there's shortcuts. So let me just show you how you can access it the long way. And then you can figure out the shortcut where you would open up the menu. Then you're looking for web developer. And then in here, notice you have toggle tools. And then you also have the web console. So in my case, that would be option, command, and K. So let me try it out. Option, command, and K. And yep, of course, once I go with my shortcut, I can access it. Again, that is up to you. You want to use the shortcut, use the shortcut. You'll probably see me doing multiple ways. Some cases, I'm just lazy and I go the long way where I just right click it and I go for inspecting the tools. Sometimes, if I remember, I go with shortcut. Again, that is your preference. But again, the main point is these will be very useful, especially console log. And we'll do a lot of console logs until we get to DOM, where we can start displaying nice things on a screen instead of just simple document write. But even then, this is very useful. That's why for the remainder of the course, or at least for tutorial part, I'm going to open up the console, because the way it's going to work is we're going to do some work. And then just to show you that I'm not making this up, that the result is actually the one that I'm saying. Of course, I'm going to show you that in a console. Again, remember the shortcut for me, for Mac, was option, command, and I. I open up the console and I see my beautiful object with a property of name and the value of John. Next one up, we have statements and comments in JavaScript. Now, before I go over the code, I would quickly want to make some configurations, and I'm going to do them in my settings JSON. So if you are using my settings, the one that I showed from the GitHub repository, I would also suggest to do the same because I would want to modify a little bit my prayer since I would want to show you those features. Because at the moment, if you'll try to access the features that I show you, you won't be able to do that because Prettify will format the code with you, and we already added some rules for that. So that's why I would suggest strongly, if you're using the same settings, head to a JSON object, and then all the way in the bottom, notice here you have prettier semi, which means the semicolon is not going to be shown, and also everything is going to be formatted as a single quote. But since I would want to show you the double quotes as well as the semicolons as well, so I'm going to comment them out. Now, the way you comment them out is by just pressing Command and then the /. Now, if you'd want to see the long way, you can go to Edit, and then in the Edit, you'll see Toggle Line Comment. So that's the one you're looking for. And again, don't worry, we will talk about the comments in this video, but for the time being, I would suggest actually commenting them out because that way we'll be able to see all the syntax that I show you in this video. And we're going to start by looking at these statements. So what are the statements? Well, it's safe for me to assume that if you're watching this course, you speak at least one language. Now, that could be English, that could be German, that could be French, whatever, one language. And you know that in the language, there are some rules. So, for example, in the English language, if I would want to express that I woke up early today, I would either say or write, I woke up early today. Technically, I could start adding here all kinds of gibberish, for example, commas and then question marks, and maybe add some exclamation points here as well, and maybe write some random words and all that. And everything is good, but that doesn't mean that everyone who sees this will understand what I mean, correct? So I can technically do whatever I would want, but if I would want to communicate with people, and if I would want to make sure that they understand what I mean, of course, I would need to follow proper rules and proper syntax. Well, the same works with computers, because what we need to understand is that as we're typing JavaScript code, effectively, we're communicating with computer. I'm saying to computer, hey, listen, fetch some posts from Instagram and display them in a certain order. And the computer is like, okay, you want that? I will, of course, do that. However, if I'm going to write whatever I would want, most likely computer's response is going to be, you have an error, you have some kind of syntax error, and I'm just going to do whatever gibberish you wrote there, but don't expect that this is going to be exactly what you would want. And the way it works in JavaScript is following way, where this would be one statement. So since we have learned the console log, I'm going to go with console log, and I'm going to go back to famous hello world, and then I'm going to add here a semicolon. So this is my one statement, starting with console log and ending with a semicolon. Now, I can tell you right away that technically you can omit semicolons in your code. You can clearly see that since that was one of my settings in the previous. However, I actually changed my mind and I'm just going to remove this setting altogether because I do believe that in the beginning, as you're learning the code, it is actually very useful to have that semicolon, which just means that that is the end of the statement. But again, keep in mind, you can write your code without semicolons and your code will still work. Now, I'm not going to go into details how is that happening as far as what is the JavaScript setting for that, but it is possible, yes. And then if I'm going to keep on adding these statements, this is going to be sets of instructions to a computer. So in this case, I'm saying, hey, computer, print out hello world. And of course, I can just copy and paste this line and say here, hello people. And then hello, I don't know, imagine my friend Peter. And then, I don't know, hello world or hello Susan. So I'll save it. And I have these sets of instructions to computer. I'm saying, hey, computer, print out hello world in a console. Hey, computer, print out hello people. And hopefully you get the gist. So we have these sets of instructions that we're setting up for the computer. Now, what I could also do is write all of them in one line. So how is that going to look like? I could say something like this. I can say like that and like so. Now, in my case, I'm going to zoom out just so you can see that I could have it in one long line. Now, the problem is going to be that imagine as you're creating your application, eventually this is going to be very hard to manage. Again, at the moment, we have 4 lines of code, and of course, all is doable. But later, if you have 1,000, do you really think this is going to be very easy to find even a specific console log and change from Peter to Bob? Well, not really. What's going to happen right now is the moment I save, Prettier will format that code for me. So the moment I do that, of course, it goes back to those lines. But again, just to showcase that it is definitely possible. Now, let me double check. What do I have? The zoom in my settings, because it has to be very specific too. And at the moment, I have 1. So let me zoom in one more time. And now I have the proper zoom. And again, just to recap, we have the statement. So the statement ends with the semicolon, but technically we could omit that. If, for example, we're using Prettier, we can just say, hey, let's not use the semicolons, but I would not suggest doing that as you are starting to write your code. And then the second thing is once we have a list of these statements, essentially those are sets of instructions. And the second thing that I would want to talk about in this video are the comments in JavaScript. And then if you have covered already comments in HTML and comments in CSS, this is going to be the same exact scenario where we can use comments for 2 things. We can use them to showcase what we're doing in the code, because of course, if we have 4 lines of code, everything is nice and dandy. But once you add, I don't know, 10 more, and then, I don't know, even an hour later, you're thinking, hey, listen, what I was trying to do over here, it is very useful to add a comment. Again, in this case, it's going to look very redundant. But the way we add the comments, remember in the settings JSON, I told you to press command and /. And if you would want to check it out, of course, again, look for edit. And then if you are using Windows, of course, this is going to give you a shortcut that you're looking for. So we have toggle line comment. So that's the one that we're looking for as far as the syntax. So above the console log, I'm going to press command and /. And this gives me this line comment where I'm going to say console log. Again, at this point, very redundant. Doesn't really make sense, but at least I'm saying, all right, console log. Or maybe if I would want to be a bit more descriptive, I'm going to say this is console statement. Again, not extremely useful in this point, but as you're adding more and more code, having comments does help you a lot. So this would be one use case where we're just adding a line comment. Now, we also need to understand that if I place this in comment, my statement, it is not going to run. So I could simply navigate to that particular line and press command and then /, like so. So this allows me to comment out the code. Now, this could be and will be very useful when you're trying to debug something, because you could be like, you know what? Let me comment out this code so I don't see that result, but I would want to see what explicitly is happening in this line. So essentially what you're doing is you are taking some of the unrelated stuff out of the equation. You're like, you know what? I don't care about the first console log. What I'm really interested is whether I have the result in the second one. And don't worry, we're going to cover that as we're progressing with tutorial as well as with a project. And also we can comment out multiple lines of code. So for example, if I want to see, well, what is going to be a result if I just go with document and then write, and again, I'm going to say hello, Anna, like so. And I'm going to imagine that, you know what, this is in my way. This is just running in a console, and I definitely don't want to see that. I could select all of these lines, and once you press, notice it right away adds line comment for each of these lines. So that is definitely one of your options. However, you also have a multi-line comment. Now, the way the syntax works in JavaScript, you need to have a forward slash, then a star. So notice how it right away comments out pretty much everything that I have following that star. So what that means is, of course, this is not going to run. And then to close it out, because for example, I would want to have some kind of console log over here. But as you can see, as I'm typing this out, hello people, well, I cannot see that, correct? Why I cannot see that? Because it is still within my multi-line comment. If I would want to close it, I go with star and then forward slash. And now I can clearly see that, yes, this is commented out, but then this statement is going to run. And of course, in my console, I have the hello people. And I know I said this before already multiple times, but for the time being, I commented out in the settings my two prettier things. My two settings, one for semicolon and one for single quote. Eventually, I will uncomment the single quote. However, for the remaining of tutorial and most likely for the first projects as well, I'm not gonna uncomment the semicolon. So essentially, each and every time I'm going to write a statement, the semicolon is going to be there. Just remember that technically, if you would wanted to, you could omit them. However, I wouldn't suggest doing that, especially as you're starting out, because it might get confusing pretty fast. Beautiful job. Once we've got statements and comments out of the way, next, I would want to switch our attention to variables, which are the most basic building block of JavaScript. Now, variables are not unique to JavaScript. Pretty much every programming language uses it because they give us an option to store the value, access it later, and also modify it. And to showcase what is the beauty of the variables, let's create a simple program where, I don't know, I'm going to have 5 console logs of my name, and I will sprinkle them throughout my code. And the way it's going to look like, I'm going to go with console log. And as a side note, you don't have to type out the long way if you're using the Visual Studio Code. If you're looking for console log, you can simply go with log and check it out. You right away have the suggestion that if you just press return, you're going to get a console log. And since that is what I'm looking for, I bravely press on enter, and that's what I get. So console log, and now of course my name, like I just previously promised. And we're going to imagine that my name is John Steak Burrito the 5th. Okay, good. And then, like I said, I would want to sprinkle this throughout my code. So I'm just going to add a comment here, some code here, just so you can see a realistic scenario. Well, somewhat realistic. Hopefully you get the point. So I'm going to comment this out, or I'm going to copy this. And then I can see that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I went one too many, but whatever. So we have 6 lines of console log. And then in here, we can imagine, I don't know, 10 lines of code, 100 lines of code in between. And then we have the next console log. And all is good until I check ancestry.com, or my parents tell me that instead of steak burrito, you know who I am? I am a shrimp taco. And I can maybe add even 6. Okay. So what do I do now? Do I hop from one console log to another one and keep on changing these values? Or there has to be a better way, because you have to agree that, of course, since I can access all my console logs in here, it is somewhat doable. But if there is 100 lines of code, it is not very practical, meaning 100 lines of code in between my console logs. So what would be a better way? Well, a better way would be setting up a variable. So what I would want to do right now is selecting all of them and just deleting them, because we're going to set up our first variable. Now, in order to set up a variable, here's what we need to do. We need to have a keyword, which in our case is going to be let. Now, there's 2 others, but don't worry, we will cover them a little bit later. And once we have the let, then we need to come up with a name for our variable. Now, I know that you keep on hearing me saying the same phrase, which is you can name this or you can do whatever you would want. But, and this is going to be the case where, again, I'll use this phrase where you can name your variable however you would like. So, for example, I could store my name in the variable of pants. There's no rule that is preventing me from doing that. However, you also need to keep in mind that if you're using this in a program, and well, probably somebody else is going to work with it too, right? But even if it is just you, would you store your name in pants? You could, but would you want to do that? I don't know. I'm not sure. So just remember, naming is up to you, but it also would make sense if you would apply some general concepts of common sense. So where I could store the name, well, I could go probably with a name. I could go with first name, and don't worry, we're going to cover this little syntax a bit later, but I'm going to start with name. So let's just stay on a safe side. I'm going to go with name. I'm going to place a semicolon for now. And now, of course, I would want to use my console log just so I can see whether the code that I wrote actually makes sense. Now, if previously when I wanted to print something, I went with a quotation marks, which is for the string. If I want to access the variable in a console log, it's going to be a little bit different, where I directly need to look for that variable. So if variable is pants, then type in here pants. If the variable name is first name, type here the first name. And hopefully you get the gist where they do need to match. And I'm going to show you what error you're going to get in a second. But the moment we save it, you can see that in the console, I have this awesome undefined. Now, this is not an error. What it tells me is that JavaScript is saying, okay, so you declared a variable, which is beautiful, but you didn't assign any value to it. That's all. So the variable is there. I can access it, but you didn't specifically tell me what value is stored in there. So it's not an error. It's just undefined. Now, what is an error if I'm trying to access num, which is nowhere in my code? So in my code, of course, I have name. And then here I'm saying, hey, computer, get me num. And computer's response is, sure, here is the error for the num because you haven't defined anything that has this name of num. And what's also really cool that it right away tells me, hey, listen, the error is on line 6. So that at least gives me an idea of, okay, what would be wrong over here? Let's see. Oh, it's probably the name, correct? So I can simply say name, and yep, again, I have my undefined. All right, so how we can fix that? Well, we would need to add assignment operator, which is going to be a equal sign. So now after the equal sign, I can type whatever I want as far as my value. Now we'll start with the most simplest one, which is a string. So what string means is that we are placing a text over here. Now that could be one character, that could be an empty string, or it could be 10,000 paragraphs. So we need to have a quotation marks like so. And once we add those quotation marks, then in between we can write that text. Now, just to showcase that it could be also an empty string, let me save it and notice that I don't have the undefined. I just have the empty string. If I'm going to add one character, of course, I'm going to have one character. Now, I'm not going to add 10,000 characters, but I'm going to go a little bit crazy here. And I'm going to say, yep, this is my string. So as you can see, nothing broke, nothing bad happened. I can store whatever string I would want in there. Now, of course, that doesn't make sense because remember, my name was what? Well, I believe it was John Shrimp Taco the 5th. And now the real beauty starts because what I could do is I could access that variable. So now I have John Shrimp Taco the 5th. So if we go back to my program where I had console log and then some code here, and if I select them and if I'll copy and paste them 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, 5, now I have all my John Shrimp Tacos there. However, if I check Ancestry one more time where they send me an email and in the email it says, you know what, we are terribly, terribly sorry we double check the records and you're not John Shrimp Taco the fifth, you are in fact sixth. What do I do now? Well, I simply just change it in one place. That's it. Voila. And everywhere throughout my code, I can still access the same value. That is the beauty of the variable, where again, we can set up a variable, we can assign the value, and we can access it all throughout our document. Nicely done. Once we've got the general concepts out of the way, next I would want to talk about assigning value later to a variable. Because in this case, as you saw, we were right away making an assignment, but that is not the only way how we can work. And the second one is modifying the existing value. For example, in our case, we have the name, and then, for example, 1,000 lines or 100 lines later, I would want to reassign that value. So how we can do that? And I'm going to start by getting rid of those awesome console logs, and I'll simply declare more variables. And we already know how we can do that. We just need to go with a keyword, which is let. And then if I'm declaring multiple variables in the same line, I can simply say, so this is going to be my address variable, this is going to be my zip code, and this is going to be my state. So I don't have to right away give them a value. If I know that there's going to be those values, for example, later, I can simply say, you know what, create these variables, address, zip, and state. And I'm not going to console log all of them right now, but you can probably already imagine that if I'm going to go with the address one, I'm going to get the same thing like in the previous video, where since I haven't assigned the value, at the moment, the only thing I have is undefined. So how we can assign the value later? Well, very simply. We have the address variable, correct? So if I would want to add some kind of value to it, I can simply say address. So that is the name of my variable. And now I need to come up with that value. So in my case, I'm going to go with 101 Main Street. So that is going to be my address. So now, of course, once I save it, check it out. In the console, this is the value. This is the value that I have for my address. And the same would work with zip code and state. Of course, we can practice this where I could say zip. Now we haven't covered the numbers. Normally you would store it in numbers. So in our case, we're still going to go with the string. And just to showcase that, of course, we can use single quotes as well. We don't need to always use double quotes. I'm just going to go with 60612. Just making up some zip code. And lastly, as far as the state, I don't know, I'm going to go with California. So now in the console, I could go, all right, address dot. So since I would want to access the next variable, I can simply say that I'm looking for zip as well as the state. Now keep in mind, of course, you can set up separate console logs with these other variables as well. So for example, you could say here that you would like to access, I don't know, zip separately. You can definitely do it, but you can also add all of the variables that you would want in the same console log. Just make sure that you add a comma here. And then, of course, I have 101 Main Street and then a zip code as well as the state. So that's how we can assign value later. But we can also modify it. So in my case, I'm going to show it with a name, but again, keep in mind, the same would work with address, the zip, and all that. So once I have declared my variable, once I have signed the value, then of course, I don't know, 6, 7 lines later, I could say, you know what? I'm just going to call myself a fish burrito. So I'm going to say fish burrito, and I'm not going to be 5th, 6th, or whatever. I'm just going to be simply burrito. Save it. And now if I'll try to access the name, which I'm going to do in a separate one, of course, we can also add it here in our first console log. And if I take a look at the name, even though in the beginning I was John Shrimp Taco, now I'm simply a fish burrito. So much more simpler life. So that's how we can assign values later and modifying the existing value that we have in our variable. And while we're still on the subject, we might as well cover the rules for naming the variables. So as far as variable names, we can have digits in the name, letters, of course, underscore, as well as the $sign. However, when we're constructing the name for the variable, the name can start only with a letter, $sign, or the underscore. And the way it's going to look like, I'm going to go with random name. So I'm going to say let, and then random, and then one by one, I will implement everything that is allowed. So for example, I could say 1, 2, 3. So those are my numbers. Then of course I have the underscore as well as the $sign. So I can place the digits, the underscores, as well as the $signs in the variable. And in here, I'm just going to simply set it equal to my random string. Okay, beautiful. And then we're going to go with console log. And then let's try to access random 1, 2, 3, and then underscore as well as the $sign. So if everything is correct, of course, in the console, I have the random. Now, what we cannot do is have the numbers, for example, in the beginning. So our variable name can only start with a letter, with the $sign, or the underscore. So for example, if I'm going to change it here to a $sign, and of course, I also need to change it in a console log, everything is going to work fine. Same I can do with underscore, and of course, you already see the example with a letter. However, if you'll add here a number, you're going to get a big fat error, even though in a console, technically, I'm accessing the same name. And I can already see that by this red squiggly line. So this is going to be a very good indicator that you have some kind of error. If you see this red squiggly line, there's some kind of problem in your code. So once I save, I can see that invalid or unexpected token on the line 11. Now I can also not use the keywords. Now we haven't covered the keywords yet, meaning as we're going to be progressing with JavaScript, of course, we'll learn more keywords. That's why I'm not going to show you a table, for example, of keywords, because let's be honest, by the end of the video, all of us will forget those keywords anyway if I show you in some kind of table. So just keep in mind, as you're working with JavaScript, as you're learning more and more stuff, the keywords that we're using, you cannot use in those variable names. Now, I also would want to mention that even though technically right now we're just setting everything up for the string, the same is going to work for arrays, for objects, for functions, and everything that we will learn later. So what I'm trying to say is, even though we're just looking at a simple string variable, the same rules will apply later once we use that variable name for more complex data structures. So what do I mean by no keyword? Well, at the moment, we only know one, correct? So we know the let. I cannot do something like this where I say let and let. This is not going to work. So I can comment out the console log, and I'll right away we'll see in the console let is disallowed as lexically bound name. So that should do it for things we can and cannot do. Now let's talk about the JavaScript being case sensitive. What does that mean? Well, that means that if I'm going to name my variable full name, and then later, of course, in my case, in the console log, but that could be anywhere else in our code. If I'm going to try to access this as a full name, what do you think is going to happen in console? It tells me that full name is not defined. So these two things are not the same. Full name is not the same as full name with the capital case. Keep that in mind. Whenever you are setting up a variable, make sure that later in the code, you access the same exact value. Otherwise, you're going to get an error. And last thing, it's not a rule, but a practice. When you're setting up a variable name and that name consists of multiple names, and a perfect example would be full name, there is a common convention of using either a camel case or an underscore. Again, it is not going to be an error if you'll simply say, well, my variable name is full name. You don't have to do this. However, a common practice is going to be writing full name. So this is going to be a camel case. Now, keep in mind, you're going to have to write correctly when you're trying to access it. So for example, in my case, in a console, I do need to say full and then capital case. So this is going to be a camel case. And we also have the underscore. If I change this and I say full name, I'll just place the underscore in between. So let me do the same thing on console because I need to keep the same syntax. And then, of course, I can access the same value. So these are the things we need to remember about variables. Again, they can contain digits, letters, underscore, and dollar sign. Just make sure that you don't start with a number or a keyword. Then JavaScript is case sensitive. So if the name consists of capital case letters, you also need to make sure that when you access it, you use the same capital case letters. And as far as conventions, there is camel case, which I'm going to use throughout the tutorial and course, as well as the underscore naming convention, where you just place underscores in your name. So far, we have been declaring all our variables using keyword let. However, we have two more keywords available when declaring our variables. And those keywords are const and var. I prepared a small example where I declared a few more variables using keywords const and var. And as you can see, I can still access those variables and display correct values in console without any errors. So here I have my console log. I'm accessing my variables, the value, as well as the last name. One is using var, the second one is const. And here in the console, I can access those values without any issues. So what's up with all these options? First, let's start with var. So var has been a traditional way of declaring the variables ever since the creation of JavaScript, dating all the way back to 1995. But when the latest major update was introduced in 2015, aka ECMAScript 2015, or also referred to as ES6, var was replaced by let and const. Now, when I say replaced, what it means that if we really wanted to, we still could write all our code using var. But because var has some shortcomings, most developers prefer using let and const over var. We will cover those shortcomings in our ES6 module, since I think it's going to make way more sense once you have a solid grasp on JavaScript fundamentals. But in short, it has to do with scoping, where var is function scoped while const and let are block scoped. Okay, so that should cover var, but what about const? You see, const cannot be reassigned. Okay, what does that mean? Well, let's take a look at our example. I have the value. And remember, we could declare the variable without assigning the value, or we could assign one value and then, I don't know, change our minds and reassign it to a different value. For example, I have my var variable with a name of value, and on the next line, I can say some other value. And now, of course, in a console, I have some other value. And the same is going to work with let. I have a let name is equal to John, and then in the next line, I can say name is actually equal to Peter. I save it. Of course, now in my console, my value is Peter. So what's up with this bad boy? I have the last name. And if I try to do the same thing with a const, you'll see that we're going to get a big fat error. So if I'm going to change this from Jordan to Smith or to Peters or whatever, of course, now I'm going to get an error where it says assignment to a constant variable. So the difference between let and const is the simple fact that you cannot reassign const. Once you assign a value to a const, that's how it stays. That's why it is technically short for constant. So we cannot reassign it. And also something we cannot do. Remember previously when we worked with let, we were able just to declare the variable, so it was undefined. But now, if you try to do that with const, missing initializer in const declaration. So we always, when we declare a variable with const, of course, we would need to come up with a value as well. So in this case, I'm going to change it back to, for example, Smith. Now, your question probably is, okay, so which one should we choose? And to tell you honestly, again, there are no hard written rules. there's a small portion of developers who still prefer using var. Now, majority of developers prefer setting up const for all the variables. And then if you ever have a variable that is going to change, then either you change it later, since you're going to get an error if you're trying to reassign it, or if you already know that from the get-go, you just create a variable with a let. But again, that is not a gospel, meaning you don't have to follow this rule if you don't want to. But I'm just telling you what most of the time you'll see where people set up all their variables with const. So they try to use const as much as possible. But then when they have no other option other than using a different keyword, they just switch to let. And for the remaining of the videos, in some cases, I'm going to use const, most likely more times than let. But once in a while, we'll switch back to let without any real underlying reason, just because I would want to keep using the keywords so you get used to them. However, I won't use the var. And like I said, the differences between var in detail we'll cover in our ES6 module. Amazing work. Once we've got some general ideas how we can set up variables, now let's start focusing on the other side of the assignment where we covered a string, but then of course there are more types for our values. So first we focused on how we can create those variables. And now one by one, we're going to take a look at the other types as well. However, we're not done with a string because there are some few things that I would like to mention. And first, I want to start by saying what is the option for you when you're setting up the string, because you probably noticed that in some cases I was using double quotation marks. In some cases I was using single, but then since again, my prayer is doing the formatting for me, you were not able to see it. So now let's take a look at whether there are some differences. And again, I'm going to go with const. In this case, I'm going to go with name. I'm not going to be very original when I'm setting up. However, I do want to show you that there is no difference whether you go with single quotation mark or you go with double. Again, I have prettier, so it right away will format for double quotation mark, but you can for sure have it as a single. Now, just to showcase that, of course, you can have it as a single, I'm going to now go back to the settings. Remember, I changed them once we started working with our variables and all that. And in this case, I'm going to uncomment the single quote. Notice I have prettier, single quote, and that is set to true. Now, let me tell you right away one thing where this is personal preference, despite of what you read in Twitter, because Twitter has become a place where people just tend to make a very unnecessary authoritative statements. You should use double quotes. You shouldn't use double quotes. You should do single. It is your preference. You want to use double quotes, use double quotes. I prefer using single quotes, but again, it's not a gospel. You can do whatever makes more sense to you. And once I've changed that, of course, now once I'll save my file, notice this is going to be a single quote. And again, the value didn't change. The way I access didn't change. None of that changed. I just stored it in the string, and now my string has the single quote. Now, one thing you cannot do though is mix and match. So if you're going with a single one, you cannot do something like this, because as you can see right now, I get this red squiggly line, correct? Where I have the John, this has the double quotation mark, and then I have the single one. So if you go with single, go with single. If you're going with double, go with double. Now, of course, the question probably is, well, what if your sentence is different? What if you would say John's courses are the best? Okay, well, you see that there's an error, correct? Because JavaScript is like, okay, what is happening over here? You want the string John, and then you just keep on typing some nonsense, and then you put another quotation mark. What's up with you? What is wrong with you, man? In this case, why don't we just console log name? Of course, there's going to be an error and all that. But in order to fix this, we have a few options. Either we can escape it, and the way it looked like is like this, where notice this is my string, correct? And in here, I'm saying to JavaScript, this is not a syntax. Treat it as a string. Treat it as a text. So then JavaScript is reading, okay. Oh, okay. So this is just part of the text. So I'm good to go. And I'm just keep on reading. And then, of course, I come to the end of my string. Beautiful. Now, the moment I save it, Prettier did the work again for me, where this is another option. Where if I would want to have that setup, where, of course, I have this single quotation mark in my text. So inside my text, then I would place double quotation marks on the outside. Again, technically, you could say, how is that possible? Because you are setting up the single quote. Now, Prettier is smart enough where it says, all right, so in this case, you're trying to construct a text using that quotation mark. So for you to have this single quotation mark in the text, now, of course, we need to create it as a double quotation mark. Now, we're going to be skipping a little bit ahead, but eventually, if you have this type of scenario where you would want to use a quotation mark within your text, actually way more sense would make backticks or template strings. Don't worry, we're going to cover them in the last section, or I'm sorry, in the next section. Actually, that's going to be one of the first things we're going to cover in the next section, where again, this is a new feature coming from ES6 where we don't need to worry about it. We can just dump the text and we don't need to worry about the quotation marks on the outside, whether they match the ones on the inside, and all that annoying stuff. Again, just bear with me. There is a simpler solution, but for now, just remember that you can either use double quotation marks or single. Again, it's not going to change the result unless you do have the quotation mark within the text. And then, of course, you do need to make those changes where either you escape it or you set up the opposite quotation mark on the outside, and then you can use that particular quotation mark in the actual text. And while we're still on the topic of the string values, why don't we also talk about string concatenation? Now, please don't be afraid of the sentence and the actual word. It just means that we're going to be combining string values. And I also want to quickly mention that, yes, backticks will also provide an easier solution for that as well. And you're probably yelling at the screen and saying, okay, man, so if that is the case, if backticks offer those nice options, why are you not talking about backticks? Well, because we'll do it everything slowly. So first, I would want you to understand the basics. And the reason why I'm showing you how to do it using quotation marks is because you'll still find a lot of code that is using the quotation marks. So I want you to be aware of what the code is doing. But then eventually, as you start creating your project, most likely you'll use backticks because it is easier. And like I said, we'll cover backticks in the beginning of the next section. So right after we cover the basics, the fundamentals of JavaScript. Now, back to the string concatenation. It just means that we can set up one long string by adding multiple variables that have string values. And the way it's going to look like, I'm going to go with const name is equal to a John. Then in this case, my last name is going to be shake and bake. So const last name is equal to shake and bake, like so. And then I would want to create some kind of full name variable. However, I'm going to use let because I would just want to declare it, and then I'll assign the value a little bit later. And then here in the console, I could say, all right, console log, and then let's go with hello there, your full name. And then we'll say is, then colon. And now, of course, I would want to grab my name as well as the last name. So how do we do that? We just add a plus sign. So that is the string concatenation, where I have the string, and then in this case, of course, I'm reaching for the name. Once I save it in the console, of course, I can see that hello there, your full name is John, but what is missing, of course, is my last name. And the same how I added the name, I can go with last name. Now, one thing you're going to notice, though, that there is no space in between. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm placing one string right after the other one. And the way we get the spacing is by adding one more plus sign, then a quotation mark, and then a space in between. So now I'm going to be a John, shake, and bake. Now I'll make this one bigger just so you can see in one line. Notice John, shake, and bake. So now I have the space between. And of course, if I know that I can have this kind of setup, what stops me from using them in the full name? Well, the answer is nothing. So I'm going to take my name and last name as well as the space. Might as well use it. There's no reason to delete it. Copy and paste. This is my full name. And then instead of adding a name and last name in my console log, I can just access a full name. And there it is. Now I'm John, shake, and bake. And what's really cool that we can do some interesting stuff as setting up the URLs. So how it's going to look like, for your reference, I'm going to keep this. So I'm just going to comment this out. But then I'm going to set up, I don't know, a website. Let's say a variable with the name of website. So website, that is equal to Google. That's my first scenario. And then in here, let's construct the URL. So const URL, and that is equal to HTTPS. So HTTPS, then colon, then two forward slashes. Remember, dot. Now we're going to use our website. So we're going to go here with a website, and then one more plus, and we're going to go with .com. So we're going to add that. And now, of course, let's test it out in the console. So console log, URL, and I should have my Google, correct? And I can even click on it if I want. And there it is. Of course, can open my Google website. So what's really cool, of course, in here, I can just keep on changing these values. So now I have Udemy, I can open it there. I have YouTube, for example, or whatever my heart desires. Again, just a small thing that we can create using the string recognition, but just wait till the next section where I'm going to blow your mind and I'll show you a backtick, because it's going to be even easier to make this kind of cool setup using the backticks or template strings. So far in all our examples, we used only string data type. So you're probably wondering, are there any other data types in JavaScript other than string? And of course, the answer is yes. So why don't we take a look at the number data type in JavaScript, or simply how to use numbers as our values. In order to get started with numbers, though, we need to understand that JavaScript is loosely typed language. Okay, what on earth is that? Well, that means that when we create a variable in JavaScript, we don't have to specify what type of value will be stored in a variable. JavaScript will do that automatically for us based on the value we are providing. Now, that could be a blessing or curse. That really depends on the situation. So let's take a closer look. And I'm going to start by creating a number variable. Now, again, we need to follow the same rules and steps and all that. So that's not going to change. Only the value, only what we place on the right-hand side of the equal sign, that is going to change. Only our value. So I'm going to come up with some kind of variable. So I don't know, const, and then I'm just going to call this number. Please understand the same will work if I name this pants. Only the value matters, not how I name my variable. But I'm just going to go with number because it makes a little bit more sense. And as far as the numbers, we have either integers, so those would be whole numbers, or we can go with decimals. Now, the one thing you don't want to do is place the quotation marks, because then JavaScript thinks that it is a string. And this is the reason why, of course, we cannot set up variables with a starting number. Because notice, as with numbers, we're not doing anything. We're not placing anything around them. We just go with number. In my case, that is 34, but we can add whatever number we would want. And just to showcase that I could name my variable how I want, instead of decimal, which would make a little bit more sense, I will name this pants. And I'll say that my value is 2.456. Okay. And I'll also show you that since it is loosely typed, what I could do over here, pants are great. And what do you think is going to be in my console? So I'm going to go with console log. And for now, I'm going to console log the number, copy and paste. And let's see what the pants are going to say. The pants, of course, are going to say that the pants are great because I had one value, I had a decimal value, and then right after that, I added a text value. And if you're coming from the language like Java, which is, of course, strictly type, where you do need to set up right away what type the variable is going to be, you probably are horrified when you're seeing this. But yes, that's how JavaScript works. Now, of course, there are some ways around it. For example, there is something called TypeScript, where you do actually set up the types that you're going to have. But of course, we're not going to go down that path. I just want to simply mention that, yes, there are some options how you can make JavaScript to be strictly type, but by design, it is not. So right out of the box, I could have it as pants. That could be equal to my decimal. And in the next line, I can change it. Now, I'm going to leave this for your reference here. So 1 and 1. And I'm actually going to set this up as a separate number. So I'm going to say number 2, maybe. And again, I'm going to use the same decimal. So 2.456. Now I said 456, and then in here I wrote 466. Hopefully you can forgive me. And now I'm going to look for my second number. And again, you'll see that if I'm setting up a integer, a whole number, or if I'm setting a decimal, again, I don't have to do anything differently. I have my keyword, so const, let, or var. Then I have the name, pants, number, or I don't know, sky is blue. And then the value, that's the one that matters. Where if I want integer, I just type integer. If I want a decimal, I just type the decimal. Now, quickly, before I show you the basic math operations, which are going to be as straightforward as it gets, I also want to mention that notice here in a console, numbers are going to be blue. Now you're like, okay, what's the big deal? Well, string is going to be black. So if I'm going to copy and paste and set this up as number 3 and just add that string, remember, I said this is not a number anymore. This is a string, even though you have a number value. So let me copy and paste. And then in the console, you'll see that this value is black. Of course, the reason why you would have this kind of value is because you're going to be getting some external values. Because at the moment, you're probably thinking, okay, I know how to write a decimal. Listen, I'm not going to place my decimal in the quotation marks. And that is totally correct. You won't do that. However, when you're working with JavaScript, you might get some external data. For example, I don't know, from the API that is coming in, or you might get this value from the input. Because what happens with inputs, and of course, we'll cover that in detail, but essentially you're getting strings. So I'm just showing you that when you console log, if you see a number that is black, that should ring a bell. That should be like, okay, listen, something's off. Okay, it should be blue where I can clearly see that that is a number. If it is black, and if you, of course, you have some kind of bug, that is probably a very good place to start where you're like, okay, you know what, this should be blue. So let me make sure that my setup is correct. Now, are you going to remember each and every time that the number is blue and the string is black? No, but once you run into this issue once or twice, where you notice that it should be a number and it is a string, you'll have a better idea of what is happening. And once we have covered this gotcha, now let's set up our basic math operations where I'm going to set up some variables. So I'm going to go with add maybe, and we're going to go with number plus number 2. And then in this case, instead of the number and number 2, as far as console logging, I'm going to go with add. And then I'm just going to copy and paste 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. And one by one, of course, we'll change those values to subtraction. Then we're also going to have addition, or I'm sorry, we already have the addition, subtraction, then multiplying as well as dividing. So this is going to be addition, where of course we can add numbers. Now let me copy and paste. And then I'm going to say subtraction, sub. Then I have my minus. And then in here, I say sub. So of course, that is my subtraction. Let's copy and paste 2 more times. We're going to have multiply, mult, and we're going to have a div. So division, of course, we're going to change our operators. So this is going to be multiplying. This is going to be division. And here, we're going to go with mult. And we're going to go division. So those should be basics about the number. You can do a basic math operations as well with no problem. And now let's move on to our next topic. And once we've got some basics out of the way, as far as the numbers, let's take a look at some more interesting operators that we can use in JavaScript. And I'm going to start by covering plus equals, minus equals, divide equals, multiply equals, plus plus, and minus minus. And then we're going to spend some time on the awesome modulus operator. So let's start with plus equals. What does that mean? Well, that means that I could come up with a number. For example, let the number is going to be equal to a 40. And in here, if I go with plus equals, and then I say, for example, 5, and I set it equal to my number, you'll see that the new value will be 45. Why it is going to be 45? Because with plus equals, it takes my old value, which of course is 40, and then adds the 5. And of course, just to prove that, I'm going to go with console log, and we're going to take a look at the number, and you can already see that it is 45. So if I'm going to copy and paste this, I don't know how many times, of course, my value, the moment is going to be 70. Now, the same is going to work with subtraction, with division, with multiplication. And in order to save time, of course, I'm not going to cover all of them, but I will show that if, for example, I change the last one to subtraction, of course, in the console, my value right now is going to be 60. Why it is 60? Because instead of adding 5, I removed 5. That's why the change was 10. If I would just remove this line altogether, then of course it would be 65. But since I went the opposite way, the value changed by 10. And with this operator, we also have a shortcut. For example, at the moment, if I have 60 and if I would want to add 1, I could do something like this, plus 1, right? So plus equals 1. And then, of course, my value is going to be 61. So if I'm going to keep on adding, now my value will be 67. However, I can also do that by just adding plus plus. So let me delete these suckers here. And for the addition and subtraction, instead of plus equals 1, I can simply say plus plus. And you'll see that the result is going to be exactly the same. Again, we can copy and paste, and we have our 67. And you can probably already guess that the same is going to work with a subtraction. So for this case, I'm just going to leave you, I don't know, 2 subtractions for your reference. And then, like I said, we are going to cover modulus operator. Now, for the modulus operator, let's imagine a scenario where we order pizza. I don't know. Me and my 3 kids, non-existent, order a pizza. So I'm going to say const, and I'm going to say slices. So pizza comes in slices. And the amount of slices I have are 10. So that's the amount of slices. And now, how many children are present? Well, that is 3. So we can say const, and then children, and that is equal to 3. Now, if I would need to calculate how many slices does each child get, how do I do that? Well, I could come up with, I don't know, amount, and that is equal to 10 divided by 3. Okay, this is no black magic. I should have 33333, 3 point something something. So amount, and of course my value is 3.3333. But of course, in a real life, I mean, I'm not gonna give like 33333 of pizza. Of course, you can argue that you would take a knife and you would nicely split it, but that's not the point. What I'm trying to calculate are the full slices. So how many slices are left over? And I can do that using the modules. Because in this case, what I would want to get is that value of 1. Because keep in mind, once we divide 10 by 3, of course, the closest whole number would be 9, correct? So that would be 3 multiplied by 3. That would be 9. So the remainder here would be 1. So that would give me an idea that the remainder after I give each and every child as many whole slices of pizza as possible, as far as we are splitting it evenly, then the remainder is going to be 1 slice. And we can get that using the modulus operator. So the way it is going to work, and by the way, should have used here the values. My bad. Should have said here slices divided by children. And again, this is going to give me 3.3333. Well, what I'm looking for is the remainder. So what you're going to see is this modulus operator where now the remainder is 1. Again, why it is 1? Because we are getting the closest whole number. So if there would be 4 children, and if I want to calculate how many slices are left over, now, of course, the closest number would be 8, correct? Because once I divide 10 by 4, that would give me 2.5. Again, I don't care about the numbers after the dot. What I care about are the whole numbers. So this is, of course, going to give me 2. So 4 times 2. And then the remainder is 2. And lastly, I just want to mention that we still need to follow basic mathematical rules. Let me come up with 2 random numbers, and you'll see that if we're not doing that, then we'll have 2 totally different values. So const, I don't know, random is equal to 4 plus 6 plus 10. And then I'll right away multiply this by 10. And then let's copy and paste. This is going to be my random number 2. But in this case, I'll do a proper math operation where I first need to add everything, and only then I'm going to multiply that, because we need to remember that in math we have a precedent. So the precedent of what operation is going to take place first. So in this case, we need to make sure that if we have these additions, instead of multiplying first, we add all of them together and only then multiply, because you'll see that the difference is significant. In this case, let's go with console log, random, copy and paste, random number 2. And of course, in the first case, my value is 110, and in the second case, it is 200. So in this case, once I placed everything properly in the parentheses, now, of course, this does not take a precedent. And then I can get the proper value that I was looking for. And again, probably the most interesting things are the fact that you can have a plus equals that adds it to the value. If it's just 1, then plus plus or minus minus. Then we have a modulus operator that gets the remainder of the division. So instead of this point something 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 something, we get a whole number remainder, what's left after we have divided 2 numbers. And then lastly, we just need to follow the basic math rules in order to get the result that we were hoping for. Nicely done. We've got string basics in the bag. We've got number basics in the bag. So why don't we make things a bit more interesting and talk about implicit type conversion? What on earth is that? And we're going to start by just jogging our memory a little bit, where we know that if we have 2 variables that have string values, we can nicely perform a string concatenation, where if we add a plus sign, of course, my value will be both of those strings combined. And we also know that if we have variables with a number of values, we can perform math operations, correct? So if I have 4 and 10, I can either have a addition or subtraction or division and all that, and everything is going to work fine. Now, let me throw you a mind grenade. What if we would decide that we would want to perform a math operation on a string? And I know it sounds crazy, but trust me, there's a reason why I'm showing you that example. So I'm going to go with value variable, and that value variable will be equal to a name. So my name variable, which of course is a string, and then last name. So right now I'm subtracting the last name from the name, which of course in a real world is just a total nonsense. But well, let's see what we're going to get. I'm going to go with value. And then of course in my console, JavaScript yells at me, not a number. So JavaScript is saying, hey, listen, buddy, I don't know what are you trying to do, but there's no way I can perform this math operation on these values because they're not a number. So essentially it just throws me back that, you know what? There's no way I can do it. This is not a number. All right. This is good to know. So this gives us at least some kind of idea. And now let's look at another example where I have the numbers. And in fact, I will turn those numbers into a string. And I'm going to go with let, just because we'll change those values a little bit later. So we're going to say let number 3. Since I have number and number 2, we might as well go with number 3. And this is going to be equal to a 10. So technically, my number is 10. However, I have wrapped it in a string. So we already know that is in fact a string. However, a string with a number of 10. Good, beautiful. Now let's copy and paste. We're going to have a number 4. And I don't know, this could be 50. This could be whatever number you would want. So I don't know, I'm going to go with 23. And now let's see if I'm going to have a result of 2. So result of 2. And I'm going to start very simply by just subtracting both of them. So I'm going to say number 3 minus, and then number 4. Okay. And now let's console log the result. So in here, I'm going to go with result. And what's interesting that in a console, the result is correct. And I can actually see that it is a number since it is blue. So it is negative 13. So what happens, JavaScript does the implicit type conversion where it says, okay, well, technically it's not a number, but I'm going to do a favor. I'm going to convert them into number to see whether I can perform this math operation. And then if I can, then of course I'll do it. Now, in this case, of course, JavaScript wasn't successful, correct? I mean, you cannot convert a name into a number. However, you can convert a string that has a value of 10 into a number, correct? So you can perform a math operation. Now, that could be a good thing, and that could be a bad thing. So let me just show you the rest of them. I could do division nicely. I could do multiplication nicely. But what do you think is going to happen if I add plus sign here? Well, without torturing you, I can just show you that we're going to get a string. Now, why do you think we're getting a string? Well, we are getting a string because now we're doing a string concatenation. Remember when we were adding 2? So now my result is not 33, which should be, of course, our result since we're adding 10 plus 23. In fact, we're getting 1023. Why? Because we're adding both of these strings together. And what is more interesting is the fact that JavaScript will do that even if only one of them is a string. So for example, even I set my first number to be correct. I said 10, but then later I just decided, you know what, it is going to be 23. Still, the result is 1023. And technically it's a string, so it's not even a number that I'm getting. So we need to be careful where even if only one of them is a string, I'm still going to get this error. So please, please, please remember that in JavaScript, there is such a thing as implicit type conversion, where JavaScript will try to help you out. However, it is in your best interest, of course, to set up numbers correctly. And remember when I said that we're going to use let just so we can test something out? Well, why don't we properly format our second one? So the number 4. But then remember, we could easily reassign this value. So it could start off really nicely where both of them are numbers. But then later, again, we need to imagine that this would happen later in our code. I don't know, 100 lines down. So 100 lines of code here. And then I just decide, you know what? Number is going to be, I don't know, maybe pants. Let's do it this way. Maybe let's do pants. And of course, now I have 10 pants. Why? Well, because now my value is here. And then once I'm adding the 2 and 2 together, well, of course, I get string concatenation. And more innocently, this could be something like this, where, of course, instead of pants, this could innocently turn into string, like so. And again, I get the same issue. And I know what you're thinking, John. There's no way in a million years I would do something like this. And you're correct. You probably won't do something like this. However, let me show you a perfect example how these small bugs start very innocently. And then eventually, unfortunately, they ruin our code. So I prepared an example for you. Now, again, please, 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 please do not focus on the HTML that I have as well as the JavaScript code that I'm about to show you. Now, focus on the specific parts that I'm going to point out, but don't stress about the code that I have. We are going to cover all of that in great detail once we get to a DOM module. Okay, so just focus on the things that I'm pointing out, and please try not to understand all of the code, because at the moment I understand completely that it is going to look like gibberish, large parts of it. But there's some parts that I would want to point out. And again, this is just to show you how it's going to work in the real world, where yes, you're not going to come up with this number. However, remember, your programs will depend on many things, on data from the database, on data from the external API, on, I don't know, user input. So you cannot just put your hand in the sand and say, oh, you know what? I always will write a perfect code. Maybe you will, but your code will also depend on some external influences. So without further ado, let's navigate to index.html. And I just want to show you that in here I have a form, and then in here I have a label, and I have the input with a type of number, which is very, very important, because you would think that if I'm adding a input with a type of number, I should definitely get a number back, correct? Well, at least that's what I thought in the beginning, but let's see how it's going to play out. I'm going to navigate back to app.js and here in the bottom. And as always, remember, you have this code available in resources. So I'm just going to comment this out just so we can see how everything works. And just so we don't get all these things in our console, I'm also going to comment out everything that we just typed up. Okay. It's still going to stay for your reference, but I would want you to focus on this code. And more specifically, I would want to focus on two things. In here, I have a random number variable, which is a number, which is 13. And then again, don't worry about this gibberish. We'll cover that. It's straightforward as it gets. What I would want you to focus on are these console logs. So what I'm doing here is I'm just saying input value type, just so we can see what we're getting back. Here I have the value that is going to be coming from my input. This is my value variable. And then again, I have a string that says sum of two values. And this is going to be the interesting one, whether we are going to get the correct value or not. And in order to test it out, I'm just going to type in 20. And I don't know, I'm a few years removed from my college calculus class, but I think this sum should be 33, correct? So I have 13, and then in here, I have the 20. Let's see what I'm going to get in a console. And once I run it, once I submit, I have input value type is 20. So technically, this is correct. But I already know that something's off because this is black. So this is not a number. And then all the way in the bottom, I have sum of two values and then 1,320, which is definitely not 33 that I was looking for. So this is just to showcase that those bugs can creep up on you very, very innocently. Because what happens in JavaScript, we are getting this number, the number that we typed in. However, it comes back from the HTML as a type of string. Now, of course, there's ways to fix that. For example, if you uncomment this code, you'll see that now everything works correctly. If I type in 20, you'll see that, of course, my number is 20 and 33. So there's ways how we can fix that. My point is to showcase that when I talk about these things, it's not like there's some kind of fantasy land examples where none of this happens in a real world. No, it does happen. And this is why I would want you to be aware of what to look out for when you're getting these type of bugs. Yes, of course, you can fix it. There's ways to do that, but I just don't want you to be ignorant where you're saying, okay, I would never do something like this, so I don't need to worry about it. Yeah, you probably wouldn't do something like that. However, your code, like I mentioned previously, is going to depend on some external things. So you need to be aware of these little gotchas. So when you get that bug, you know where to look for and how to fix it. Good effort. And once we have covered that we have string data type as well as the number data type, I think this would be an awesome time to talk about all the data types that we have in JavaScript. Now, I can tell you right away that some of them won't make sense at the moment. And believe me, once we start progressing with our code and once we start implementing more features, believe me, you'll have that light bulb moment where you're going to be like, okay, now it makes sense. But I would still want to cover all of them just so you have a broad understanding of how JavaScript works. And essentially, at the time of this recording, we have 7 total data types in JavaScript. We have primitive ones, and everything that is not a primitive data type is going to be a object data type. Now, I'll cover the differences a little bit later. At the moment, they won't make sense. Just think of it as a object being king of the castle. So object is very, 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 very important. And as far as primitive data types, we have a string and a number, which of course we already have covered. Then we have a Boolean that is going to come very, very nifty in conditional statements. And again, at the moment, you might be looking at it and be like, okay, why he's even showing you that? But trust me, once we get to conditional statements, they will come in very, very handy. And then we have null and undefined, which essentially represents nothing, but there is a difference in between them. And I know I keep saying this, but yes, we will cover that a little bit later. And also we have a symbol which comes from ES6. So this one for sure we're going to cover in the ES6 module because I don't want to add too much info at this point. Now, what's also really cool that in JavaScript, we have the operator by the name of type of. And what type of spits back is the type of the value or the variable. So we can use it either two ways. We can have the variable here on the right-hand side. And the way we would write that operator is following way, where we're going to have a type of, that of course is the syntax, and then either variable or a value. So we have two options. And once we understand the general concepts, why don't we take a closer look? What would be the examples of the primitive data types? And I think I forgot to mention that as far as examples for the objects, we have arrays, we have functions, as well as the objects. So let's start with a string. I'm simply going to create a variable with a value of text. And that is going to be some text. And here in the bottom, I'm going to set up 2 console logs. One, just to showcase that we can take a look at the type by typing type of. Again, that is a special operator. And then in here, we have our variable of text. And of course, it will spit back a string, since the data type for my variable is string. However, like I also mentioned previously, we can just pass in the value. So how is that going to look like? I don't know, we can have a type of, and instead of searching for a variable, I can just pass in the value. So in here, this could be hello world. This could also be, I don't know, number. And as you can see, now it tells me that this is a string, but I can also pass in, I don't know, number. So of course, this is going to be my number. Then I can have true or false. And don't worry, we're going to cover them in a second. So this is going to spit back Boolean, and hopefully you get the gist. You have two options. Either you pass in the variable that has that value, or you can directly pass in the value. So let's take a look at the next one, number. Again, something that we already have covered. So I'm going to go with const, and I'm just going to be lazy. I'm going to say number, and then that is going to be equal to a 45. And then, of course, in here, I can just copy and paste my console logs and say, you know what, give me a data type for the number. And of course, the value is number. And that is not because I passed in the variable. That is because, like I just showed you, type of returned a number. Additionally, we have Boolean, which can have values of true or false. And you can think of it as a light switch, where it is either true or it is false. And this is going to be the case where you're looking at example, you're like, okay, this is so obvious why you're even showing that. And again, once we get to conditional rendering, you'll see how this comes handy. And I'm just going to simply say that there's going to be a value variable. And in this case, I'm going to use let just because. So this is going to be value number 1. So of course, I'll set this equal to a true. And the other option that you can have for the Boolean is false. So my second variable is going to be false. So now if I'm going to run my type of, both of them are going to return a Boolean. So if I'm going to go with value 1 and then value 2, I'm going to have 2 Booleans in the console. And of course I do. I have Boolean as well as the Boolean. Again, just remember that Booleans are like light switches where they can have two values. Either the value is true or it is false. And based on that, we will either run some code or we won't. Then we have null and undefined. And as far as null, I'm just going to create a variable with a value of result. And you know what? Just for kicks of it, why don't we set it as a const? And as far as null, we set it equal to a null. And what you're going to see that there is a bug in JavaScript where once I run my type of null, it's actually going to return a object, and that is false. And this bug has been since the creation of JavaScript. That's why they won't going to fix it, because there's too much code relying on the fact that null is an object, when in fact null is null. And that's why they won't fix it. But just keep in mind that if you run null, this is going to return a type of object, even though it should be null. Then we have undefined, and we already met undefined. Remember when we were setting up the variable, if we didn't add any value, it was undefined. So in my case, I'm going to go with let, and I'm going to say my variable name is name. Again, copy and paste my type of. And if I check out my name, of course, what I see here is the type of undefined. And as you're looking at it, you're like, okay, these ones seem to be somewhat similar. We have null, which represents no value. And then we have the undefined, which also represents no value. And yes, you're correct. There are some similarities, and we're going to cover those differences a little bit later on. And then we have a symbol, which, like I said, we're not going to cover because at the moment it is a little bit out of the scope of what we're trying to achieve. But then once we get to ES6 module, of course, we're going to cover that in a greater detail. Again, main things that I would want you to take away from this video. There are 7 currently data types in JavaScript. There are primitive data types, and everything that is not a primitive data type is a object. For example, arrays, functions, and objects. And then in order to get the type of the variable or the value, you just need to use the type of operator. Once we have covered possible data types in JavaScript, let's switch gears and start tackling more interesting topics. So in the following videos, we're going to take a look at arrays, functions, and objects, what they are, and why we would want to use them in the first place. I do want to stress though that we're just going to start with a bare minimum, since I would want to keep everything in the scope of our current JavaScript knowledge. So yes, there is more to arrays, objects, and functions in JavaScript than what we are going to cover initially. However, don't worry, once we have gathered some additional info, we're going to circle back and cover them in much greater detail. Now, why on earth we would want to use arrays in JavaScript? You see, arrays offer us a easy way to store list of items. And what's more cool, not only we can very easily store those items in an array, we can also access them and perform various operations on them with a great ease. So why don't we take a look at our example where arrays would come in extremely handy. And I'm going to start by imagining a scenario where I have the program and I would want to group a list of my friends. And I'm just going to start simply by creating a variables because that is something that we know how to do. And I'm going to go with const. And then this is going to be my friend number 1. And I'm just going to call her Anna. So that is my first friend. And just to showcase where arrays truly shine, I'm just going to copy and paste. And then, of course, this could be friend number 2, friend number 3, and friend number 4. Now, I'm going to keep the same value just because we're going to be setting up the array. So there's no point of retyping this twice. But as you can see, this is where we're hitting the roadblock. Imagine that I have hundreds of friends. Am I really going to type out friend number 1, friend number 2, 3, 4, and all the way 200 or 200 or whatever? I mean, seems kind of redundant. Don't you agree? So a better way would be setting up array. And the way we set up array, again, we do need to follow the proper rules of creating a variable. So this is not going to change. Remember, when I talked about variables, I said when we talk about rules of naming, not only we care when we're creating a string or a number, we also care when we are creating an object, a function, and array. So this is the case where I'm going to have to create a variable. So again, I'm going with a keyword of const, and then I need to come up with a name. In my case, name is going to be what? Well, you could name this pants, of course. It's up to you, but I'm going to be a bit more conservative, and I'm just going to call my array friends. And then the syntax is following, where we have equal sign, so we set it equal to, and then if we would want to create an array, I go with square brackets. So now JavaScript knows, okay, yeah, he wants array, so I'm just going to create an array. And the way we store items in array is following way, where we store an item, and then we add a comma. And then in arrays, we can store strings, we can store numbers, we can store booleans, we can store functions and objects, which at the moment I'm not going to add in this array, since again, this would be out of the scope what we have covered so far. Just remember that yes, you can store in your arrays functions and objects as well. But since we have covered so far string, boolean, undefined, and all that, I'm going to start with my strings. But then at the end of the array, I'm just going to add some random values that represent those data types as well. And as far as friends, I don't know. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that one of my friends is John, then the second one is Peter. Notice how as I'm storing these items here, I'm just adding a comma, and that is important. However, since this is a string, I also need to follow the proper rule of setting up the string. So here I need a quotation marks, correct? Now, if this would be a number, at the end I'll show you that, of course, we would just add a number. Now let me add 2 more friends. I'm going to have Bob, and I'm also going to have a Susie. And then let's just add some random values. For example, 45. This is just representing a number. I can go with undefined, and I can also go with null. Let's save that. Of course, I have my array. Now, a better question is, well, how we can access those values. Because it's one thing to store them, and as you can see, it is a bit easier than keep on creating these variables one by one. Just to create one variable, and then store everything that you would want in that array. However, what about the access? Well, let's go with console log Then we need to target our variable, which in my case is friends, which represents that array. And then the syntax is the square brackets. However, there is a gotcha where in JavaScript, arrays are zero indexed based. And you know what? Before we access the value, I'm just going to console log so you can see. In a console, I can clearly see that I have my array, correct? And then if I expand it, I can see that 0 is John. So what that means is John has the 0 index. So if I would want to access in those square brackets, if I would place 1, this would give me back Peter, which is kind of counterproductive, correct? Because in a real world, you would be like, okay, I would start with 1, 2, and whatever. But then in JavaScript, in arrays are 0 indexed base. So in this case, if I go with square brackets, this is how I can access that value. If I would want to access John, I place a 0, not a 1, because notice, if I'm going to place 1, here comes Peter, but I'm not looking for Peter. I'm looking for John. So again, I just change it to a 0, and now I get the John. So one by one, as I'm accessing the values, I just need to place a proper index. So if I would want to access first item, I would go with 0. Then the second one is going to have index of 1, of course, and you get the point. For example, Bob is going to have index of 2, and then Susie, and all that. Now, later, we're going to cover how we can get the length of array and how we can make nice calculations. For the time being, just remember that if you're going to try to access a index that does not exist, well, you're not going to access any kind of value. Because think about it. We have array with how many items? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So if arrays are 0 index based, my last index should be 6, correct? If I have 7 items, but I'm starting from the 0. Let's see whether I'm going to have my null. And of course I do. So that gives me null. But if I'm going to go with 7, well, there is no item with an index of 7 in my array. So now, of course, I get my famous undefined. Just keep that in mind. Again, we're going to cover some nice options where we don't have to count how many items we have and then say, okay, well, give me the last item and then count it out that that last item would be 6. No, of course, there's faster ways how to do that. Just remember that if you'll try to access some index that doesn't represent a value in your array, you're just going to get back undefined. Now, I also would want to show you that, of course, we can assign the item to some kind of variable. I'm going to go back here to, I don't know, 3. And then what else I'm going to do is set up the variable with a name of best friend. So I'm going to go with let and then best friend. Okay. And that is going to be equal to my friends array. So friends array. And then if I would want to access any of the items, we already know what to do. We just place a square brackets. And then again, whichever index you would want, as long as it represents the item in my array. So in my case, I don't know, I'm going to go with 2, which is going to give me what? So John has 0, Peter has 1, and then Bob has the index of 2. Let's save it. And then, of course, I get back Susie. Now, the reason why I get back Susie, because I didn't console log the best friend. So I'm not wrong. I will get Bob, but I just need to make sure that I actually console log it. Otherwise, it might be a bit confusing where we are getting Susie. And yeah, there it is. There is my Bobo, my best friend Bob. Now, similarly, how we can access the item from the array and assign it to some kind of variable, what I could also do is change that value. Now, what am I talking about? Well, 45 right now is a number. So what I could do is I could grab that item and then change that value in the array. So how is that going to look like? Well, right after best friend, I'm going to look into my friends array. And then since number has what index? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, since it has a index of 4, then I'm just going to reassign the value. I'm going to say, you know what? Friends array item with a index of 4 is going to have a value of Anna. So now I'm just wiping out the number and assigning it to a Anna. And then right after that, I can do a console log where I can either take a look at the whole array or I can take a look at the number. So why don't we do both? I'm going to copy and paste friends and then friends 4 as well, just so we can see that for sure the change happened. And I can clearly see that I have Anna, of course. And then in my array, I also have the Anna. Again, just to recap the main ideas, we can store list of items. It is 0 index based. We can access values using indexes. We can reassign the values using indexes. Just make sure that the index represents the item in the array. Otherwise, you're going to get undefined. Amazing job. Once we've got arrays out of the way, next, let's get to know functions. And essentially, functions allow us to write our code in one place and later reuse that code all throughout our application without copy pasting. So effectively, functions reduce redundancy. Because of that ability, functions will be an essential building blocks of our future JavaScript code. And of course, here comes the example. Imagine a scenario where you have, I don't know, 3 console logs. One says, hello there, Bob, and then Anna, and then Susie. And again, you have some kind of program, you have a bunch of code in between, but then again, you need to make same exact console logs. What do? Well, since we haven't covered functions, you copy and paste. Okay, that's a good choice. Then you write some more code, and then again, you copy and paste. But then later, boss tells you, or you just decide on your own that instead of greeting Anna, you're going to say John. All right, that is easy the first time, but what are we doing next? Are we hopping from one place to another one and then again changing to John, or we use function? And of course, since I gave you that choice, probably by the time you're done watching this video, you will pick function. The way we set up a function is we need to declare it first. And in order to declare the function, we need to use a function keyword. That's step number 1. Then we need to come up with a name. And again, standard rules of naming variables apply. In my case, I'm going to call this hello. And then we have parentheses where eventually we will pass parameters. Why do I say eventually? Because at the moment, we're not going to talk about parameters, but in these parentheses, you will pass in the parameter eventually, once we cover that. For the time being, we're going to have no parameters, so we'll just leave those parentheses empty. But even if you don't have parameters, you must have those parentheses. And then we have the curly brace. Now, within the curly brace, this is where we set up the logic. So our logic is going to go here. Now, of course, for this example, we're going to have the most basic logic ever. We're just going to have console logs. But just understand that, of course, the function body where you set up the logic could span on its own maybe 1,000 lines of code if you're doing a bunch of calculations. That's really up to you. In our case, of course, it's just a console log. So what I would like to do is, since I'm repeating this nonsense, I would just want to grab the first 3 console logs and then figure out how I can use my function so that way I can run it, I don't know, after this code and after that code. And then if I need to change something, I just need to change it in a function body where I set up the logic. I'm going to copy and paste like so. And for some reason, I didn't actually copy that. My bad. Let me do it properly. In this case, I think I'm going to cut it out as well because there's going to be a function after all. And in here, I'm going to delete them just so you can see that I'm not cheating. So at the moment, I just have console logs in my hello function, but unfortunately, I don't see anything in the console. So what's up with that? I promised that once you set up the function, you can reuse it. So why nothing is happening? Well, because now we declare the function. In order to use the function, we need to invoke it. How do we invoke the function? Well, we need to have a proper name. So again, this is the case where if you're going to type in hello like this with a capital case, it's not going to match. So once you run technically a function, it's not going to work. So make sure that the casing is correct. So the name matches exactly. Since remember, JavaScript is case sensitive. And then right after the function name, we need to have the parentheses. So now we are invoking that function. This is function declaration. This is function invocation. We declare the function, we set up the logic, and this is where we run our magic. And here I say, you know what, just run hello. And what you're going to see that in the console, I have hello there, Bob, John, and Susie. So whatever is in the function body. So the cool thing is that if we put 2 and 2 together, I could invoke it in multiple places without copying, pasting the code, correct? So I'm just going to say hello, hello, hello. And there it is. In my console, I have my 3 awesome console logs. Now, what's even more cool that now I have only one place where I need to change that code. For example, instead of John, I would like to greet Anna again. I'm going to go back to Anna. And now every instance where I invoked the function represents the Anna instead of John, which is really, really cool because we don't have to hop from one place to another one and change that. Instead, we set up the function in one place, and then each and every time we want to use that logic somewhere, we just invoke the function. Again, just to recap, in order to create a function, we must have a function keyword, then a name, and the naming goes the same as for the variables, then parentheses for our eventual parameters, or if we don't have parameters, just have empty parentheses, but you must have parentheses. And then you have curly braces that represent function body. And then within that function body, you set up the logic. Now, if you want to invoke the function, you access the proper name. So the same name as the function, and then just set up parentheses. And once you do that, you invoke the function, and in turn, the logic that you have in a function runs. Excellent work. Once we've got the function basics out of the way, next, I would want to switch our attention to params and arguments, what they are and why they are so cool. And we're going to do that by solving another imaginary challenge. And it goes something like this, where, yes, we would want to call our functions. However, instead of having 3 console logs in the function body, we're just going to have 1. However, it needs to change of what person we're greeting. So for example, in here, I would want to greet Bob, then I would want to greet Anna, as well as Susie. And of course, I actually would need to remove these ones and place the bottom one here. So greet Susie, and then I'm going to say my hello. So this is the challenge. And I would encourage you to stop the video and try to solve it with everything that you know already. Now, of course, I can tell you right away that our eventual solution is going to be different, but that's fine. It is all about the process, not about the results. Now, why I would suggest doing that? Because it's going to force you to remember that you would need to use a function keyword. Then it's going to force you to use a different name because you'll see that there's going to be a name collision and all that good stuff. So pause the video, and once you're done, resume it, and we're going to solve it together. Good job. Hopefully everything went well. And now let me show you my solution with everything that we have covered so far. And most likely I would do something like this, where since I know that I need only 1 console log, of course, I can remove the other 2. Okay, awesome. Then I would need to create 2 more functions, correct? Because I would need to greet Bob, then I would need to greet Anna, as well as Susie. Now, in order to set that up, of course, I would need another function. However, if I just copy and paste, and for example, right here, Anna, I'm going to get an error. Now, why am I getting the error? Is because right now I have the same function. Now, technically, you can say, well, that is not really an error. You're just greeting Anna, and that is true. However, I mean, I would also want to greet Bob, correct? So now I have two exact same functions. So it would make sense if I would call this Bob and then this one Anna, correct? And now I can copy and paste one more time, and I'll set this up as Susie, like so. Of course, I would need to change this value as well. And now when I invoke the function, of course, I also need to use the same values. So hello, Bob, hello, Anna, and hello, Susie. Let's see. And good. It works. Now, what is the problem as you're looking at this code? Well, the problem is that we are kind of repeating ourselves. Don't you agree? If the only thing that is changing, that is the name, I mean, is it really worth creating a new function? I mean, it's kind of redundant. Don't you agree? Where for each and every time I would need to console log the name, I would need to create a function, give it a name, then remember that name, and then, of course, use it. So what would be a better way? Well, a better way would be using params and arguments. How does that look like? Well, I'm going to delete my solution, and also I don't need these ones. We'll have a new ones at the end of the day, and I'm just going to come up with a function, with a very simple function by the name of greet. Let's go with function, greet, and then we set up the parentheses, and then let's go with console log, and I'm just going to say hello there. And this is where I would want to place that name, and that specific name, whether that is Bob, Anna, and Susie. And we work with functions we can pass in parameters. And you can think of parameters as local variables or placeholders that essentially give JavaScript an idea. Hey, listen, I will pass some value later. Now, you might not pass eventually, but at least you're giving a JavaScript an idea. Hey, listen, there's going to be a value. And then when we pass that value, they are called arguments. Now, I can tell you right away that they are used interchangeably, whether you're listening to videos or whether you're listening to, or I'm sorry, reading the articles. And as a side note, I might do it myself during the course where I say, oh, yeah, we passed in the parameters, even though technically they were arguments. So just remember that they refer to the same thing. The difference is that they are placeholders when we declare the function or define the function. And as a side note, this would be another way how we can say that we are defining the function, because I would just want you to be aware of other ways how you can call the function. And when we call the function, when we invoke it, call it, or run it, again, three definitions that you're going to hear a lot interchangeably, then they are arguments. And the way they work is, since they're local variables, just like we normally declare a variable, we would need to do it over here. However, the difference is that we don't need to use const, or we don't need to use let, or we don't need to use var. We just come up with that name. Again, it is a variable name, so it can be anything that you would want. If you want to call this orange, call this orange. If you want to call this burrito, call this burrito. If you'd want to call this pants, hopefully you get the gist. Now, in our case, what would make the most sense? Well, I guess it would make sense if I would call this name, correct? So this is my parameter by the name of name. And now I just need to decide, well, what I would want to do with that parameter. Well, I would want to stick it in this console log. And we already know how we can do a string concatenation. So I'm just going to write name. So now what I'm saying, when I will invoke the function, hey, JavaScript, I will pass in some kind of value. And what you need to do is grab that value and place it in console log. So now let's test it out. So I'm going to go with greet. And now I'm just invoking, calling, or whatever, running the function. And if I'm not going to pass, you'll see that in a console, I'm going to have hello there undefined. So what's happening here? You see, you can set up a parameter and technically you don't have to pass it if you don't want to. Just remember that if you are using that parameter somewhere in your logic, in your function body, it is going to be undefined. So that's what happens. Now, later we'll learn something about default parameters. And essentially what that allows us to do is to set up some kind of defaults if we don't pass it, but we're not there yet. Just remember, yes, you set up parameters when you define the function. You can come up with your own name. Think of them as placeholders or local variables. And why I say local variables, because they're not accessible from the outside. So if I try to console log name over here, I'm going to get an error. So essentially, if you'll try to run it on the outside with the same name, which of course in this case is also name, you're going to get an error. That's why they are referred as local variables, where you can only use within this function body. And now, of course, let's try it out. What happens if we actually pass the correct values? And first, probably let me add here a space so I can see clearly what I'm passing in. So instead of avoiding passing the arguments, in which case we get undefined, now, of course, I just need to decide what I'm going to pass. And I'm going to say Bob over here. And now, of course, I can just copy and paste the same function, or I just need to change the values, correct? So here, I would want to pass in Anna. And then in here, I would want to say Susie. And as you can see, instead of setting up 3 separate functions with 3 separate names and all that, I can set up only one function, set up my placeholder, my local variable, give it some kind of name, which of course in this case was name. And then I just need to decide what I would need to do with that particular parameter. And of course, you can do way more interesting things than this, than just using console log. We're just getting our feet wet. But then when I would want to invoke the function or call the function or run the function, I'm passing in the argument, which is the actual value. Now, since this is a variable, I can pass whatever I would want over here. For example, instead of string, I can pass in a number. And now it says hello, therefore. So this is where we need to be careful, where if the logic depends that this is going to be a string, then of course we do need to pass in a string. And as we're progressing with JavaScript, you'll see that we can even pass in values that are coming back from functions. We can pass in the objects and all that good stuff. So we have unlimited options of what we can pass in as a argument. Now, I also would want to showcase that, of course, we can access the variable. For example, I could set up here Bob is equal to Bob, and then I'm going to copy and paste. And I'm going to say second one is Susie. And of course, name of Susie here is Susie. And the same is going to go for Anna, where it is up to me what I would want to do. If I want to pass in the actual value, like in this case, string, of course I can do that. If I want to use the variable, that's all I have to do. I just need to say Anna. So this is the name that I would want to pass. And you'll see that I will get the same result. And if you'd want to pass in multiple, of course you can do that. For example, I could say, yeah, I would want to pass in Bob as well. Now, the thing is that my function is not looking for that parameter. So this is another one where if we don't pass in that parameter as an argument later when we invoke the function, then of course we get undefined. However, if we pass in some kind of parameter that my function is not looking for, nothing happens because function is like, well, I don't know. You're passing in some kind of second argument. I'm not expecting that argument. I have only one placeholder. So of course in here, I would need to change my function around where I'm going to say second. Okay. I'm just spitballing some kind of random name for my parameter. And then if I'm going to go with second, then of course in the console, I'll see undefined. Why? Because the first time I'm invoking it, I'm not passing in the second. That's why it is undefined. And then I have hello there for. But in this case, of course, I have Bob. Why I have Bob? Well, because I passed it in, correct? And of course, I can also pass in the value of Bob. Okay. I know that I kind of keep on repeating the same exact examples because I would really want you to grasp the concept of parameters, that they are placeholders or local variables that you can use in a function. And then when you invoke the function, you pass in the arguments. And you have multiple options. You can either pass it as a variable, You can directly pass in the value, whether that is a string, number, or whatever. Later, we'll take a look at more complicated examples where we pass in the function that returns some kind of value, and we can add as many parameters as we would want. But later, you'll see that maybe that is not the best practice. You would maybe want to split up the function if you have, I don't know, 20 parameters or something like that. And then if you don't pass in that parameter, then in the function body where you use it, it just comes back as undefined. All right. And while we're still on a roll, why don't we also cover return? So the fact that we can return values from the function and where and why, that would be awesome and useful. And in this case, we are going to imagine this scenario where I would want to calculate the width and the height of my wall. However, I would want to calculate that in centimeters. So not in the inches, but in centimeters. Because I don't know whether you're aware, but in the United States, they calculate everything in the inches, which is a little bit annoying. But then, for example, to translate to someone who lives in Europe, you would need to do that by converting that value to centimeters. And then 1 inch, if I remember correctly, is 2.5 centimeters. That is the value. And we would need to come up with a function that calculates that, returns the value. So we take in inches and then we return centimeters, but I want to store it in some kind of value, not just console logging what we have been doing so far. And then both the width and height, I would want to store it in the array. So we're also going to jog our memory a little bit on the things that we have already covered. And I'm going to start by just creating these two variables. So I'm going to go with width. For the time being, I'm just going to set it equal to null, because remember, if I try to save const without assigning any kind of value, well, then of course I'm going to get an error. So for the time being, I'm just going to say null and null. And this, of course, is going to be my height. That is also going to be equal to 0. And now remember, how did we set up the array? Well, we need to come up with some kind of name. In my case, that is dimensions. And I'm just going to store both width, and then I'm also going to store height. And since I would want to see what are my results, I'm just going to do a console log, and I'm going to say dimensions. And of course, I have 0 and 0. So now we need to come up with a function. And since we already covered parameters, we could at least try to put something together where I could come up with a function. I'm going to call this calculate, like so. And then I'm just going to say that it is going to be an expecting a value. So that is going to be my variable name. Again, I know I said this before, but I can also use pants. Nothing stops me from doing that. However, we also kind of need to use a common sense. If, for example, I'm calculating something, it would be more beneficial to me and to everyone who reads my code that I would name this something relevant to what the function is doing. So in this case, I'm saying, hey, JavaScript, eventually I'll pass in the value, whatever that is. That could be a string, that could be a number, that could be an object for all JavaScript cares about. The only thing that I'm doing is I'm saying, hey, listen, here's the placeholder, and then I would want to do something with that placeholder. And then once I have the value, since we haven't covered anything else apart from having a console log, of course, what I could do is just console log that value, correct? But I also know that 1 inch, and that is, of course, the value that I'm going to be passing in, is 2.54 centimeters. So instead of simple console log, I could say the value in centimeters is, and then colon. And now let's do this way, where I'm going to set up a parentheses, and I'm going to say value, and then times 2.4. And we can also maybe add a centimeter. So I'm going to add another plus. So as you can see, again, we are doing a string concatenation. In here, I'm just going to add space like so. And then once we save it, of course, nothing happens because we haven't called the function. So now let's take a look at two things where if we wanted to, we can assign a value of the function that we're going to be returning to a variable. How do we do that? Well, instead of having it as a null, I'm going to call my function. So I'm going to call my function, and in here, I need to come up with some kind of value. So whether that is going to be the exact value, or remember, I had an option of storing it in a variable. So let's do it in two ways, just so you can see that you have multiple options. In here, I'm going to go with, I don't know, wall height, like so, and that is going to be equal to 80. And then as far as the width, I'm just going to pass it directly. So for the width, I'm going to say, yeah, it is 100 inches. And then I'm going to run the same function. I'm going to say calculate. And then, of course, now I'm passing in my variable. Again, this is just to reiterate the fact that when we call our function and then when we pass in our argument, it's up to us what we would want to do. You want to use the variable that holds the value, you can do that. You want to use the value directly, you can also do that as well. So let's save it. And now I can see two interesting things. First, in a console, technically my calculations are correct because I can see the value in centimeters is 254 centimeters. So the math was correct. That's good. And then the second one, I'm pretty sure it's right. I mean, I'm not going to double check it, but I'm pretty sure it's right. So that is 202 centimeters. Now, the problem is with this undefined. So what's happening here? You see, if we don't explicitly write what we're returning from the function, all functions are going to return this undefined. Now, does that mean that every function needs to return something? No. Because remember our previous example when we were just console logging. I mean, it was fine, correct? There was no errors, nothing. So it's up to you. If you have a function that needs to return something, some kind of value, then of course you would need to set up a return. If you don't, then just remember that all functions by default are going to return undefined. And now probably is the next question. So how we can set up a return? Well, we simply write a return keyword, and then we need to decide, well, what actually we're going to be returning. Is it going to be a number of 45? Is it going to be a string of hello? Is it going to be an object? Is it going to be another function? Again, we have tons and tons and tons of options. So let's start very simply by hello world. Let's save that. And now, of course, instead of my values, what do I have? Well, I have proper console logs, correct? However, the value that I return from the function is a string. So again, this is just to showcase that you don't always have to have a return. If you don't want to have a return, don't have the return. However, in this case, of course, you do need to have a return because in this case, the value of our variable is whatever we're getting back from the function. So if I don't have a return or the return is hello world, well, then it kind of doesn't make sense, correct? So what we can do about it? Well, we also have an option of setting all this logic in a function. So for example, I could say, you know what? I'm going to have a variable, a local variable within a function by the name of new value. Again, I can call it whatever I would want, but I'm just going to call this new value. And then that new value is going to be equal to this value times 2.4. So whatever I'm passing in and times 2.4. Okay, good. And now, of course, I would need to return that new value. So instead of console logging, instead of returning a hello world, just to showcase that we can return whatever we would want, I could just say, you know what? I would like to return my new value. And now what's going to happen is that in my array, I will store proper values. And you can see already a power in that. So I can call this function 30,000 times. And then each and every time, if I want to store that value somewhere, I just need to make sure that I have a variable that is looking for the value that function returns. So instead of assigning some kind of hard-coded value, now the value of my variable is going to be whatever I'm getting back from the function. And then in a function, I have a logic where I'm taking in a parameter. I'm doing some kind of calculation with that parameter. And then I'm just returning that variable. And then each and every time I call that function, I can pass in whatever value in the argument I would want. Again, you would need to be careful though, because if you pass instead of 100, hello, you're going to have not a number, because JavaScript is going to be like, hey, I don't know what are you trying to do, but I cannot multiply hello by 2.4. Okay, so let me go back to 100. And the last thing that I would want to mention, actually two things that I would want to mention, are following, where we can shorten this up, where instead of creating a value and then calculate everything, I could just say, hey, listen, return this particular calculation. How is that going to look like? I'm going to comment out for you just so you can see the previous code and it stays for your reference. However, you could also do simply value times 2.4, and you'll see that the results don't change. So instead of setting up the variable, setting up the functionality and all that, you can directly return that calculation. And you're probably wondering, okay, well, which is the case where I would need to do the calculation and when I can directly return? And this is up to you. This depends on how complex is your logic. Of course, this is the most basic example where I can go directly with value times 2.4. But we need to imagine that, like I previously mentioned, some function bodies are, I don't know, 300 lines of code. Now, is every function going to be like that? No, probably not. But you also need to understand that, of course, there's some functions that are going to do way more complicating calculations and only then return something. So it is a little bit easier if you can clearly see what is happening in function. So here we're creating a new value and then we're returning it. But you also have an option of just returning it directly in the return statement. Now, also, I would want to mention that whatever you're going to type right after return is going to be ignored. So if I set up here console log and say hello, you right away can see that JavaScript, or more precisely Visual Studio Code, just kind of dimmed this out for me, correct? You can see that this is more bright than this one. And essentially, this just signals that I can add as much code as I would want after return, and that code won't run. The moment JavaScript sees return, JavaScript is like, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to grab whatever you're passing in return, and I'm good to go. And what that means is that you can write here 300 lines of code, and of course, they will be ignored. So in a nutshell, this covers a return, where by default, if you don't explicitly write return, you get undefined. And for some functions, you would want to have return, but you don't have to have it. There's going to be functions that don't have return, and there's no problem with that. You can have a shortcut where you can directly write whatever you would want to return, and then whatever is going to be typed after return is going to be returned. Now, when you're returning that value, you're going to have to assign it to a variable in order to hold it. Otherwise, if I'm just going to call here calculate, for example, above, and I'm just going to say calculate and then 200, you're going to notice that nothing happens. I don't see it in a browser. I don't see it in a console. It just simply returned, but I did not store this value. And that's why when we would want to store it, we would need to have a variable and just assign it to a function that you are invoking. And in turn, whatever you're going to return from the function is going to be assigned to a variable, as we can clearly see in our dimensions array. And while we're still on the subject of function basics in JavaScript, I also want to mention that there is another way how we can define our function. Remember, we learned that we can define our function by setting up a keyword, the name, and all that good stuff. However, we can also use a function expression where we first create a variable and then we assign a function to the variable. So not the value that we're getting back from the function, but the actual function. And then we can use that variable. And of course, I'm going to give you an example where at the moment I have a function. The name is add values. And I'm looking for two parameters, num1 and num2. And the only thing that I'm doing is I'm returning from the function num1 plus num2. Then I have two variables, first value, second value, where I invoke the function. In turn, I return, of course, my sum. And in the console, I can see that if I log the values, my array, the first value, of course, is going to be 7 because I have 3 plus 4. And the second one is going to be 46 because I have 12 and 34. So now what I would want to do is set up function expression just so you can see the difference. And first, we would need to come up with a variable. So in my case, I'm going to go with add. Again, it is a variable name. Whatever you would want to name it, just do it. I'm going to go with add. And then the difference is that, again, I'm not looking for the value that is coming from the function. I'm not looking for a return. I don't want to invoke the function. In fact, I want to take all this, all the function setup and all that, and just copy it and assign it to my variable. Now, what happens with function expressions, you can add the name or you can simply omit the name. That is up to you because from now on, you'll reference this function by referencing the variable that you have over here. Again, let me repeat. You can leave the name or you can simply delete it. And then once you delete it, then this is called an anonymous function. Now, there's different use cases for anonymous functions. In general, you just have the expression right now. You have the expression where the variable right now holds this function. So if I would want to use it, how that would work? Well, I would need to come up with some kind of value again because the functionality did not change. The only difference is how I'm going to invoke this function. And therefore, I'm going to come up with some other variable. I'm going to say third value is, and then of course, I could just say add and then invoke it. And again, I'm still looking for 2 values, correct? So I could say, I don't know, 5 and 6. And now, of course, if I look at my third value in the console, I should have 11. Now, before we go over the differences and what would be the use case and all that good stuff, let me just throw you a mind grenade where technically, remember I told you that we can store all kinds of values in arrays, correct? So I could even omit this, where I'm going to keep for your reference, of course, but remember, add does what? It returns a value. So what is the difference whether I store here 11, like so, which of course is going to return the same thing, or we could say add, and then add again 5 and 6, or whatever our values I would want. You see how powerful are the arrays? Where I can hold whatever I would please. In this case, of course, I do need to make sure that my function returns something. If I'm just going to have console log, then, well, it's not going to make much sense. Now, as far as differences, it's going to be hoisting, something that we're going to cover a little bit later. So technically, you can set up all your functions like this, but I would suggest putting that on the ice for a little bit because you might run into some bugs since we haven't covered hoisting yet. As far as the use cases, you're probably wondering, okay, I have one way, I have the another one, so why would I want to choose the other way? Well, I'm not sure whether you're aware of it, but in ES6, so the latest and greatest update to the JavaScript, they came up with something called arrow function. Again, we're just scratching the surface right now. So please, please, please don't focus on the syntax, but essentially it works something like this, where I could say multiply, for example, multiply, and that function is going to look in the following way, where I'm going to have some parameters, fat arrow, and here I'm going to say num1. So these are my parameters. And as far as the return, I will multiply that. I'll say num1 and num2. Again, this is a long, long ways from now, but essentially arrow functions, you can only store it like this. You can only make them as function expressions unless you pass them in as callbacks. So then the setup is a little bit different. But again, just to give you an idea, if later you go with arrow functions, and of course, once we cover arrow functions, you're going to be able to make a choice whether you want to use arrow functions or not. although you probably will see a lot of code where they are using arrow functions, then of course you will use expression. Until then, again, it really depends on your preference. You can use expression or you can use a good old definition and declaration. And as a side note, you also might see function expressions in some libraries. For example, Gatsby, which is a JavaScript library built on React. In some files, when you want to interact with a Gatsby API, for example, they have something like this, where they say exports, then name of the method. And don't worry, we haven't covered methods yet, but you can only set up the functionality this way, where again, you have the function expression. So again, this is not some Fantasyland fairy tale example. You might run into function expressions. This is the reason why I cover them so early in the function basics, because even though most likely you'll do this kind of setup, you might run into a function expressions, especially as you're progressing with JavaScript, because you might use it with arrow functions and also in some libraries, because that is the syntax that's required for you to set up a function expression. Again, you can add the name here, you can omit the name, as long as you have the variable, and then whatever you would want to do with that function, just use the variable instead of the name, like we were doing before for the function when we were declaring that function. While we're still on a roll, I would also like to give you a general overview of objects in JavaScript. Objects in JavaScript are collections of properties, or the properties are also referred to as keys. And then the properties or the keys have values in the object. If a property value is a function, then it is called a method. So same old function is just in the object setting. It is referred to as a method. The easiest way of picturing objects is thinking of real life objects. For example, a car. Well, it is an object, correct? It has some properties, for example, color, type, model, and then it also has methods. If you have a good enough car, it probably can drive, it can stop, and maybe even accelerate. To get some practice, why don't we create a person object? So, of course, I'm not going to be particularly original, but I think person object will do its job. And we need to start by creating a variable. In my case, of course, it is going to be a person. And then the syntax is following, where again we have assignment and of course the curly braces. That's how we create objects in JavaScript. At least that is the most popular way. And then we would need to set up the properties. So I go with some kind of property name, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say that person has the name. Then colon, again, that is the syntax. And then, of course, since it is a name, I'm implying that it is going to be a string. But essentially, you just follow the same rules and patterns. So if you have a string, then of course you have quotation marks. If you're going to have a number, you just type in a number. If you're going to have a Boolean, then of course you type in the Boolean. And I'm going to go with John, then a last name. I'm going to set as Peters. And this is important where in between the properties or keys, you must have a comma. So similarly how in the array, we had a comma in between the items, same goes in the object, where I have one property and then one value. And if I'm adding more, then I need to add a comma. So if that next property wouldn't be there, then I'm good to go. I don't need to add it, but if there is following property, then make sure that you have a comma. Let's try out the numbers. So I'm going to go with age property, and I'm going to set this equal to 40. And notice how I'm getting right away an error because I didn't add the comma, just like I said before. And then in here, I would like to practice on the Boolean. So education, and poor old John Peters is going to have no education. However, he is going to be married. So we're going to go with married, and then this is going to be the opposite. So this is going to be the Boolean of true. Now, if you're still iffy on Booleans, don't worry. We have the conditional statements coming up where we're gonna resolve all your questions. And after that, I would want to try out the array. So I'm going to say siblings property, and that is going to be my array. As you can see, again, same rules, same syntax, and all that. And we're just going to say that not Annie, Anna, then maybe Susan. And also, he has a brother by the name of Peter. So that would be probably a very interesting setup if the Peter has the last name of Peters. So he would be Peter Peters. And then, of course, we can also try the function. And in order to set up the function, we need to go with a property name again, and we just go with a function. Now, this is again going to be the case where you can add a name. So, for example, I could say greeting here and then come up with my function. Or since you are already creating a property here, you can just omit it. So maybe just so I don't have the same name, I would say, for example, say hello. That would be an option. But in most cases, you'll probably see where functions are anonymous. Essentially, you don't have a name since you're going to access it using the property anyway. But again, in the object setting, this is a method. Essentially, once you are going to invoke the function, it is going to be a method. Just something to keep in mind. And then in here, for the time being, we're just going to go with console log. And I'm going to say, hello, my name is John, like so. We save it. And then in order to access the properties or invoke the methods, we would need to use a dot notation. So below my object, I'm going to go with a console log, and I'm going to say person dot name. And you can probably already guess that in my console, I'm going to have a John. So I can do the same thing with the last name if I want. I can do the same thing with an age and all that. Now, I'm not going to console log each and every property. Hopefully you get the gist. But I would want to show that if we have a siblings, again, same rules apply. If I would want to access Peter Peters, I simply need to say that I'm looking for the item that has the index of 2. And there you go. In the console, I have Peter Peters. Now let's see how we can run our method. And the way that works is we don't have to console log it because I already have the console log in here since the function is not returning anything. And I can simply say person, again, dot, and then I'm looking for the name. And as you can see, the Visual Studio Code nicely suggests greeting. So the only thing I need to do is invoke my method. And there you go, folks. Now, of course, in the console, I have hello, my name is John. Now, similarly, how we worked with a arrays, we can assign the property values to a variable. For example, I could go with age, and that is equal to a person age. And of course, if I would want to console log it, at the moment age is going to be 40. So if I'm going to change this around and say 25, of course, in my console, I'm going to have 25. And also I could modify the value. For example, for the name, instead of John, I could set it equal to a Bob. How's that going to look like? Well, person dot name. So now I'm getting that property. However, I'll set it equal to a new value, and that is going to be Bob. So now in a console, when I'm accessing person.name, of course, I can see Bob. And also, I would want to quickly mention one thing where starting with ES6, we actually don't need to even have this property over here. How is that going to look like? Well, you could do something like this, where you say greeting, so right away function name, and it's still going to work. Notice all the way in the bottom, I still console log the John. Now, I will repeat this in the ES6 module. I just wanted to let you know right away because you might see already a lot of code where people are using the shorthand where instead of having a property and then set it equal to function, which of course is our method, we can set up our methods this way where I just go with the name for my method and then whatever functionality I have. So in general terms, these are objects in JavaScript where you just need to remember that they are key value pairs. And then in order to access, we use a dot notation. Now, this is one of the ways how we can access it. There's also some other ways, but for the time being, we'll just leave it at that, at the dot notation. and then we can store everything that we have covered so far as far as the values for our properties. Awesome work. And up next, we have conditional statements in JavaScript. And in a nutshell, the conditional statements work in the following way, where if the condition is met, then JavaScript runs the code, or if the condition is not met, JavaScript moves past the code, goes to bar, and sips a margarita because it is a happy hour. Of course, let's look at the syntax. And we're gonna need to know that we need to set up a if keyword, then parentheses, and then the curly braces. So that's gonna be the start. And then within the parentheses, we write our condition. And within the curly braces, this is the code block where this is where we type out the code we would want to execute if the condition is met. And the most basic way how we can set up a condition is just by passing true or false. Because remember, those were our Boolean values. And within a code block, I can simply say my famous hello world. And now, of course, what do you see in a console? You see hello world. Why? Well, because condition is met. This is set explicitly true. So now, of course, I can just run my code. Now, as we're setting up our condition, there's multiple ways how we can do that. We can either write here explicitly true or false. Remember, those were our Boolean values. Or we can write the whole expression over here. I could say if 2 is bigger than 1. So this is going to evaluate to a true or false. And then again, JavaScript is going to check my condition. And since condition is met, since the last time I checked 2 is bigger than 1, then of course in the console, I have hello world. And the same thing we can do by setting up a variable. So check it out. I could go with const and then value and explicitly set it equal to true. And yes, at the moment, we're just checking the true value. Don't worry. We're going to also check false. And then instead of passing true directly in my condition or setting up the expression in the condition, I could say, you know what, evaluate value. If, of course, it is true, then the code will run. If not, then the code won't run. And as you can see, since the value is true, yep, beautiful. I have my code, the hello world. And the same thing I could do when I'm setting up the value, where instead of setting it explicitly to true or false, I can just set up some kind of code that will evaluate to that true or false. So again, I'm going to go 2 bigger than 1. And even though I didn't set up explicitly that this is true or false, it evaluated. And by the way, you can check it out if you console log, type off, and you'll see that value is still a Boolean. So something to keep in mind, where even though this is not set explicitly to true or false, it is still a Boolean. I can clearly see that because the value is Boolean. Awesome. Now, once we have covered what happens if the value is true, what do you think is going to happen if the value is false? I'm just going to show you that if you would pass in here false, then of course the code won't run. And I'm going to comment this out just so we can keep the clean console. And as you can see, once I comment out, of course, I have no code in there because this evaluated to a false. And the same way I can do with a variable. So I'm going to come up with a variable number 2, and I'm going to name this value number 2, and I'm just going to set it explicitly equal to a false. So now, of course, I'll pass in the value, and you'll see that my code won't run. Again, why? Well, because my value is false. And the last one, of course, is just setting up this evaluation in the assignment. And in here, I'm just going to say 1 is bigger than 2. So is 1 bigger than 2? No. So of course it evaluates to a false. So now I cannot see anything in my console. So those are our basic options. However, we would also probably want to evaluate if the value is false. And in that case, also run some kind of code. So how we can do that? Well, we could set up else. And what I'm doing right now, I'm saying if the value is true, awesome, then run this code. However, if it is not true, then run this one. So in here, I could say, hello, people. So we're going to understand that this is if the value is false. And of course, now since the value 2 is false, then JavaScript runs here and says, okay, this condition is not met. So I'm just going to keep on going. And then it hits the else. And with an else, it just runs the code because that was the other option. However, if we're going to change this to a value, then you'll see that since the condition is met, since value is true, of course, in this case, then of course we just run the hello world. And again, JavaScript just moves on. So again, depending on what value is going to be over here, whether that is going to be true or false, we will either run our first callback, the hello world, and that of course is going to be if the value is true. However, if the value will be false, then of course we're going to run this code. So the same goes here. If I change this to a value 2, now the condition is not met. This is false. So JavaScript just moves on and console logs the hello people. So those would be the basics about conditional statements. Great job. Once we've got basics out of the way, now let's make things a little bit more interesting. And I'm going to set up 2 numbers. I'm going to go with const num1 is going to be 4. And then since I'm very original, I'm going to go with num2 is equal to a 6. And now what I would want to do is evaluate them. Evaluate whether the num1 is bigger than num2. And of course, I'm going to write that in my condition. So instead of value 2, the variable that doesn't exist anymore, I'm just going to say, you know what, check if num1 is bigger than num2. And now let's like properly in a console that first number is bigger than second. So first number is bigger than second. And of course, if we hit the else, then we're going to say that num2, the second number, is bigger than first. So we're going to do a second number is bigger than first. Okay, let's save that. And of course, in the console, what do I see? I see second number is bigger than first. Why? Well, because 6, last time we checked, is bigger than 4. Okay, good. We're all on the same page. But what if I throw you a mind grenade and I pass in 6? What do you think is going to be the result right now? Is num1 bigger than num2? Well, no, they're equal, correct? So what do you think is going to be our response in a console? Well, let's test it out. And now it says second number is bigger than first. Why? Well, because in our condition, I'm checking num1 is bigger than num2. Well, is it bigger? No, but it's also not smaller, correct? They're actually equal. So we would need to have some kind of way where we check for the equality as well. And of course, we have comparison operators where I can have greater than or equal or less than and equal. And while we're still on the subject, I also would want to cover else if, which is going to allow us to insert one more code block in between if and else. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to say const result is equals to a num1 bigger or equal to a num2. So I'm going to add one more condition over here. So at least this should give us an idea that if they're equal, well, we'll be able to display it. And then in between if and else, I'm going to set up here else if. And we do the same thing where I'm going to say if result is equal to true. So essentially, if that is true, then I'm going to console log something. So I'm going to say console log, and I'm just going to write first number equal to a second, like so. And what do you think right now is going to be in the console? Of course, it is going to be first number equal to a second one. Why? Well, because now I'm not only checking whether the number is bigger, but I'm also checking whether they are equal. And of course, we have less than as well. And essentially, we can add as many else ifs we would want in between. Now, later we'll cover something called switch statement, which has a little bit different syntax, but the idea is exactly the same, where we check for some kind of initial condition, but then if we can have multiple options, for example, in this case, we have an option of bigger than, we have equals, and all that, then we can just add as many else ifs we would want in between the if and else if. And then again, you just type out the condition. And then if the condition is met, then of course the code won't run. Now, since our next topic is going to be equality, I also want to cover not. So see this exclamation mark, that means not in JavaScript. And in order to show you that, I'm going to go back to basics. So I'm going to comment out the code that we just wrote. And we're going to, again, test it out very simply by having some kind of value. So const value, and that is going to be equal to true. And now let's set up a simple if statement where I'm going to say if value is true, then of course I'm going to console log value is true. So log, and then value is true. So of course we already know that the reason why this code runs is because our condition is met. However, if we set this to false, then of course our code won't run. Now we have another option how we can set up our condition, where I can say, you know what, check if the value is not true. And the way I can set that up is by adding here the exclamation mark. And I fully understand that the first time you see this, you're like, okay, this is a little bit confusing. What is happening here? And what I'm saying here is if the value is not true, because remember originally in our condition, what we were checking if the value is true, then of course we run the code, correct? We saw it here, and then of course eventually we had else if none of these conditions were met. However, now I'm flipping the script where I'm saying if the value is false, then run the code. And of course, is the value false? Of course it is. So with this exclamation mark, I'm just looking for the opposite. Now, if I'm going to change this to true, you'll see that our code won't run. And the reason why it's not going to run because it's not false. Because with that exclamation mark, I'm saying, get me the opposite of true. Now, what is the opposite of true? That, of course, is false. So if the value is going to be false, then, then this is going to be value is true. Now, of course, this is not entirely correct because in this case, if I'm checking for the false, I would need to set up a false, and I can clearly see that. But hopefully you understand this because in the next video, we're going to take a look at the equality. And this is where exclamation mark also is going to come into play. But this would be a simple example where you could check for the opposite without using the else, just by adding here the exclamation mark, which is just going to check for the opposite, in this case, for the false, since the condition originally is looking for the true value. Also in JavaScript, we can check for equality, whether using double equality or triple. And then since we covered not, we can check whether values are equal or the opposite, whether they're not equal. And to showcase how does that look like, I'm going to delete our previous code. And you know what? Not all of it. Sorry, my bad. Just delete everything starting with a result. You can keep the numbers. And in this case, I'm going to set both of them equal, 6 and 6. So I'm not going to change anything. And I'm going to come up with some kind of value variable. Just remember that we can also do the same thing in the console. So I'm just going to do a intermediate step where I'm going to set up a variable. And I'm going to say that the number is equal to a number 2. So notice now I'm using double equality, where I'm saying if the num1 is equal to a num2. So don't do something like this, where you have a number and then the equal sign, because that means the assignment. So that's not the same thing. If we would want to check for equality, we either go with 2 equal signs like so, or triple, which is going to be our next example. So I'm going to copy and paste, and I'm going to say value number 2, and then I'm going to say yes. I would want to check whether num1 is equal to num2. And of course, I would also want to console log this. So I'm going to go with a log and then value, copy and paste, and then value number 2. And then I can see in a console that JavaScript says, yep, both of them are equal. So you're probably wondering why we have 2 options. Well, because with the first one, with double equal sign, we're only checking if the values are exactly the same. Or with a triple equal sign, we're checking not only the value, but also a type. And you're probably wondering, okay, when does that matter? Well, remember our silly examples where we were turning numbers into strings? Let's try it out. So I'm going to add here a string. So essentially, this is a string with a number of 6, correct? So now what do you think is going to happen in the console? Do you think both of them are going to say true? And if both of them says true, aren't they both wrong? Because at the moment, you can clearly see that this is a number 6, or this is a string with a number of 6. So those are not the same things. And once you run it, you'll see that in the first case, when we're using double equal sign, this spits back true, which is not entirely true, correct? Because they don't have the same type. However, the triple equal gives you a right answer where it says, you know what? No, they're not the same. Because of course the types are not the same. So that's why in most cases you'll see the triple equal sign, and this is going to be the difference. And since we already have covered not, we can simply replace that. Where in this case, I'm checking whether they are not equal. So let me just change this around a little bit, where instead of, I don't know, number 6 or string 6, I'm going to go with 10. And then if you'll notice that if I'm going to add that exclamation mark now, in both cases, this should return true. Why? Because now I'm checking whether num1 is not, and I repeat, is not equal to a num2. That's why in this case, both console logs should repeat true, and they do, because they are not equal. Num1 is not equal to a num2. However, if I'm going to change the number back to 6 and place it in a string, you're going to notice something really interesting. And what is that interesting thing? Well, the second one, the triple one, tells me that they're not equal. Why they're not equal? Well, because types are different, correct? This again is a number and this is a string. However, the double tells me that false. They are equal. Why? Well, because it's not checking for the type. It's just checking for the value. One more thing that we would need to cover in JavaScript basics, fact that we have option of using logical operators in JavaScript. And as a quick side note, the exclamation mark also counts as a logical operator. But the two that we're going to discuss in this video are or operator as well as the and. And of course, the best case scenario would be if I would come up with some kind of example. And my example is going to be following where we're going to have a condition that if the name of the user is, for example, Bob, only then I'm going to greet the user. However, if the name is not, then I'm going to reply wrong values. And I'm going to start by setting up my variables. So const, and the name is equal to a Peter. And I'm right away going to add age, and you're going to see why in a second. So const age is, I don't know, equal to a 24. And now let's set up our if statement, where my condition is going to be following, where if name is equal to a Bob, then I would want to greet the user. Then I'm going to say console log and hello there, user. Hello there, user. Okay, beautiful. However, if the name doesn't match the Bob, then of course I could say else and another console log. And in here, we're just going to say wrong values. All right, good. Let's run it. And of course, we have wrong values. Why do we have wrong values? Well, does the name matches the string Bob? No, it doesn't. Actually, the name is Peter. So that's why I have wrong values. So of course, if I'm going to change this around and I'm going to set this as a Bob, I'm going to have hello there, user. Now, what we can do with and or operator is we can combine the values. So for example, my program is looking for two things. The name needs to be Bob and the age needs to be 24. How would I check that in my condition? I could say if name is equal to Bob, and I'll start with or, and those would be two pipes, where I say or the age is 24. So if one of them, and let me repeat, if one of them is correct, then of course our condition will be met. and whatever code we have inside the code block, it's going to run. So in here, I'm going to say if age is equal to 24, then of course run it. So in this case, both are exactly what I'm looking for, correct? So that's why, regardless, I'm going to run my code. However, you'll notice that even if I change this back to a Peter, I'll still say hello there, user. Why? Well, because my first variable doesn't match Bob. Okay, that's good. But I have my OR operator where I say if one of them is true, then JavaScript, please run this. However, if none of them are true, then of course we'll still have wrong values. So if I'll change this one to, I don't know, 26, then of course I'll have wrong values. However, if I change it back to a Bob, and let me keep this as 26 and change the first one back to Bob, of course you'll see that again we have hello there, user. And similarly, we have AND operator. However, the way AND operator works is both values need to be true. So in this case, they need to both match Bob and 24. So you'll see that if I change this to AND, I will get wrong values because Bob is true. So that is correct. However, my age is not 26. So I would need to change it over here to 24, and only then I run it. And you can probably already imagine that we can, of course, use the not. So in this case, I could say, you know what? If the name is not equal to Bob. So if I'm going to change this back to Peter, now this is correct. The name is not equal to Bob. Awesome. And the age is still 24. And we're using our AND operator. So that's how we can use or, and, as well as exclamation mark as a logical operators in JavaScript. Nicely done. And next, I would want to cover switch statements in JavaScript, which are essentially the another way how we can write if and else. And I'm going to do that by setting up a example where we would need to write dice values. And I'm going to start by covering the two options that we have covered so far. And then, of course, we're going to take a look at the switch one. And the way we'd do that is setting up some kind of variable by the name of dice. And if I were to check what is my value and whether that is from 1 to 6, and if it's not 1 to 6, then I would want to console log, I don't know, you did not roll the dice. We already know that we have two options. Either I can just set up a bunch of if statements, or optionally, I can also do else if. And essentially, both of them will get the same job done. So if I would set up my condition where if dice is equal to 1, sorry, not 2, 1, then I'm going to console log, you got 1. You got 1. Beautiful. And then since my values are 1 to 6, we can already imagine that I could just copy and paste another if. And then here, I'm going to say if the value is 2, and of course, you got 2. Now, I also would need to cover the fact that I might get some weird value. For example, I don't know, user tries to roll the dice, but then the dice rolls off the whatever surface and you just don't get any kind of value. Again, some kind of default fallback. And then, of course, in order to do that with an if, I could just say if and then dice. And in this case, I'm going to say if dice is less than 1, or since we already covered or operators, dice is bigger than 6, then I would want to say that you did not roll the dice. Now, of course, you'd probably write something else like, hey, listen, what is your problem? But in this case, we're just going to go with you did not roll the dice, All right. So now let's check it out. For example, if I'm going to try to pass 0, of course, I'm going to have a you did not roll the dice. So that would be with simple if statements. And the way I'm going to do that in this video, I'm just going to comment this out just so we can have it for a reference for the later in case you need it. And now let's set it up with else if. And you know what? In this case, we can cheat a little bit where I'm just going to copy and paste. And in here, I'm going to uncomment everything. However, we already remembered the only thing we need to change is the middle one, correct? Because we have else if. So in here, I'm going to add a comment of all if. And then in here, we're going to say else if. And also, of course, we're going to use else. So we have if dice is 1, awesome. Then we're going to go with else if dice is number 2. And then for our fallback, I can just say simply else. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means that if my values are not going to be 1 to 6, again, please keep in mind that normally I would set up all the values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In this case, since I think that it might be a little bit redundant if I'm going to type them out, just understand that else is checking all the conditions that I did not meet, meaning if the value is less than 1 or if it's bigger than 6. Same like we had over here. So if these values are not there, notice you did not roll the dice. However, if I'm going to go with 1, then of course I'm going to have you got 1. So now let's take a look at how we can use switch statement to get the same logic. And essentially, it just has a little bit more concise syntax. So again, let me comment this out so we don't have some weird things in a console. So this is going to be the second option, else if. And don't worry, once we get the projects, of course, we're still going to practice the other twos as well. So there's going to be cases where we run 2 if statements just because we would want to practice that. And then there's going to be some cases where we run else if. And of course, there's also going to be some cases where we set up switch statement. So how do we set up switch statement? We have a keyword, and then we would need to pass in, of course, our condition, which in our case is going to be dice. And then in here, we have cases. So you have keyword of case, and what are you looking for? Well, in my case, I'm looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, correct? So those are going to be my cases, where I'm going to say if case is equal to 1, what I would want to do. Well, in my case, it's very simple. I just want a console log. And in order to speed it up, I'm just going to copy and paste my console log like so. But I also would need to add something later here, something called a break. But at the moment, let's just go with case number 1. Okay, we have you got 1. Beautiful. And now let me copy and paste. And I don't know, I'm going to add 2 and 3. Again, I'm not going to add all of them. So 1, 2. And of course, the case would be 2. And then you got 2, you got 2, and then 3 like so, and here we're gonna have 3. So notice how I'm getting this, you got 1, you got 2, you got 3. So why is this happening? Even though my value is 1. You see, we need to add this break keyword, otherwise the JavaScript is just gonna keep on running the following code. So that's why I need to say, yep, if that is the case, then break out of it. The same with 2, and the same with 3. So let's do it like this. We have a break, and now only we display you got 1, you got 2, or you got 3, depending on my value. So if I'm going to go here, you got 2, or you got 3, then of course, I'm going to get my console log. And lastly, we also have a default, where after you set all your cases, you can simply say default, and then again, colon, and we're going to go again with our console log with you did not roll the dice like so. Let's save it. And at the moment, of course, I got you got 3. Now, if the question is, well, which one is the right one? Well, that really depends on your preference. If you prefer writing switch, you can write switch. If you prefer writing else ifs, you can write else ifs. If you just prefer writing ifs, of course, you can also do that as well. Just keep in mind that, for example, if you're planning to learn React, there's also something called Redux, where you'll see a lot of this syntax. Now, that is not official syntax of Redux, but when people are setting up the Redux, you'll see a lot of code that uses the switch statement. Just remember that you also have another option if you would want, whether that is else if or just simply using if statements. But essentially, this is how you can set up a switch statement in JavaScript. And our final topic in JavaScript basics section is going to be loops in JavaScript. And more precisely, we're going to look at 3 loops, while loop, do while loop, as well as the for loop. And effectively, all of them just allow you to repeatedly run a block of code while the condition is met or true. Now, before we start typing away, I would highly suggest to turn off the autosave if, for example, you have it on. So let me show you again where you can find it. click on the file, and then zoom in. And notice you have this autosave. So if this is on, then of course it is going to be checked. And you might run into some errors where essentially you're just going to run the endless loop, and that is going to force your browser to hang up. And of course, then you will have to do a force quit. Again, it's not the end of the world if you ever run into that problem, but I think that you might find that annoying. So that's why if you have this on, just check. So it's unchecked. So that way you can properly write the loops. And again, if that happens, if you do run into the error where you have the endless loop, where essentially your browser just crashes, just look for the force quit and just follow the commands. So with that said, how do we set up a while loop and why that would be useful? I don't know. Imagine a scenario where you have some kind of amount, whether that is $10, 10 British pounds, I don't know, 10 rubles, whatever. And you have that amount, and while the amount is bigger than 10, you would also, or you know what, sorry, if the amount is bigger than 0, then you would want to print in a console log that I'm going to the mall and specifically show how much money you have left. Now, I think it's just going to make sense if we start typing away. So we're going to go with const amount like so. And you know what? This is going to be the case where instead of the const, we will need to use let. But I'm going to let this slide. So we're going to run into the error, and then that way we can learn together. So for the time being, my amount is going to be 10. And then here I'm going to say while loop. So the syntax is following where we have a keyword, a while. Then we have our condition. So what is going to be the condition for this loop to run? And in my case, I would want to run it as long as amount is bigger than 0. Then if that is the case, again, I have my code block, and very simply console log, I'm going to say I have, then I'm going to do a little bit of string concatenation where I'm going to say amount. So whatever that one is, then another plus, and I'm going to imagine that those are dollars, and I am going to them all. Now, the issue in this case is going to be that I need to have a double quotation mark because otherwise I'm going to get an error. And since we haven't covered template strings, unfortunately, this is how I would be able to fix it to the mall. All right. Now, before you run it, let's think about it because there's something missing. And that something is the fact that we can control the amount. Why? Well, this is an endless loop. My amount is 10. Then I'm running the while loop if the amount is bigger than 0. So if I'm not changing this value, well, this loop is just going to run all the time, correct? Because 10 will always, always, always be bigger than 0. So what we would need to do over here, well, we would need to use our minus minus, where I'm going to say each and every time I run the loop, I go with amount, and then I would want to decrease it. However, remember that we could not just simply work with the const, correct? So we would need to have a let because I would want to change this value. Because check it out. Once I save it, I'm just going to have a assignment to a constant variable. So essentially JavaScript is yelling at me like, hey, listen, you said that this is a constant, and now all of a sudden you start changing. So this is the case where we would need to change it to let. And I purposely left it there, even though I can tell you right away that yes, by mistake, I added as a constant. It should have been right away let, but I purposely left it there because I wanted to see what kind of error you would get if you're trying to assign it to a constant variable. So let me add here space. Otherwise, it doesn't look awesome. And in here, since I've been yammering about it, we need to change it to a let. So now what is going to happen? Well, each and every time we're going to run the loop, well, we will do decrease by 1. And then eventually we'll hit a point where I have $1 and dollars. Of course, we would need to probably change that one eventually. And I'm going to the mall. So once I get to the point where amount is not bigger than 0, because of course 0 is not bigger than 0, which is our case, of course, at this point, then we won't run the loop. So that's how we can set up a loop. Always, always, when you have a while, set up some kind of escape. So essentially, this is how you escape the loop at the moment. You break out of it. If you want to set up some kind of breakout mechanism, then of course you'll always have the endless loop because the condition will always be met. And of course, the browser will crash and you know the rest. And right after that, I would want to talk about the do while loop, since there are going to be a lot of similarities between the two. The difference is that with do while, we write our code block first and condition second. And as a result, we'll run our code at least once, even if the condition is not met. How's that going to look like? Well, I'm going to come up with some kind of variable. And just to show you that, of course, we can iterate up and we can iterate down, I'm going to start with a 0. So instead of my value being max, like the previous example where it was 10, now it's going to be 0. And essentially, we're just going to be iterating up. So I have my money. Awesome. And then the syntax is following where we have do. So this is going to be our code block, what we would want to do. And again, we're just going to go with simple console log. And I'm going to say you have then a bit of string concatenation. So we're going to go money plus and then dollars, like so. And also I would want to add, so plus plus to my money variable. So I'm going to go money plus plus. So each and every iteration, I'm adding 1 to my money variable. And this is where we set up a condition. So outside the curly braces, we write while, and we need to come up with our condition. And my condition is going to be following where I'm going to say money is less than 10. So all the time while the money is less than 10, I'm going to console log how much I have and also add 1 to my variable. And once I run it, you'll see that I have $0, $1, $2, and all that. Now let me add here a proper space. And now, of course, I'm going to have a space in the console as well. So $0, $1, 2, 3, and all that. Now, the key difference is that do while will run at least once. How is that going to look like? Well, if, for example, we have money of 12. Now, is 12 less than 10? Well, it's not. So, judging by our previous example, when we just covered while loop, this shouldn't run, correct? Because the condition is not met. However, with do while, we'll still run our code at least once. To showcase that, I can save it and notice I have $12. However, then it checks the condition and it goes, oh, okay, I'm sorry. The condition is that the money needs to be less than 10, so I'm not going to run it anymore. So that's how we can set up a do while loop, and that would be the biggest difference, where we set up our block first and then the condition second, and as a result, we'll run it at least once. And while we're still on the roll, let's also cover for loops in JavaScript. And the syntax is following, where we could set up a variable directly in the for loop, or we can set it up outside. And I'm going to start with outside example, but don't worry, we're also going to take a look at how we can iterate down. So go the negative direction. And then, of course, we'll set up that variable right in the for loop. And for now, I'm just going to set a let I, because this is a pretty typical syntax, which you'll see, where the variable is named I. Now, this is a variable, so you can name this Bobby, you can name this Pants. It doesn't matter. As long as you access the proper one in a for loop, you'll be good to go. But very, 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 very often, you'll see this I. It's just a pretty common convention. And the way you set up a for loop, you have a for keyword, then you have parentheses, and then in this case, you go the starting point. So I'm just going to say that I is equal to a 0. Then you need to have a semicolon. Then where you would want to stop. So I would want to stop once the I is less than 10. So in our case, that is, of course, going to be 9. And we also would want to add something to that I. Otherwise, we're going to have the endless loop. So we need to go with I plus plus. So those are the 3 things we need to add. We need to have a starting value, which we just set I to 0. Then we have the end, which is going to be less than 10. And then each and every iteration, we do plus plus. And then as far as the code that I would want to run, I'm going to go with console log and simply say, and the number is, then maybe colon. And let's do a little bit of string concatenation where I'm just simply accessing the I. And what you're going to see in a console, and the number is 0, and then all the way up to 9. And of course, let's do the same setup, however, by setting up a variable inside or here. And also let's change the direction. So I'm just going to leave this for your reference, so you have it. But I'm going to rewrite this by saying for, and then again, this is a variable, so you don't have to name this I. That's why in here, I'm going to say let number, okay? Just so we have something different. And I'm going to start by 11. So my starting point is not going to be 0, like in the previous case, it's going to be 11. Then we'll also remember the comparison operators that we had. In this case, I'm going to run my loop until the number is bigger or equals to a 0. And then the last one is going to be number minus minus. So instead of adding 1, I'm subtracting 1 each and every time I run it. And the same thing, I'm going to have the same console log. And to speed it up, I'm just going to copy and paste, which did some weird stuff. Let me comment this out, or uncomment this, I guess, more properly. And now it tells me that I is not defined. Why? Well, because I copied and pasted and I wasn't paying attention. So of course, now my variable name is number. That's why in the console I see 11 and it goes all the way to 0, including the 0, because we have bigger than or equals. Again, that would be the syntax for the for loop. We have our for keyword, then we set up starting point, how long the loop needs to run or where it's going to end, and then whether we would want to increase or decrease each and every iteration. And then of course, our code block. So essentially what we would want to do. And as far as everything that we have covered so far, don't worry, once we start working with the project, this is going to make way more sense, because at the moment we're just looking at the numbers. But then once you're facing the problem, once you need to come up with some kind of solution, you'll see where and how the loops come in handy. Great job on completing our first section, JavaScript fundamentals. And once we've got a solid understanding of what are the major players in JavaScript land, I think we can take a one step further and start tackling more interesting topics. What are some of the things we're going to learn in the following section? String methods, global and local scope, array iterators, as well as global objects, just to name a few. Welcome back, and I would want to start our second section, the connecting the dots section, by talking about the string properties and methods. And I know what you're thinking. Well, wait a minute. We discussed that the objects have properties and the methods. So what's up with string having a properties and methods? Well, you see, every time in JavaScript, we create a string, any string. That could be, again, the empty string, or that could be 10,000 paragraphs of string. Every time we do that, we have access to properties and methods that essentially allow us to work with that text and do all kinds of interesting things. Now, I can tell you right away that you don't have to memorize all the methods and properties. As you're going to be working with JavaScript each and every time, you're going to need to get that specific method. Essentially, you would want to do something with the string. You can just easily do a lookup. And just in case you're interested of where you can find the information, if you navigate to your favorite search engine, type JavaScript methods, and most likely these two resources will pop up. One of them is going to be W3 Schools, and the second one is MTM or Mozilla Developer Network. And as you can see over here, they'll show tons and tons of methods. And that's why I'm saying that you don't have to memorize this. Each and every time you're going to have some kind of situation where you need to manipulate string or massage it a little bit, you will look up that particular method and you'll be good to go. And the same would work with Mozilla Developer Network, where you can just look it up and notice these are all the methods that you can use with a string. Now, if you're interested, how does that work behind the scenes? Well, essentially, JavaScript creates something called a wrapper string object each and every time we create a string using a string literal, and that's how we can access those methods. Now, again, I wouldn't suggest focusing on the behind the scenes stuff as long as you understand the implementation basic way how we can run those methods and how we can work with properties, you'll be good to go. Now, again, let's do a quick recap where in order to create a string, like I said, we need to have a quotation marks, and then it's either an empty string or one character or 10,000 paragraphs. It's still going to be a string. And then as far as the object properties and methods, let's also refresh that memory a little bit, where in the object, if I have a property, well, that is some kind of value, correct? But if I have a method, that is my function. And then we use this dot notation to get the property. So at the moment I have person object and the name is Peter. Clearly I can see that in a console. And the same works with a method, in my case, greeting. So one by one, let's take a look at the properties and methods. Now I'm going to comment this out just in case you need to refresh your memory. So that stays for your reference. And I can also tell you right away that normally you will do something with results. So as you're manipulating the string, either you're going to store it in a variable or pass it on to your next function. However, in our case, the only thing we'll do is just console log, because I want to cover as much methods as we can. I mean, without going overboard. And then, of course, later in the project, we'll start implementing. At the moment, is just understanding how the setup works for the properties and methods. And then later, we'll do implementation. That's why in this video, it's just going to be console log. We're just going to take a look at what the property or the method is doing. So I'll start simply by setting up some kind of variable, just so we can see how we would normally do that. And then the rest of it is just going to be console log, where we have a property of length. So each and every time I create a string, whether that is an empty string or whether that is, I don't know, 20,000 characters, I have a property and the name is length. So for every string that you create, and I can just set it up in a variable or I can console log it. So in my case, I will start by setting up the variable and I'm going to say text, since that is my variable name, text, and then dot, and then notice Visual Studio Code right away gives me all these options. Now, in my case, what I'm looking for is the length. That is my property. So I'm looking for the length. And now, of course, if I console log the result, sorry, not the text, result, you'll see that I'll have some kind of number value. And that number value is 13. Now, it does count the white spaces. So if I'm going to keep on adding white spaces, notice how my number increased. So it used to be 13. And now, of course, it is 17. So again, I can go back, I can save it, and I have 13. And like I said, I just showed you what we will normally do. Again, we'll grab that value, we'll do something with it, we'll pass it on. But in our case, since we're just testing everything out, I'm going to keep going with a console log. So I'm going to go console log and then text length. Again, just so we can jog our memory a bit, where if I run this property, this tells me what is the length of my string. And as I'm changing the amount of characters I have, of course, this value also will change. Then we have methods. So this was our property, but then we also have methods. And let's start with a lowercase. Console log, then text, and two lowercase. Now, since it is a method, remember, we needed to invoke it, correct? So two lowercase, like so. And now this spits back Peter Jordan, even though I capitalized the first letter. So Peter Jordan turns into Peter Jordan, like so. Now let me copy and paste. We also have an option for uppercase. So two, and then the method name is uppercase, like so. And then let's save it. And you know what? This gave me locale. To tell you honestly, we can just get rid of that locale and it's still going to work. So we're going to have two lowercase and two uppercase. So lowercase and uppercase. Peter Jordan comes from the same string. However, the result is a little bit different. Now we can also see what character is at the index. But the one thing we need to keep in mind though is that strings, just like arrays, are 0 index based. So let me copy and paste. And the method name is character at. And then in here, if I'm going to go with index of 0, you'll see that technically I have something in a console, but it's an empty space. Why? Well, because I have white space over here. So if I'll delete it, notice now the result will be P. But if I'll add that white space, then of course that still counts. And how do we get the end of the string? Well, you can say, all right, so I could count indexes. I believe my length was 13. Since I know that strings are 0 index based, n should be index of 12. Well, let's test it out. Let me copy and paste. And then, of course, I can type 12. And yeah, that is correct. However, what if this value changes? What if, I don't know, I add some other things and I would want to get that last value? And I'm going to add some SSSS and A. And what if I would want to get to that A? Do I really need to count each and every time when I have the string, or there has to be a better way? And of course, there is a better way. How we can do that? Well, we can combine the method with a property, because this is a method which is looking for some kind of value. And notice how length also returns a value, correct? So this returns a number. And in here, I'm passing in a number. So why don't we, instead of passing in some kind of hard-coded value, go with text and then length. However, what this is going to do, it's going to give me a length. And remember, strings are 0 index based. So this 22 will result in nothing. Why? Well, because the last index, the index of 22, doesn't have anything, because the last index is 21. Now, again, since the length of the string can always change, one time it's going to be 21, the next time it's going to be 30, we will do a calculation right here where I'm going to say, get me the text length, whatever it is, whether that is 5 or whether that is 500, and then minus 1. And what that is going to do, that is always going to get me this last value. So if I'll delete A, notice in the console, I'm going to have S. If I'm going to delete even more and go back to normal last name of Jordan, then of course I'm going to have the N. Hopefully you get an idea. And also we have index of. So what index of does, it gets me the character at a specific index. So with this one, I was able to get the character by passing in the index. However, I can flip it. I can get the index. And the way it's going to work is we're going to copy and paste, and I'm going to go with index of. So again, the method name is index of, and here I need to pass in the string. However, we need to keep in mind though that JavaScript is case sensitive. So if I'm going to pass in lowercase p, do I have that p anywhere in my string? And the answer is no. So the question is, well, what will JavaScript spit back? And the answer is -1. So this is a special value in a sense that if the character is going to be there, then of course it's going to give me the actual index. For example, the uppercase P, of course, I get the index of 1. Why? Well, because white space is index 0, correct? So this one is index 1. However, the lowercase is going to spit back the -1 because the character is not there. There is no such index. The same would work is if, for example, I pass in Z. Z is also not in the string, so I'm going to get back the -1. Also, if there's multiple instances of that same character, it's going to return a first one. So if I go with E, since I have 2 instances of E, this is going to give me the index of 2. So the first instance of 2. And also we have a very cool one, a trim, and that trims the white space from the beginning as well as the end. And in order to showcase that one, I'm going to copy and paste. And for now, I'm just going to console log the text, just so you can clearly see what we're getting. So this is my Peter Jordan. And now let me copy and paste one more time. And let's do trim. And you'll see how we trim down the actual Peter Jordan. Now, of course, I did not invoke the function. So this just returned a function in the console. Remember, if we have a method, we have to invoke it. So of course, once I invoke it, notice how it trims down that white space. And this is going to be very useful in our next example, where we're going to take a look at how we can check whether the string starts with a specific letter or word or whatever. And the way that is going to look like, we're going to go with console log. We're going to say text, and the method name is starts with. And in this case, I'm going to go with Peter. Now, what do you think I'm going to get back as an answer? Well, it's going to be false. Why? Well, for one, I haven't trimmed it. So at the moment, I just console log it, but I haven't trimmed it. And also, this is uppercase, correct? So if I run it, notice it tells me false. Now, what I could do is, of course, I could fix the starts with part, where I could say, no, this is going to be uppercase, and I'm going to add the white space, and then I'm going to get true. But I also would want to show you how we can chain these methods together. So how is that going to look like? Well, instead of just starting with starts with, we're going to pump the brakes on this one. So we'll write it from the scratch. And instead, what I could do? Well, I would want to fix my original string. So that way I can always check against the lowercase and without the white spaces. How we can do that? Well, I can say text. And first, I'm going to start by trimming. So I'm going to get rid of the white space. Then what we're doing, we're just chaining the rest of the methods. So this is a trim method. That's number one. Then remember to lowercase. So we can also run this one. And only then we can say, well, does it start with? And does it start with Peter? That's all we have to do. And now, of course, the value will be true. Why? Because we removed the white space. We set it to a lowercase. And now we're just checking whether that starts with Peter. And two more methods that I would like to cover are includes and slice. So let's go with includes, console log, text, and then includes. And in here, again, I just pass in a string, which essentially is just going to try to find the one character or multiple characters in my target string. For example, I could go with eater. Does the string contains eater? And yes, it does, because in a console, I have true. And then we have a slice that just creates a new string from the existing one by getting specific parts on the string. So essentially a substring. So let me copy and paste. And in this case, we're going to go with slice. And then if we start with a 0, that means that we are starting with a first character, of course. And the second value we're passing it, where are we stopping? So if I'm stopping by, for example, 1, then this is going to get me the first index, essentially. So if I'll start by the index of 2, so this is going to get me the index of 0 as well as the index of 1. Just remember that this does not include the index of 2, because remember the index of 2 was E. So when we run slice, we, for example, can start with the 0, but then the target one does not include that index. And of course, we can also get the end of the string. And the way we do that is by passing in negative values. So I could say -1. So this is going to give me n. I'm going to go with -2. Then I'm going to get an, and then, of course, -3. Then dan, and hopefully you get the gist, where if you're passing in negative values, well, we can start getting the end of the string in our new substring. So a few key takeaways. Each and every time you create a string, you have access to properties and methods. By default, you don't have to install anything. You don't need to do anything extra. It comes pre-built with JavaScript. And then in order to use them is just like regular object, where we had properties and methods. And if we have a method, then of course we invoke it. Now, we don't have to remember all the methods. That's not the point. The point is being comfortable with using them whenever we need to solve some kind of problem. Beautiful. Once we have looked at string methods and properties, let's talk about the template literals. Now, template literals arrived with the latest and greatest version of JavaScript, ES6. And I purposely structured the course where we start with the basics and only gradually introduce ES6, so that way you are not overwhelmed, since the new features will only make sense if you understand and have a good grasp of the basics. And therefore, we will spend the whole section on the new features, and that section will be introduced later in the course. With that said, there are some things that I would like to cover earlier because it just makes more sense. For example, remember when we talked about let and const and how the old way was using var? Well, it wouldn't make much sense to spend half the course using var and then at some random point just say, you know what? We have been using var all this time. Well, there's actually a newer and better way. And the same goes with template literals, where we needed to understand single and double quotes, and we could technically keep on writing string concatenations, but template literals will make our lives easier, so we might as well cover them right now. Also, guys, when I say ES6, I am fully aware that by the time you are watching this video, there's ES7 as well as ES8 and on and on and on. But since ES6 was the last major update to the language and the following versions only tweak few features, a common practice is to bundle everything together and just say ES6, or if you prefer that better, ES6 plus, instead of nitpicking the specific version number. Now, where was I? Template literals. Why are they so cool? Well, let's take a look at our example. I have the name variable that has a value of John. I have the age, 25. And if I would want to bundle all that up in one sentence, of course, I would need to use my concatenation. I would need to make sure that the quotes don't match. So the double on the outside, then single on inside. Maybe you would want to do the opposite way. And then, of course, if I console log, this is my result. So how does the template literal works? Well, above the console log, I'm going to create a new variable. Or in this case, it is going to be with template literal, correct? And the way we access template literals, we use backtick characters. Where you can find them? Well, above the tab key, left from 1. That's where you can find the backtick characters. So again, this is not a single quote. This is a backtick character. And trust me, these ones are way more powerful than the single quote. And once we start working with template literals, I can simply type my text. I don't need to worry whether I'm using a double quotation mark or single because I'm using the backticks, correct? For example, I could say, hey, it's, and then of course there's going to be name. Now, what's also really cool that if I want to access variables in order to get expressions, because expression is something that essentially returns a value, which of course is a variable as well, we can set up a $sign and curly brace. And that is called interpolation in the backtick character. So in a template literal, if I would want to access a variable, instead of adding this plus somewhere over here, I can simply say $sign, then curly brace. Notice how the syntax changed right away, the color. And now either I can type in the expression, which we're going to cover a little bit later, or I can look for the variable, which again is an expression because it returns a value. For example, if I'm looking for the name, I just type out the name. And then, of course, I can keep on going, and he is, and you can probably already guess that next I'm going to be reaching for the age, and we're going to say years old. And once I save it, of course, in the console, I have, hey, it's John, and he's 25 years old. Now, of course, this is from my last one. My apologies, I was trying to trick you. Of course, I didn't console log the value. And once I do, of course, the value is exactly the same. But what do you think is easier? This or this? And I can right away tell you that, of course, the template literals are easier, especially once we reach the DOM. And instead of just having some kind of text, we will insert the HTML elements in the DOM using the template literal. That's where it's truly going to shine. But even this one is really cool because it is much more easier than dealing with this string concatenation and then worrying which quotation mark used, the double or the single. And just to showcase that we're not limited only to grabbing the variables when we use the interpolation, essentially, since we can use expression over there, I'm going to do something like this. And here is some simple math. Again, let's set up our interpolation. So I guess from now on, I'm just going to say $sign and then curly brace because pronouncing interpolation each and every time is just going to be painful for me. So I'm going to go with simple math and I'm going to say 4 plus 4. Does that return the value? Of course it does. What is the value? That is 8. And what do I see in the console? I see simple math and the value is 8. Again, in order to set up template literals, you need to get back the characters that are above the tab key and left from 1. And if you would want to insert expression in the template literal, you use interpolation with a $sign and a curly brace. And similarly, how strings in JavaScript have properties and methods, the same works with array. And I know I said this before, but you are not, and I emphasize this, you are not expected to remember all the methods as well as the properties. The more properties you're going to use, the more methods you're going to use. Of course, some of them you will remember, but then some of them, to tell you honestly, you'll just have to look it up. And for example, I have names array with some simple strings. Now, of course, we covered that we can place here objects, we can place here functions, but I just thought that it's going to be easier to understand the main concepts just by using the string. And remember, we needed to have a square bracket, then each and every item needed to be separated by the comma, and then the same how we're setting up that particular type, we also do it in the array. So for example, if it's a number, then it's just going to be a number. If it's going to be a string, then of course we need to use a quotation mark. So hopefully that jogged your memory about the arrays. And let's start with a property that we also covered with the string, and that is length. Now the biggest thing for me is always spelling. So let me make sure that I spell length correctly. And we'll right away start with a console log where I say names and then length. Now, what do you think is going to be my length? Well, that depends on my array, correct? So if I have 5 items, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, I have 5 items. Awesome. Now, I could also access item by the index, correct? So if I'm looking for the last item, I could say something like this, copy and paste, names, then remember it was a square bracket and I needed to look for that particular index. So in this case, since the length is 5, I know that arrays are 0 index based. So if this is 0, this, my friends, is going to be 4. So if I would want to access, and I'm sorry, that's not where I wanted to change. In here, I wanted to add 4, and I do. And now, of course, I can access Ben. But this is very hard because essentially I'm hard coding the last value. And what if I keep on adding here values? What do you think is going to be my last item? Is it going to be Ben? Or I should be looking for the 4. So if we put 2 and 2 together, if we already have the length, can't we access the last one? And similarly, how with the string, we just need to make sure that we subtract 1. Because of course, at the moment, length is 8. However, I can tell right away that this index is 7. Because again, arrays are 0 index based. And by the way, raise hand if you also find name Bobo very funny. Not that I'm laughing at people who have name Bobo, but it just always makes me laugh. I don't know why. And in here, what I would want to do is use my length, correct? So I'm going to go with names. That is the name of my array, of course. Then I go with length, and then I go -1. So instead of doing the whole dance where I showed you how we get undefined and all that, since we already covered that with the string, we might as well do it this way. Where, of course, this always is going to return the last value. Even if I remove these suckers, of course, I'm going to get Ben. Hopefully that makes sense. And now let's take a look at the concat. I'm going to add here comment, and I'm going to create a new array. So what am I doing over here? Well, you see, with concat, we can combine 2 arrays. So I have one for the names, and then I'm just going to come up with last names, some kind of array. So const last names, and that is going to be equal, my friends, to a pepper. And please don't ask me where you would have these kind of last names. I have no idea, but let's just go with it. We have onion and we have banana. And be happy that I didn't add burrito. Probably that would be even funnier. Let me add this one. So we have a last names. And now we want to test it out how the concat works. And in order to see that, we're going to create a new array. We're going to say all names like so, and that is equal to my names array. So that is my initial array. Then we run our concat method, and then we need to place, well, what is the array that we would want to add to our original. And of course, since I named my last names, of course, I can just add it. And if I'm going to console log the all names, what do you think is going to be in a console? Of course, I have John, Bobo, blah, blah, blah. And I also have pepper, onion, as well as the banana. Now we can also reverse the array. Essentially what that is going to do, just flip the order. And again, we're going to go with console log. And you know what? Let me add here a comment, reverse, and then all names. Reverse, it is a method. So please make sure you run it, invoke it, however you want to call it. Banana is now first, and Johnny Boy is the last one. Okay, and then we have 4 of them that pretty much do the opposite. So one is going to insert in the beginning of the array. The second one is going to remove from the beginning of the array. And the same is going to happen with adding to the end of the array and then removing from the end of the array. And as always, it's probably going to be easier if we just keep moving. And as far as the comment, it's going to be on shift. And in here, I'm going to go right away with all names on shift. And this is going to add to the beginning of the array. And if I would want to add Susie, of course, I would want to console log it, all names. Of course, I can see Susie now is at the beginning of the array. And if I'm going to, I don't know, add maybe Anna, you'll see that we have one more item at the beginning of the array, like so. And of course, I can keep going and going. And I also have the opposite, where I could remove the item from the beginning of the array. How's that going to look like? Well, in order to speed this up, let's copy and paste. And we're looking for the shift. That is the method that we need. So shift, and also shift here, and shift here. And this is going to remove, of course, the first item. Now, in this case, we don't need to pass any parameters in our method. We can simply run it. And now you'll see that we're back to bananas. And if I'll run it 2 more times, then my banana is gone as well. All right, now we can also do the same thing with the end of the array. Again, I'm just going to copy and paste. Instead of on shift, we are doing the push, and then removing is going to be pop. So let's do it this way. I don't think I need 2. I think you'll get it. So on shift will become push. And again, we're just going to add Susie just because we're lazy. So now Susie is nicely at the end of the array, but I could also use pop, copy and paste. And in here, we just say pop, as well as here, we use pop, pop, and then copy and paste. Now, again, we don't need to pass anything in. You know what? In this case, I'm just going to select all of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then delete. And as you can see, now I removed items from the end of my array. And also we have a slice, which we're going to cover right now. And I can tell you right away that there are some more interesting methods that are a little bit more complicated. And in order to understand them better, we need to understand better how the functions work in JavaScript, because there's more to functions than what we covered in the fundamentals. So once we do that, once we cover more info about the function, we are going to use some even more interesting methods. Because at the moment, I think it would be overkill if I would show them to you. So for now, we're just going to cover splice and we'll call it a day. But then later, there's some more interesting methods and we'll cover them once we have a solid understanding of how the functions work in JavaScript. So the last one, after I have been yammering about 5 minutes, splice, and the way it works is we can grab specific items out of the array. Now, the gotcha with this one is that it mutates the original array. Mutates, hopefully I spelled this correctly, mutates original array. Now, why am I telling you that? Because there's going to be some other ones that do not do that. And this is going to be extremely important as you reach some new grounds in JavaScript. Essentially, what I'm talking about is in React, it's a big no-no to mutate the original array. Essentially, you'll do all kinds of backflips to avoid that. So that info is going to be very useful once you reach React land. Now, where was I? Splice. How is that going to look like? Well, I could set up specific names. That is my variable. That is equal to all names. Then splice, that is the method name. And this method is looking for two things. It is looking for the starting point, the index, and then how many items I would want to remove from the original array and place it over here. So if I say 2, what do you think is going to be here? And you know what? I will comment out some of these suckers because I would want to have some more items. So now what happens? Index 2 is for Olga, correct? So if I'm at 1 over here, what that means is that we're only going to get one item, and that item is going to be Olga because, of course, our starting index is 2. Now we can obviously test it out. So specific names, and we'll also right away console log all names just so you can see that we are mutating that original array. So in here, I have only Olga. So I have index of 2, and I'm only grabbing 1. That was the value. And then, of course, I have here as a value of Olga in my specific names. However, notice how Olga is gone from the all names. Now, if I'm going to keep on increasing the number or changing the index, of course, then, of course, these values will also change. So if I go with 0 index and then, I don't know, 3, then I'm going to grab Pepper, Ben, and Olga. And Barry, Bobo, and John stay in the array. Hopefully that makes sense. This is a general overview of array methods and properties. And like I already mentioned previously, there's going to be some additional methods that we're going to cover a little bit later once we have a solid understanding of how the JavaScript functions work. So far in the course, we've been doing some cool stuff. We have been learning the fundamentals of JavaScript, and all that is nice. However, the true power of JavaScript comes when you start combining them, when you start combining the building blocks to build something cool. And this is exactly what we'll do in this video, where we're going to combine arrays with for loop and the template strings to create a new array with some unique values. And the way it's going to look like is I'm going to create an array const, and I'm going to name this names. And in here, I'm just going to store string values. So I'm going to go with Anna. Then I'm going to go with Susie, as well as the Bob right here. Okay. Imagine these are brothers and sisters, and they have some kind of last name. Now, as always, we can have it whatever value we want, but in my case, I'm going to go with last name, and I'm going to set it equal to shake and bake. Don't ask me why. And next, I would want to create a new array where essentially I'm going to have the name combined with a last name. So I'm going to go with let. So let a new array or last names or whatever you would want to call it. And for the time being, it's just going to be an empty array. So that is my setup. So here's what I would want to do. I would want to use a for loop to iterate over the array. And then in each and every iteration, I would want to grab that name and using a template string, add the last name. And then at the end, push it to a new array. And these are all the things that we already have covered in isolation. But again, the cool thing is going to be combining them. And we're going to start by setting up the for loop. Remember, we needed to have a for keyword. And then we needed 3 things. Starting point, how long we're going to be iterating, or essentially when we will stop. And then what is going to be our iteration? Are we going to iterate by 1? Are we going to increase by 2, 3, 4, whatever? So in my case, we're going to start with I0. So I'm setting up my variable. I'm saying that the variable name is I, and the starting point is 0. And as you can see, I'm getting an error. Why? Well, because it should be a semicolon. And then I would need to decide when I would want to stop. And previously we hard coded this value. So I said I is less than, I don't know, 4, correct? However, in this case, since my plan is to iterate over the names array, does this make sense? Well, not really, right? Because this can change. Maybe they get another brother, and that brother is John. What am I doing now? Well, again, am I counting each and every time I'm updating the array, or there has to be a better way? Of course, there is a better way. And we can use a string length, or I'm sorry, array length. There's also a string length, but of course, we can also count the array length. However, we also need to keep in mind that arrays are 0 indexed base, correct? So if I'm going to go here and I'm going to have a names length, I also need to make sure that this is always less than names length, because I'm going to start with index 0. So I'm going to go with 0, 1, 2, and 3. And at that point, index is going to be 3. So when it changes to 4, my for loop stops, which is good. That's what I would want. And if this is kind of iffy, you'll see that in a second once we print out the values. And then how much we would want to increase each and every iteration. I'm going to go with I++, so I'm going to increase by 1. And in here, let's start very simply by console logging I, just so we can see in the console. And we have 0, 1, 2, and 3. Now, if I'm going to add less than as well, or I'm sorry, less than or equals, then you'll see that I will have a value of 4. However, there's no item in the array that has the index of 4, correct? So length returns the amount of items, which in my case is 4, and I just need to make sure that my loop stops before I is equal to that value. Because if it's going to be equal, then of course it's not going to work. Now the opposite would be you could set it less than and equals to, and then -1, remember, or -1, I guess more properly. And then of course you're always going to get the last one. But again, these are preferences, however you'd want. In this case, I'm just showing you that we need to set I less than the length of array, and we'll be good to go. Where we always will stop iterating at the last item. So even if I add here one more sister, and the sister name is going to be, I don't know, Susan, like so, then I'm still going to iterate over the exact array. So this is going to start at 0, and this is going to end with index of 4, because my array has the length of 5. Okay, awesome. Now, what else we can do? Well, now in each and every iteration, I could access that item. Well, how do we access items in the array? We go with array name, then we have square bracket, and then remember we had either 0 index or 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever. Now in this case, where are we getting the indexes? Well, they're stored in the variable, correct? In the I. So we can simply say something like this. Awesome. I have 0 index and I have Anna. I have index 1, there's Susie, and on and on and on. And of course, the last one will be Susan. Again, the cool thing about this one is if I delete them, my code will still work. So I don't have to hard code or come back to the code and worry whether this is going to work every time the array changes. No, I'm good. I set up my logic, and doesn't matter how many items I have in here, it always will return a correct value. And now the last one, why don't we grab those names and then push it into our new array? Remember, we covered that in the previous video where we had some kind of string and we added to the end of the array. So let's try it out. And in this case, I'm going to go with method, and I need to first get the array correct. And then the method name was not length, it was push. And again, what are we adding to array? Well, we can simply say names and then I. Same thing that we're console logging. And now, of course, if I'm going to check my new array, it should be exactly the same as names. So we're going to go with console log, names, copy and paste, and new array. New array. like so. And let's see. Yep, they both are exactly the same. Beautiful. The last thing that I would want to do is take a very realistic last name and just add it because I would want to cover template strings in action. So let's think about it. We have push, so that is our method. And now, of course, we would want to add something to the names. Now, we could set up a variable over here and then do the addition, meaning setting up the template string and all of that separately, and then just pass the variable. That is always the option. Or you can do the calculation here. Now let's do the calculation first, I guess, right in the push, and then we'll set up a separate variable. So I have my push. Awesome. I will set up a template string. And then what I would want to do? Well, I would want to grab names. And in order to do that, I need to do the interpolation. So essentially, I need my $sign and then curly braces, and then say names. I'm accessing that value in the names. And now I would want to add the last name. Now, what is the variable for the last name? Simply, it is just a last name. And now what do you think is going to be in my console? Of course, I have Anna Shake and Bake, Susie Shake and Bake, and Bob Shake and Bake. And like I said, there's always an option of setting up a separate variable where I could say, I don't know, a last name. So const a full name. Sorry, maybe not last name. Let's say full name is equal to my template string, and I'm doing the same thing. So I can just copy and paste like so, and then just add this full name. Again, this is your preference. And the reason why I'm showing you these multiple scenarios, because I don't want you to be a deer in the headlight if you look at some code somewhere out on the web and be confused of what is happening. So you might see syntax like this, where a person just prefers setting up a separate variable, or you might see someone who is saying, you know what, I don't like this extra line of code, so I'll just do the functionality right here in the push. This is the preference again. You want to set it up right in a push, you can do it. You want to set up as a separate variable, you can also do that as well. The result is going to be exactly the same. We have array of names, and then of course, once we do our awesome logic with a for loop, with the access of the array items, with the push method, as well as the template strings. As a result, we have a new array with name plus the last name of Shake and Bake. Hopefully you enjoyed our last little example, because here comes even more interesting one, where we're also going to use functions. We'll take a look at the return gotchas, as well as the objects in a console log. How and why we would want to do that. And here's our plan. It is the end of the month, and you have certain categories where you have receipts. I don't know, that could be gas, that could be food, some small stuff, okay? And I have an array of items with that amount. So how much I spend each and every time I got the gas, how much I spend on food. And I would want to create a function that iterates over those arrays and then just spits back what is a total. And I would want to make that function in a such way where I can pass any kind of array, and it's always going to be correct. So I'm going to start by setting up two arrays. So const, and I'm going to name this gas, and I'm going to say that first time I spent $20, then 40, and then $100 on the gas. Again, I'm not adding decimals. I'm not adding dollar cents. That's not the point. The point is to understand the basics of putting everything together. Then I'm going to do the same thing with food, and I'm going to imagine that I went to have food 3 times, and first time it was $10, then it was 40, and then I went bananas, and I spent $50. Okay, good. Now let's create our function, and our function is going to be looking for the array. So we go with function. I'm going to call this calculate, and total. So calculate total. Okay, good. Then as a parameter, I'm going to pass in the array. So what I'm signaling right now is that there is going to be some kind of parameter. Now in here, I'm just naming this, of course, array. I haven't told JavaScript what this is going to be. Eventually, I can pass whatever I would want, but I'm just saying that the reason why I'm adding this name array, because I'm telling to myself that I will pass in the array. And of course, we need to have a function block, and we'll start by setting up a variable within a function. And that variable name will be total. And we'll start with 0. Since the point is calculating the total, of course, it would make more sense if we would start with 0, correct? Then we're going to have a for loop. So I'm going to have a for loop. Again, the same thing. We're setting up the variable. We'll start with 0. And then this is the case where this is going to change. I'm going to have multiple arrays. And of course, I'm going to show you also with some random one. So the point here is this, where if I'm passing in the array, this is why it's so important for me to set up a stopping point for the array length. Okay. So that way I can pass in the array with 10,000 items. I can pass in the array with 1 item. It still will work. My functionality won't break depending on the length of the array. And just to showcase that, of course, like I said, we're going to add some random one, but just so we all are on the same page, I'm going to add here, I don't know, gas for 30 as well, just so you can see that our functionality works. So we have array length. And the last one, again, how we would want to iterate, I don't know, I'm going to go with I plus plus. So each and every time, we're going to increase I by 1. Now what I would want to do is just console log, because I would first want to set up this function. So here's my suggestion to you. Each and every time you're setting up some kind of functionality, especially when you're starting out, have some kind of feedback right away. My point is this: don't write 20, 30 lines of code and only then invoke that function. Why? Well, because it's going to be way more harder for you to find where is the bug. For example, I don't know, you made a small typo or something like that. It is much more easier if you have a function, especially if you're just starting out, to invoke that function right there and then. Why? Well, because it's going to give you a instant feedback. It's going to tell you, hey, listen, you made this error or you made that one. So that's why here, I'm just going to say console log, and I would want to print out that item on the screen. So I'm going to go with array. So that is, of course, the array that I'm passing in. And then I'm going to say, yeah, access that item, just like we did in a previous video. So I'll save it for now. And now, of course, eventually I know that I will return something from this calculate total. That's the reason why I was setting up the total. But for now, I just want to see whether my initial functionality works. And the reason for that is, like I already previously mentioned, because I want to have instant feedback of what is happening in my function. So I'm going to call calculate total. However, I need to remember that I'm looking for the array. That was the whole point. So in here also, I need to pass in either gas or food. So for the time being, I'm just going to pass in gas. And I can see that clearly my functionality works. So I'm passing in the array. At the moment, I don't care about the total. It is just there. I iterate over array. I stop at the last item, and then I break out of the loop. Each and every time I increase by 1, and I'm just console logging the item in the array. And if I want to double check whether my functionality really works, I can pass in food, and I can also see that regardless of how many items I have in the array, everything works. Now, again, I do need to be careful. If I'm looking for here the array, then if I'm going to pass in hello world, what do you think is going to happen? Well, I'm going to have some weird output, correct? That's not what I'm looking for. So always be mindful of how you're setting up the function. And once you set up the function, then follow the rules that you implemented yourself. So in here, if I'm looking for the array, make sure that you also invoke it with the array. Now, what I would want to do next? Well, I'm still going to pass in gas for my testing purposes. Good. And now let's make this a bit more interesting, where each and every iteration, what I would want to do? Well, I would want to grab that number, whether that's 20, 40, or whatever, and add to my total. Remember when we covered plus equals? Well, this is exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to delete that console log. We do not need that one anymore. And I'm going to go with total, then plus equals, and let's grab that array item. And now, of course, in my total, I should have the total of the values in my array. And I can clearly see that if I simply console log right after for loop. So I'm going to say total, and there it is. Now I have 190. If I change this to a food, of course, my value is going to be different. Now I'm going to have 100. Okay, beautiful. Now let's make it even more interesting. Where remember, with functions, we could return a value, correct? So why don't we do this? Why don't we say that at the end of the function body, I'm going to say return total, like so. And now what I would want to do is assign it to some kind of variable, because that's the whole point. And the way we'll set this up, I'm going to say const gas total. And here I have calculate total, and I'll pass in the gas. And the same thing we'll do with food, as well as the random one. So food, and then let's say here, of course, food, and some random values just so you can see the differences. And just so you can see that our functionality will work with any array that we're passing in. However, again, it has to be an array. And of course, it has to be an array with items. And I'm just going to say random total, as well as, remember, we don't have to always pass in the variable. I can simply say, yeah, there's going to be a array of, I don't know, 200 and 400 or 4,000, whatever. And then also, I don't know, 500 and then 1. Okay. Now, we could technically console log them one by one. I could say console log, gas total, food total, and all that. However, remember, we have objects in JavaScript. So why don't we set up a object in a console log? Why am I doing that? Because I would want to group them together in my console. And the way that is going to work, I'm going to pass in the object, and I just need to set up a key value pairs. So I'll start with gas, and the value is going to be equal to my variable. So here I have gas total, then copy and paste. Then let's add a comma, because again, the syntax is the same as with regular object. So we still need to follow the same rules. However, notice how we're just setting up the keys in our console and assigning them to some kind of variable. So here I'm going to say food total. And of course, this is going to be also random, and it's going to be equal to my random total. Random total. Now I do need to add a comma, because as you can see, I'm getting yelled at by JavaScript. But then once I save it, check it out. In a console, I have the object, and of course I can expand it. First key is food, that is equal to 100. Then gas is 190, and then the random one. So again, the idea is following, where I can pass in whatever array of numbers into my calculate total, and it will always behave exactly the same way. It will iterate over the array, and it will just add those numbers to my total. And at the end of the day, it is just going to return a total. And of course, in here, this has technically nothing to do with functionality. I'm just console logging as an object where I can have a list of things. Again, we could have just console log one by one. That is definitely an option, but I'm just showing you that once you learn those building blocks, you can implement it all over your applications. You're not limited to always just sticking to one way how we learn to do things. And now let's make this even more interesting, where I would want to implement a if statement in a function, just because I would want to show you one gotcha. So what I would want to do, well, within a function, I would want to be like, okay, if the total is more than 100, then I would want to yell in a console. And how my yelling is going to look like, well, I could say console log, and then let's go with template literals. And I'm going to say, whoa, you're spending way too much. You are spending way too much. Okay. Then I would also want to have a regular console log, where I'm going to say, you are good. Total is less than 100. So what I'm going to do right now is just select this line, copy and paste, and I'm just going to change this text value. So let me delete this sucker, and I'm going to say you are good. Total is less than 100. So here's the thing. You would think that just because we're hitting this if statement, I'm just going to console log, and everything else after that is going to be ignored. However, I can clearly see that by my first example, where I have gas, I am spending way than 100. That's why it is yelling in a console, but I'm also console logging whatever is after that. I'm also console logging, you're good, your total is less than 100. And by the way, this is a typo here. And the same works with the last one, where again, I'm yelling, you are spending way too much. But then also I'm console logging, you're good. Total is less than 100. So this leaves the user confused where he or she is like, okay, wait a minute. Either I'm spending way too much or I'm good. Pick one. Now, why am I showing this example? Is because remember in functions, we had a return, correct? So what happens if I hit this if statement, just because my condition is true and just because I'm implementing the code block, if I don't set up a return here, JavaScript is still going to execute code, whatever is after that. So if you have a scenario where you would want to break out of the function, if you would want to be like, hey, listen, if this is the case, I'm done. I'm good to go. Then, of course, you need to set up a return. And that return would be in that if statement. So here's how it's going to look like. I'm going to go with the return. However, we also need to keep in mind that if I'm just going to simply return, then check it out. What do I have here in the object? Well, gas and random is undefined. Why? Well, because money was more than 100. So console logs are correct. I have, whoa, you're spending way too much. And then the second one is, you're good. Total is less than 100. And then again, whoa, you're spending way too much. And I don't know. I just wanted to say it 2 times. Whoa, you're spending way too much. Now it's 3. And why is that happening? Well, because remember, the functionality depended on total. So if I'm not returning total, JavaScript is like, okay, well, you invoked the function, but then you didn't return anything. Remember, that was a scenario. If I'm just simply returning, it's undefined. So of course, now we would need to repeat this where I say, yeah, if this is the case, if total is more than 100, then of course, return it as well. So now in this case, everything is going to work where I'm going to be, you know what? My condition is true. I'm good. Total is more than 100. So just return total. However, if the condition is not true, then we'll say console log, you're good to go. And only then return the total. And again, the point of this exercise is to showcase that even though at the moment we have covered only the bare minimum of JavaScript, we can already implement those building blocks together in order to create some cool stuff. Great work. Once we've got some examples out of the way, let's go back to a little bit more theory again. And in this video, I want to talk about the difference between a reference and the value. Hopefully you remember that in JavaScript, we have primitive data types. And again, you don't have to memorize all of them, just the whole idea that there are primitive data types and that rest of them are object, the ones that are not primitive. And as far as primitive, we have string, number, symbol, boolean, undefined, and null. And then for the object, we have arrays, functions, as well as the objects. And if you would want to check what is the type, well, we can use simply type off and then whether the value or the variable. So now let's look at the gotcha when you're working with values versus the reference. And I'm going to start by a very simple example where there is a number and that is equal to 1. And I'm going to set up a second number. So number 2, and that is equal to my first number. Now, what do you think is going to be in the console? And since I want to keep on practicing with template literals, I'm just going to go with a backtick. So the first value is, and then let's take a look at the number. Remember, in order to grab our variable, we have $, curly braces, number, copy and paste. And of course, I'm looking for number 2. And in here, I'm going to say second value. And in the console, it shouldn't be surprising that the value is 1, correct? Because the value for my first variable is num. And then since I assigned the number to a number 2, this is why in a console, I have value is number 1. And if I'm going to change my mind later, and if I'll say number 2 is actually equal to 7, you can probably already guess that in a console, my first value is going to be 1. And of course, in here, I have the error. Why I have the error? Because we cannot do that with const. We need to use let. So let me change that. And now, of course, my value is 7. Okay, again, shouldn't be surprising. But let me throw you a mind grenade. What if we set up a object and try to do something similar? So I'm going to go with person, and that is equal to name Bob, like so. And I'm going to set up person number 2 the same way. So person number 2 is equal to my first person. Again, we'll just console log for now, and we'll use template string. The name of the first person is, and then let's access person dot name, copy and paste, and the name of the second person, you can already guess, is going to be person 2 dot name. All right. Again, same thing. The name of the first person is Bob, and the name of the second person is Bob. But here comes the mind grenade. What if I would change the name for the second person? What if I were to person to that name is equal to a Susie? What do you think is going to be my value in the result? And here comes the mind grenade. The name of the first person is Susie. Okay, is it Susie or is it Bob? Because the second one, yeah, that makes sense. I changed the name from the Bob to a Susie. However, the same is now displayed for the person as well. Why is that happening? Well, when assigning primitive data type value to a variable, any changes are made directly to that value. So if I'm changing this, I'm just changing the value. However, when we're using the reference, we are affecting the original value, because when we are assigning primitive data type, we're not affecting the original value. However, when we use non-primitive data type, when we assign it to a variable, this is done by reference. So any changes will affect the references. Now, should you just memorize this? No, probably not. But I'm just telling you that eventually, as you're progressing with JavaScript, you will most likely hit this roadblock. So just remember that there is a difference whether you're using primitive data type or you're using the object one, because with the object, we are using the reference. And the last thing that I want to mention, that of course, there's ways around it. For example, in the ES6, we have an option of just copying the values. Now I'm skipping a little bit ahead, but the way it would look like is something like this, where I'm just going to use a spread operator and then person. And now you'll see in a console that the first person is still Bob and the second one is Susie. Again, we are going to cover this a bit later in the course, but the idea is that, of course, there's ways around it, how we can avoid these kind of pitfalls. And the way in this example they solve it is by just copying the values. So in this case, I'm not pointing to a person. I'm just saying, yeah, pass me the values from the person. So just get me the copy of the person object. Don't get me the reference to a person object. Again, something that we're going to cover later on in the course. For now, just remember that if we're using primitive data type, we're not affecting the original value. However, if it is non-primitive, then it is a reference. So we're also affecting all the references. When we got introduced to primitive data types in JavaScript, we already met a null and undefined. And essentially, both of them represent a no value. However, there are some subtle differences. And for undefined, it is JavaScript's way of saying, hey, I cannot find a value for this. However, when we're talking about null, it's the developer that sets that value. As for examples for undefined, that could be a variable without a value. Remember when we just declared the variable, a missing argument. So we have a function that has parameters, but then we don't pass in the argument. Also something that we already looked at, where if that is the case, then JavaScript is just going to say that the parameter is undefined, and also the missing object properties. So if I'm trying to access the property in the object that doesn't exist, I'm also going to get back undefined. And a simple example would be something like this, where I have a number. So let number is equal to 20. And if I have a plus sign and then say null, what you'll see in a console that the result is still going to be 20. Why? Because behind the scenes, JavaScript is going to do something like this, where it's going to coerce the 20 plus 0. However, if I'll do the same thing with undefined, I'm going to get another number. And of course, just to showcase, I'm going to go with number here. And then we would want to repeat the same thing. So let me copy and paste one here. And then instead of null, I'm going to go with undefined. And then, of course, instead of number, I'm going to call this number 2 or 3 or whatever. And you'll see that we're going to get a not a number because this is the value that we are setting null. However, JavaScript cannot perform the same thing with undefined. So something to keep in mind where null is going to be something that we set as a value. However, the undefined is going to be set by JavaScript each and every time it cannot find some value for the thing that we're looking for. Awesome progress. And up next, we have truthy and falsy values in JavaScript. And I know. It looks a bit funky, but don't worry, it's not as difficult as it seems. So what is happening? Remember, we have Boolean values in JavaScript. For example, in the condition, if I pass true, of course, my code will execute. And in this case, in a console, I have, hey, it works. The same is going to work if I right away pass in the expression. If it's going to evaluate to true, then of course the code will run. If not, then of course the opposite. And yes, we can store this in the variables. I could just say bool1 is equal to true. And of course, again, that is going to display the code in the console. And the same thing with bool number 2. Same results. Something we already talked about before. However, what if I would give you a mind bender where, for the time being, I'm just going to comment this out and we'll move those suckers a little bit down. But we're going to set up a variable, some kind of variable. In my case, I'm going to give it a name of text, and that is going to be equal to a simple text of one letter, or it could be my name or whatever. So I'm just going to go with John. And now what I would want to do is set up another condition. And in here, I'm going to say evaluate text. And then if this is true, then console log again, hey, the value is true. More precisely, we should probably add truthy here. So let me fix that. The value is truthy. And then we're going to set up else. And in that else, if that is the case, we're just going to console log the same stuff. Or we're going to say that the value is falsy. All right. And now in a console, I have, hey, it is truthy. So what's happening here? This is just a text. This is not a Boolean, true or false. This is not an expression that evaluates to true or false. This is just a simple text. So what is happening? Why in a console I have, hey, the value is truthy. So essentially I stick it in my condition. This evaluates to true. And now my code block, of course, that represents the true value runs. And what happens if I delete that text? If I go to a empty string, why do I have the falsy in a console right now? Technically the same text, correct? What is happening? You see in JavaScript, all the values are either truthy or falsy. What that means is that even though the value is not a Boolean itself, in the condition, it can evaluate to true or false. So behind the scenes, JavaScript can be like, okay, is this value true or false? And it's going to be easier to remember falsy values because there's less of them. And then pretty much everything else is truthy. And essentially what that means that if you have a string, for example, with at least one character in condition, this is going to be evaluated to true. And then of course, whatever you have in a code block is going to run. However, if the string is an empty string, this is going to evaluate to false. That's why the else is going to run. As far as the falsy values, there's less of them, and that's why it's easier to remember those. And then you can just think that everything else is going to be truthy, meaning in the condition, it's going to evaluate the true. Falsy values are empty string with double quotation mark, single quotation mark, backtick. Then we also have 0, -0. Additionally, we have not a number, evaluates to false. False, of course, evaluates to false, null, and undefined. So those are the differences between truthy and falsy values. And that's how they work in real life, where if we stick some kind of value in the condition, it's going to be evaluated to true or false. That's why all the values in JavaScript are either truthy or falsy. So far in the course, we have used two types of operators. We have used unary operator, that would be type of, and then also we have used binary operator, which, for example, would be assignment operator. Now, why I call them unary and binary, and of course, when I say I, meaning why they are called unary and binary, is because we count how many operands they have. For example, for type of, the reason why it's unary, because it only has one operand, because we just type of and then whatever value here on right hand side. So for the binary, we have two. We have first the declaration, of course, and on the other side, we have the assignment. And the reason why I'm telling you all this technically gibberish is because we also have a ternary operator in JavaScript, which essentially just gives us an option to shorten our logic. Now, in order to showcase that, I'm going to come up with some kind of variable. So const value is equal to, I don't know, 2 bigger than 1. And we already know that if I would stick this one in the if else statement, something like this, if value, and I'm just going to say value is true, and then of course I can just copy and paste, or you know what, I'm just going to copy and paste the console log. Here I'm going to copy that, and I could set up the else, and of course copy and paste, and the value is false. So we could definitely set up our if statement. And now, of course, in the console, I have value is true. And you know what? Let me comment out the type of, and now I can clearly see the value is true. So if, of course, I'm going to change this around, and if I'm going to say 1 is less than, I don't know, 0, then of course, this is going to be false. We already know that. Of course, we can set up a if else statement. However, we can also write the same thing using a ternary operator. And again, like I said, we can just shorten the amount of code that we write. So how are they going to look like? Well, first, I'm going to comment this sucker out, and I'm going to use the same value, but the way we write our ternary operator is following way, where we have a condition. So either we set up, I don't know, 1 is less than 0, or we can use the variable that already holds the value. That doesn't matter. And then we have the question mark. For example, since I already have the value that holds my expression, you can just simply say, all right, value. And then if it is true, then I can run specific code. However, if it is false, then I do something else. So essentially the same how we have if and else, I can just write it in one line. For example, in here, if it is true, I'm just going to say value is true, and then colon, and this code is going to run if it is false. So of course, in my case, I'm just going to have a console log, and then value is false. So once in a while throughout the course, we might use this one. And you know what? I'm going to zoom out just so you can clearly see that we're writing this in one line where we can check whether the value is true or false. If it is true, we are running the first piece of code we have. Of course, in our case, we just have a console log. Normally, I don't know, you could assign some value to a variable. You can, I don't know, connect to database, whatever. And then the second one right after the colon is if it is false. So this is a ternary operator. We check whether the condition is true or false. If it is true, we run this. If it's not, then we run whatever code we have right after the colon. And we're not going to use that in each and every project, but once in a while, it's going to make sense to use a ternary operator instead of writing if and else statements. Awesome work. And up next, we have global scope, local scope, and what would be the differences. And since it's such a major and important topic, I decided to split it up in multiple videos, because that way I believe that we're going to get a clearer understanding of what that means to us. And I'm going to start by covering the global scope. And essentially what that means is that any variable outside of the code block. And when we talk about code block, essentially we talk about the curly braces, is said to be in a global scope. Now, what that means is that we can access it from anywhere in a program, and not only we can access it, we can also modify it. And while your applications are small and cute, everything is awesome. However, as your programs grow, you need to watch out for the name collisions, since we already know that we cannot use the same variable name. And also, we need to make sure that we don't modify that value by mistake. Now, let me emphasize the word by mistake, because of course, there's going to be some situations where you want to modify that value from the function, from the if statement, or along those lines. However, there's also going to be cases where you might do it by mistake. And that's the one that I'm talking about, because there's nothing wrong with modifying the value from the function. Again, it's not against the law. I'm just showing you what problems you might run into. And let's start by creating a variable. Let name is equal to Bobo. And in here, I'm going to say that in the next line, name is equal to Peter. Okay. That is, of course, allowed. I can do this. I can modify it. And in this case, I purposely wanted that. I said my initial value is going to be Bobo. And then second one is going to be a Peter. Okay. That is allowed. Now, what I need to watch out for is that I cannot just say const or let or whatever, and the name, and that one is equal to John. Now JavaScript is going to be like, hey, what's your issue? You already created one variable with a name, so of course that is not allowed. And this is the case where I would need to get creative, name num1, name num2, and so on and so forth. And you can see that as your program grows, it's kind of annoying where you need to get really original with a variable names. And that's the issue if you set up everything globally. Now, other thing, modifying. Well, let's start by setting up the log. And in here, I'm still going to practice with the template strings. My name is, and of course, we're going to do interpolation, name, and I'm going to go and I am awesome. All right, I am awesome. Great. And now I would want to set up a function, a totally separate function. For example, the function name could be calculate. And the reason why I'm calling this calculate is because I want to showcase that this function technically would have nothing to do with our name. So we're going to go with function. I'm going to say calculate. And then within this function, we're going to have some other code, dot, and not that. And in here, I would want to have a console log where I just showcase what is the value before I do that modification. And then I'm going to say name is actually equal to orange. Again, let's imagine that this is by mistake. I just decided that this is going to be orange. Maybe I was thinking about orange is that moment, and I just said name is equal to orange. Now, what do you think is going to happen if I invoke this function? Because, of course, at the moment, nothing is going to happen because I need to invoke the function. But the moment I do, it starts with Peter. And in line 11, I can clearly see that that was the value that I was getting. So I had Bobo, and then I had Peter. And then, what do you see in the console log all the way in the bottom? I have orange. And most likely, if I was depending on the fact that it is either going to be Bobo or Peter, most likely Peter, since that was like last modification, then I'm clearly not happy about this one. I'm not happy about the fact that, well, now it's orange. All right. Now, what we can also do is the same thing from the if statement. So I'm going to go with if and then true. So I'm right away setting up the true because I want that code to run. And I'm going to grab all these lines of code, copy and paste. I'm going to check it out. What is the value? So I'm going to keep the name. And then I'm going to change this to pants. Again, I don't know. Maybe that moment I was looking for my pants. So I said, you know what? Name is going to be equal to pants. Now I have Peter, orange, and of course the pants. My name is Pants, and I am awesome. Well, sure, you're awesome, but most likely it's not the pants, the value that you wanted. It's probably Bobo or Peter. So again, just to showcase, we're going to struggle with name collisions because as our program grows, we're going to have to get creative with names. And then the second one, we can modify this value from anywhere in our program. A lot of times that is going to be by design because you're going to be like, okay, I have some variable and I want to perform some kind of functionality and then modify that value. That's fine. But there's going to be some cases where you can do this unintentionally. And the last thing that I want to showcase is that, of course, we can even do it from within the function. So we have a function, but I can create another function within the function. That is allowed. So I can say function, then inner. So I declare my function. And then from within the function, I'm going to say, what name is going to be inner name value. Like so, just some random value. And of course, let's console log. And we're going to say this is, and you know what, let me keep on practicing with template strings. This is from inner function. And let's access our name. So we're going to go for name. And once we set up our function within the calculate, of course, we need to invoke it. So right after we declare the function, I'm going to go with inner. We're going to invoke it. And now in a console, I can see that I have Peter. Then I have, this is from inner function. And of course, the value is inner name value. Then I console log the inner name value. And my name is Pants because after that, of course, I have my if statement. This is to showcase that, again, anywhere from within your program, anywhere. You have a function, you can modify that global variable. You have a function within a function, you can still modify that global variable. And hopefully you get the gist where, yes, you can set up global variables. Yes, they can be accessed anywhere in your program, but it comes with few gotchas where be aware of the name collisions as well as modifying it by mistake. Great work. Once we understand the general idea behind the global scope, now let's talk about the local scope. And you could probably already guess that if the global scope meant that we can access that variable from anywhere in our application, well, what the local scope means that you cannot. So if we set up a variable within the function, it is only going to be available within that function. So you cannot access it from outside the function. Now, when we do talk about the code blocks, what we mean is the function. Notice function has curly braces, if statement has curly braces, and also if we are really rebels, we can do something like this. Now, when we talk about the curly braces on its own or if statement, we are not talking about the var. So once we're going to get to a ES6, we're going to talk about why we switched away from var, because var is going to perform differently. Yes, const and let will be only accessible from within those code blocks. However, var performs differently when it comes to if statement as well as the single blocks. So that's why when we talk about this, we're talking about let and const. And of course, we'll cover that in detail once we get to S6. Just remember that all the examples that we're doing right now, we're talking about const and let. And I'm going to start by doing a little bit of spring cleaning where I'm going to keep my name as Bobo, like so. However, when it comes to function as well as the if statement, I'm just going to clean this out. So that will be wiped clean because I would want you to see everything a bit more clearer. So I'll save it. So at the moment I have function, all that is good. I have Bobo, my name is Bobo, and I am awesome. And now let's see what happens if I declare a variable within the function. So I have my function, the name is calculate and all that. So you would think that since I wasn't able to come up with the same name in global scope, because remember, we had name collision issues, that probably we have the same issues within function. Well, let's try it out. So I'm going to go with const and name, and I'm going to set this equal to John. And now once I save it, I have no issues. Everything works fine. So what that means is that for each and every function that I create, I don't need to do this. I don't need to say name 1, name 2, name 3,333. I can just simply say, yeah, this is my function. I want to be short and concise, and I'm going to use the same thing, name. And just to hammer my point home, I'm going to do the same thing in my if statement, just to showcase that I can create the variable, I can use the same name, and I'm going to have no issues whatsoever. Now, the second thing that I want to show you is that we cannot access these values from the outside. Now, let me be very clear though. What I'm not talking about if the function actually returns this value. This is a separate story. What I'm talking about is that I cannot just modify or even access that value from outside these code blocks. So I can do whatever I would want over here. So I can say code goes here. So everything that I do within the code blocks, yes, I have access to the name. I can modify it. Now, of course, not if it's const, but hopefully you get the gist. I can access it and all that is good. However, outside, no, I cannot do that. And of course, just to show how that would look like, I'm going to go with const age. And I don't know, I'm going to set this to 25. Now, in this example, I'm just going to show you function. Just trust me, the same works with an if statement. And now you'd think that we could simply, I don't know, console log age, correct? Since we were able to do that with a global variable. So I can say age, and age is not defined. There's a reference error. JavaScript is saying, hey, listen, you're trying to access a variable, however, well, there is no variable of name. And you can scream all day long and say that, yeah, but there is one in function, but you cannot access that. And you might be thinking, okay, it is only because it is not invoked at that time. Okay, let's move it down. And same error, even after we have invoked the function. Again, I know I said this already probably 10,000 times, but you cannot access these variables from outside. So you can come up with your own names. They can match exactly what you have globally. All that is good. You're going to have no errors, but you cannot access them from the outside, which means that, of course, you cannot modify them. Now, the last thing, though, that I want to mention is that when you're setting them up in the curly braces in a code box, you do need to use a keyword. Otherwise, if you won't, then you will have access to them in a global scope. So after the code is here, I'm going to purposely name this becomes global. And by the way, I'm going to actually comment this out because you'll see that if we don't invoke it, we have no access to that variable. However, when we do invoke it, we'll have access. So we're going to go with becomes global. And notice how I'm not using any keywords. I'm just saying, yeah, that is variable. And I'm going to say global variable. And then I'm going to change age to becomes global since we already saw that we cannot access the age. And at this point, since we haven't invoked a function, it still tells me becomes global is not defined. Okay, good. Now what happens if I run the function, if I invoke it? And then, of course, I already have access to a global variable. So what happens? JavaScript is just reading the code and it goes, hey, you didn't use keyword. Let me help you. I'm going to create this variable in the global scope. And that's why you have access to it. That's why if you want to protect your variables, use the keywords, use the const, use the lets, and all that. So that way, again, we cannot access them from the outside and we don't need to worry about the name collision. And the last short example I want to show you is that code blocks can be just a simple curly braces. So I can do the same thing name over here. And maybe I'm going to go with const special, and that is going to be equal to a special. And you'll see that outside the curly braces, I can try to go for special. And of course, I'm going to get an error where everything that is within the curly braces is local and I have no access to it from the outside. Excellent job. Once we've got the global scope and local scope out of the way, now we can talk about the variable lookup. So essentially, now we'll put two and two together and see how JavaScript does the variable lookup. Now, in my example, I'm going to use function. Please keep in mind, I'm not going to cover if or just a regular code block, just out of the time concerns, since I kind of feel that it is redundant. Just remember when I talk about functions, of course, I also talk about the statements, the if statements, as well as the regular code blocks. And I'm going to start by creating some global variable. I'm going to go with const global variable, or you know what? I'm going to call this number. Okay. And the number is going to be 5. And then I'm going to set up a function. And the function is going to be following. The name is add, and I'm gonna have one parameter, num1, num2, like so. And in here, I don't know, I could just console log or return result. Doesn't really matter. I think I'm just gonna return the result and then we'll console log a little bit later. So let's do it this way. Console log, and we're going to pass 3 and 4. And in a function, I'm just gonna return the result. However, I would want to return a result plus the global number, just so we can see how JavaScript does the lookup. So I'm gonna go with const and then result, and that is equal to num1, my first parameter, my second parameter, and of course I needed to add a plus sign here, so num2, and then I also would want to add the global number. Now, what do you think is going to be the result in my console? And of course, at the moment, it's going to be undefined because we need to do the return. As always, remember, we could have set this up directly where I'm just returning everything, but I thought in this case, it is going to describe clearer what we're doing. That's why I was setting up a separate variable. So let's save it. And of course, in a console, the value is 12 because the first argument is 3, then the second one is 4, and then the global number is 5. And the way JavaScript does the lookup is the following way, where JavaScript checks, okay, do you have a global number in scope? Okay, you don't. So now I'm going to check in the global scope. So if the variable is in a global scope, of course, I'm going to use it. However, if the variable is not in a global scope, then there's going to be an error. So if I would change this to global number, I don't know, 1, then I'm going to get a reference error where JavaScript is saying, hey, listen, you don't have such a variable in your local scope, and you also don't have that type of variable in the global scope. So you have some kind of reference error. However, if the variable is in the local scope, we're going to take that one first. So if in the function, I gonna create a local variable, so const, and of course I'm gonna name this the same way, just so I can show you how it's gonna work. But imagine that you'd probably have some kind of local name. That's why I'm naming this right now global number. And if that one is going to be equal to 20, you'll see that my result is gonna change. Now my result is 27. Why? Because I have the local variable. So JavaScript starts with a local scope. If that variable is there, awesome, I'm going to use it. If it's not, like you saw a minute ago, JavaScript will always fall back to a global scope. Now, what's even more interesting that if we have a function within the function, the same thing is going to happen. So if after a result, I create another function, and I'm going to call this multiply. Now, it's not going to take any arguments, not going to do anything special. It's just going to have a const variable. So multiply result, and that is equal to my result. So the one that's coming from the function multiplied by global number. And then I just want to console log that result. So multiply result. And of course, I do need to invoke that function. So I'm going to go with multiply and then invoke it. And you'll see that my result is 540. Why? Because I have my result right now. So that is, of course, the 3 plus 4 plus 20, since I have a local variable. And I'm also using the same local variable in the multiply. Now, of course, this is not local to a multiply. So I can go even further and say, you know what, const, and then this is going to be, I don't know, 100. So global number is equal to 100. And if we do that, then of course my value changes. Now, since the result is 27, where we're using this global number, now, of course, it changes because, again, JavaScript is checking, okay, do I have global number in my scope? Well, yes, I do. So I'm going to use this one. Now, if that number is not going to be there, then JavaScript is going to make a next hop where the enclosing scope, the scope for the add, has the number. Okay, so I'm going to take that number. That's why we have 140. Now, if we don't have it, then the same way JavaScript is going to fall back to a global scope. And if the value is not there, if that variable does not exist, then of course we're going to have a reference error. Now, one last thing that I would want to mention, it does not work the opposite way. So for example, in the add, if I would want to access that multiply result from the add function, not from the multiply, but from the add, you'll see that I'm going to get a reference error. Why? Because again, this is a local variable to the multiply. Even though add is enclosing this function, it doesn't matter. It doesn't work the opposite way, where JavaScript is always going to hop outside to look for the variable, but you cannot do a lookup from the outside in the local scope of the function. Awesome work. And up next, we have callback functions. We have higher order functions and functions as first class objects / citizens. Now, please, 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 please do not be scared of all these big names. In fact, once you'll take a look at the example, you'll see that it is not as bad as it looks. It's pretty straightforward. And also, I want to mention that there is a reason why I'm covering this right now. Because in order to cover array methods, the nice methods, the more complicated methods, which we're going to cover next, we must understand this concept first. Because if you won't, it's just going to be very hard for you to grasp. And essentially, the idea is simple, where functions in JavaScript are first class objects or citizens. Now, what that means is that we can store functions in a variable, which, by the way, we already covered. Remember, when we set up expression? Well, this is exactly that. Then we can pass functions to another function as an argument, which is something we're going to take a look at in this video. And also, we can return a function from the function. We're not going to cover that in this video because that one is a bit more advanced topic. Essentially, that is a big old closure, which we're going to cover after we do a DOM project and all that. But just remember that that also counts as the fact that functions are first class objects because they can return a function from the function. Now, what happens if the function accepts another function as an argument? It is the higher order function. Like I said, it's not that complicated. It just means that if the function takes the another function as a argument, it is called a higher order function, or it returns a function, which would be a closure. So you don't need to do anything special. You don't need to look high and low for special variable or nothing like that. It's just if that function is going to get another function as an argument or return a function, it's just called higher order function. And to tell you honestly, it's not like you'll need to know this theory or anything like that. This specific one, the higher order function. Now, the function that we're passing in is the callback function. And that is the function that we pass into another function. Again, don't worry, there's an example. I'm just giving you a brief overview of the big terms that you right now see. And as far as this, yes, you will hear this a lot, where it's callback function, callback function. Again, it's not that special. It just means that that function is being passed into another function. So the function that receives the function is the higher order. Now the one that's it's being passed is a callback function. Now what example I'm about to show you. First, I'm going to get these suckers down. So I have a little bit of room, and we're just going to imagine a very simple scenario where I have a function that would greet a person, let's say morning, afternoon, and I don't know, evening, and add my name. So how would I do that if I need to have 3 instances? So function, I'm going to say greet morning, like so. And in here, I'm just going to take a name. I'm going to have 1 parameter. And then within the function body, I'm going to have my name. So I'm going to say my name is equal to John. And I would want to console log the good morning, whatever name is being passed in. So of course, we're going to go with template literal, good morning, morning. And I'm going to say name. So my parameter. And then I'm going to say my name is, And of course, I need to access my name, correct? So let me grab properly the $, and I'm going to say my name. Okay, good. Now that works, and I can definitely run it, correct? And by the way, of course, it's not greet, it should be greet morning and all that. So now I would want to run this function. So I'm going to say greet morning, and I'm going to read Bobo. Bobo. Okay, beautiful. And once I run it, of course, I have good morning, Bobo. My name is John. Now, if I would want to have a same setup for the afternoon, for the evening, what would I do? Well, most likely I would do something like this. Now, I'm not going to copy and paste for the evening because, of course, this will be garbage collected, meaning we're not going to use this code. This is just a showcase that it would make sense in the long run. So I'm going to say afternoon, like so. Of course, I'm going to have to change this as well. Afternoon, and everything stays the same. Copy and paste, and I go with afternoon. And of course, now I have good afternoon, and maybe I can stop picking on Bobo. I can just go with good old Peter. And yeah, I do have the Peter. Now, what is the problem with this code? Well, we keep repeating, correct? We have one for morning, then we have one for afternoon, then probably would have one for evening, maybe for different languages and all that. So what would be a better solution? And in this case, you could yell and scream at the monitor and say, easy, we're just going to pass another parameter. And yes, in this case, that would be totally awesome. We could do this. But the whole point is to show you a callback function because, of course, we need to imagine that there's going to be more complicated scenarios. Okay? Now, why also this would be a bad practice? Because what if my name changes here? So what if I become, I don't know, Susan one day? So I'm Susan now. Well, what do I do? Hop from one place to another one and again change it? No, not really, correct? So again, yes, you could pass here the parameter, for example, my name and maybe another parameter for afternoon and all that. So all those things you could do, but our goal is to cover the callback function. So that's why I want you to understand that yes, with this simple example, there's more ways how you can fix this, but that's not the point. The point is to understand the callback function. Now, how do we rewrite this? I'm going to make probably a mistake, but I'm just going to comment this out and I'll leave it for your reference. Okay. I'm just going to move it down and we're going to set up a new function. And the plan is to come up with one higher order function and then create multiple callback functions. And in order to speed this up, I'm just going to use code from one of the functions. So I'm going to take the first one here, the greet morning, and then above the greet morning, we're going to copy and paste again. And then I'm going to uncomment totally. And I'm just going to change the name since this is going to be a universal function. So in here, I'm going to have my greet. Then I'll take a name as a parameter. And then instead of good morning and then whatever name, I'm going to simplify this and I'm just going to say name and my name. And of course, I would need to change also these values where I'm not going to have the afternoon and morning and all that. Since I'm just creating one higher order function by the name of greet, I'm going to leave it there and I'm going to evoke it also as a greet. And the moment I do that, of course, I can see still in my console Bobo and Peter. And now I would just need to work on my callback functions. Again, remember we had what, 3 options, correct? We had morning, we had evening, and we had afternoon. So now let's start with a morning one. I'm going to go with a function. I'm going to say morning. Now it's not going to be looking for any parameters yet. And I emphasize the word yet. And then in here, we're just going to say return string. And that string is going to be good morning. And I don't know, Bob. Okay, something like this. All right, so I'm hard coding this value. And now what I would want to do is pass in the function. So now I'd want to create this as a higher order function and this one as my callback function. So what I would need to do is set up another parameter and then come up with a name. Now, again, we can call this pants. We can call this taco. We can call this burrito. It doesn't matter. In my case, I am going to call this CB, which would stand for the callback, but there's no rule for that. This is just a parameter. Now, what happens though, that if I know that I'm passing this as a function, what I could do? Well, I could invoke it, correct? So within a function body, I could invoke it. And now, of course, what we need to do is pass in the morning in our greet. Now, one thing that we do not want to do is something like this, where I have the morning and then you right away invoke it. No, that is not a callback function. The whole point of the callback function is the fact that you can decide within a function body when and where you will invoke it. So if I would want to have it on a top, I can invoke it on the top. If I invoke it right here, I can invoke it all the way in the bottom. Now, of course, don't do it after return. That wouldn't make sense, but hopefully you get the gist. That's the whole point of callback function. Not invoke it like here. You want to pass the reference to the function, but you do not want to invoke it because then you just run it right away and then it doesn't really make sense of what you're doing. So I'm going to go back to morning and I'm going to do the same thing over here. Morning. And I don't know. First, I'm going to show you on top of the code and then we'll run it also in the bottom. So now I have good morning, Bob. But the problem, of course, is that we are returning this code, correct? So technically we cannot do that. So why don't we, for the time being, do something like this, log, and I'm just going to copy and paste that value. Again, just so we can see something in the console. So we're going to go like this, good morning, Bob. And now I have good morning, Bob. My name is John. Then I have, again, Peter and all that. Because, of course, at the moment, I'm hard coding. But again, even though this doesn't look like much, trust me, this is a lot. We passed in another function into a function. So we created a higher order function. And also in the process, of course, we created a callback function that we're calling in that function. And like I said, we are the king of the castle. If I want to call it after my first console log, I can definitely do it. Now Bobo is here. And then I have good morning, Bob. So this would be the most basic setup. Okay, why don't we make this interesting though? Where in the morning one, I also would want to pass in the value. And the way it's going to look like, I'm going to go with name. So I'm going to pass in name. And of course, I'm going to make it a little bit more interesting where I'm going to say good morning. And then I'm looking for whatever I am returning. So I'm going to go with my $sign and I'm going to pass in the name. And then just to jog our memory, remember we had some string methods. So why don't we try to uppercase like so, just so we can see what happens. And now, of course, in our greet, well, we would need to do a little bit more than just invoking the function, correct? So now what I would want to do is where I have the console log, so where I'm returning the string, instead of accessing the name directly, I'm going to invoke my callback function and then pass in the name. That's all I'm doing. So now, hopefully, once I pass in the Bobo, this should be uppercase. And the same should be with a Peter. So let's save it. And of course, I have good morning, Bobo. My name is John. And then I have good morning, Peter. My name is John. So you can see how nicely we can set up some awesome logic where I don't have to keep on copy and pasting this one. For example, I want the afternoon one. Well, I can set up a separate one. So I'm going to call this afternoon. And then, of course, I can use also the string afternoon here. And also, well, I could make this interesting. And maybe let's use a function we haven't used. And that is repeat, meaning method, string method that we haven't used, repeat, where essentially we can just repeat the same string. We just need to say how many times. And I'm going to say 3. So now for the second instance where I have the Peter instead of the morning, of course, I'm going to go with afternoon. And now I have good afternoon, Peter. My name is John. Again, just to reiterate, functions in JavaScript are first-class objects. We can store them in variable, which is an expression. We can pass as an argument to another function, or we can return them from the function. And then it's a closure. Now, higher order function is the one that accepts the function. So that is the greet one. And then the callback one is the one that we're passing. So in our case, that would be morning and afternoon. However, we do not want to invoke them. So the whole point is that we want to make this function, the higher order function, flexible, where each and every time it can just take whatever function you would want. Again, like I said, create the one that, I don't know, greets in German, create one for French or whatever. This logic won't change. I'm still going to have my string with console log, a very basic setup. I'm still going to have my name, and I'm still going to just invoke this function somewhere within a greet by passing in the name. And then within the morning and then within the afternoon, this is where I'm handling the logic. That's it. So that should do it for the callback functions, higher order functions, and functions as first class objects. And again, the whole point why we covered this right now is because in the following videos, we will rely heavily on this knowledge. And I mean heavily. Awesome work. Now that we've got higher order functions and callback functions in the bag, this is where we're going to use them. So now I would want to talk about powerful array methods. And the methods that I'm talking about are for each, map, filter, find, and reduce. So what's really cool about these methods that they iterate over the array. So there's no need for us to set up a for loop. And you can do all kinds of nice modifications using these functions. So the way they work is they accept a callback function as an argument. You see, that was the whole point why we spent so much time on learning about the callback, because now we will imply it. And then the function behind the scenes calls that callback function against each and every item in that array. And then we can reference that item in a callback parameter. Now, don't worry, there's going to be multiple examples coming up. However, I just want to showcase that previously, prior to for each, map, filter, find, and all that, we used this setup where we had some kind of array and then we needed to set up a for loop. So now we won't have to do that anymore because we'll use one of these methods. And I can honestly say that the faster you'll be able to pick it up, these methods, to fully understand how they work, the faster you'll be able to build your own JavaScript applications, meaning vanilla JavaScript applications, and the faster you'll be able to pick up React, because these methods are used all over the place. So if you have to, or you watch the video, maybe, I don't know, do some small examples just so you definitely get it how they work, then please do so. Because if you'll choose to avoid them, eventually you have to learn them anyway. So this is one of those things that you might do that sooner because it's just going to make it so much easier, whatever we are doing next. If you'll understand the general idea and the ins and outs, how we can use them, you'll be in good place. I can guarantee you. All right. And we're going to start our array method journey, the more interesting array method journey, by covering for each. And one thing that I would want to mention as far as for each, that it does not return a new array. Now, the reason why I'm saying you that, because other methods that we're going to cover are returning array. So that's why it's important to let you know. Now, not all of them returned a new array, but of course, that's why I'm mentioning that, for example, for each does not, then find does not return a new array, but a lot of them do return a new array. And the way for each works is it iterates over the array, and then we can decide whatever we would want to do. Now, for each is technically not the most interesting one. So there are other ones that are more interesting as far as the array methods. However, also don't dismiss it. For each has very nice and cool features. So why don't we start by setting up a new array? And I'm purposely going to set it up a little bit more difficult because I'm going to reuse it in the next videos as well. And my array is going to be people. So I'm going to go with people. It's going to be an array, and then each and every item is going to be an object. And the object is going to have a name property with Bob, and then age, Let me add age is 20. And then also Bob is going to have a position or job, whatever you'd want to call it. And Bob is going to be a developer. Okay, beautiful. Now let me select this line, copy and paste 2 more times. Let me add commas properly here. And now I just want to change these values around. So the second is going to be Peter. The age is going to be 25. And the job is going to be designer. Designer. And then last one, it will be Susie. So I'm going to go with Susie. Age is 30. And she is going to be the boss lady. The boss. Let's save it. That is my people's array. And if you need to copy the values from the screen, do it right now, because what I'm going to do is just collapse it. So we have a little bit more room when we're setting up the for each and all that functionality. Just remember, this is my array. Set it up in your own file and you'll be good to go. So let me close it. Let me collapse this. And now I would want to set up my for each. And the way it works, we go with array. Again, we can call for each method or any other methods we're going to cover on any array. Okay, just remember, you can do it the same how we were working with string methods and with other array methods. However, of course, since I have people's array, that's why I write people. And then the method is for each. And as you can see right away, the Visual Studio Code gives me nice suggestions. And then once I have the for each, notice the documentation, where right away tells me that this method is looking for the callback function. Again, I know I'm repeating myself, but that was the whole point why we covered the callback functions. And the way it works is we have 2 options. We can either set up a callback function directly here as an anonymous function, which by the way, we're going to cover at the end of this video, or we can set it up as a separate function and just pass in the reference. So I'm going to go with function, and then I need to come up with some kind of name. So show person, okay? And then what happens as a argument, I'm going to be able to access each and every item that I have in the array. So the way it works is once I come up with some kind of parameter, so in my case, I'm going to call this person. But if I were to call this orange or burrito, trust me, it would work exactly the same. Again, this is just a parameter that allows me to access each and every item in that array. And you'll see how that works in a second. Because once I pass it in as a callback function behind the scenes, this will be passed as a argument. All right. So that's why if I have people's array, I mean, it kind of makes sense that my parameter would be person. But again, you can call this, I don't know, item, whatever. And now I just need to decide what I would want to do. So in my case, I'm just going to go with console log. And just to showcase that we're going to iterate over our array, I'm going to say person. So now I'd want to show you what we're going to get as a parameter. And this is the case where, again, I know I mentioned this before, but you do not want to invoke it. That's not the point of the callback function. You don't want to reference the function and then right away invoke it. This is not correct. What you want to do is just pass in the reference. So if you name this function show person, pass show person. If you have function name show item, then pass in the show item. And you'll see that in a console, what's really cool is that I can access each item. So notice, again, we did not need to set up for loop. We did not need to decide when we're going to stop and all that annoying stuff. This is really cool. I have a function and it just iterates over my array. Now, of course, we can do something a little bit more interesting, right? Each and every item is an object. We can clearly see that. Now, object has what? It has properties. It has name, age, as well as the position. So why don't we say that we would like to access person, position, like so. And then since it is a string, this is what we're getting back. And by the way, let me showcase that that would be a string that we're getting back. Of course, we can call a string method. Now, what would be that method? Well, we can go with uppercase. Let's invoke it. And of course, now all my strings are uppercase. Again, compared to other methods that we're going to cover, technically for each is not the most powerful, but you can still do some cool stuff. And of course, we're going to have more interesting examples for all these methods once we start building the projects. That's where the real learning starts. Now, once we have covered how we can set up a separate function and then reference it, I also would want to show you how we can pass directly the callback function here, which would be an anonymous function. However, again, please keep in mind, we won't be invoking that function. We're still passing in the callback function. So how it works, for the time being, I'm just going to comment this one out, and I'm going to go with people, then again, for each, and then directly where we would pass our argument to the for each, where we would reference show person, we just set up our anonymous function. So we go with function, then again, we have parameters, of course, and in that parameter, the same deal. I can come up with some kind of name, and it is going to reference each item in the array. So just to showcase, if I'm going to go with item and I'm going to do the same functionality, however, I'm going to change it since my parameter is item. Now, of course, I need to change from person to item. The result is going to be exactly the same. Now, again, please let me emphasize that we are not invoking this function. We just have two options of how we can pass in the callback function. We can pass it in directly by setting up here an anonymous function and then still using the parameter, or we can pass it in as a reference. So we set up a function separately and then just pass the reference. And as far as the arrow functions, this is where you're going to see a lot of use cases where people just pass in arrow functions directly because they have a short syntax. Now, again, we're going to cover arrow functions a bit later in the course. Just remember that one of the big use cases is to pass them in when you need a anonymous callback function. Again, the same is going to work for all the methods that we're going to cover in the following videos. And in the following videos, I'm not going to do two setups. I'm not going to have one function where we reference it and then one setup where we just pass it in. Okay, I'm just showing you that this is going to work the same with all the methods we're going to cover. So you just need to pick whichever is your preference, because both of them at the end of the day do the same thing. So again, this is up to you where you just need to decide. Now, just to iterate the main points, we have the array, we have the for each. So that's our method. And this method allows us to iterate over the array. And then as the parameter, we can access the item, every item in the array. And since it is parameter, we can call it whatever you would want. And then within the function body, again, sky is the limit of what we can do. Of course, in our first examples, we're mostly going to console log, but as we're going to be working with the project, our examples are going to get way more interesting. Not bad, not bad. For each was cool. But do you know which method is even cooler? Well, that is map. And I can honestly say that as far as applications, you'll use map a lot in the vanilla JavaScript applications, as well as the React or any other framework, because it is so powerful. And the way map works is it does return a new array. So unlike for each, it does return a new array. However, unlike filter, which we're going to cover a little bit later, it does not change the size of the original array. So if the original array has 3 items, then the new array also will have 3 items. Now, those items could be whatever you would want. You can set up some random strings in there. However, the amount is going to be exactly the same. Now, what's really cool about map is that you can pretty much do anything you would want as far as the values, because you can grab them from the original array and then modify them however you'd want as you're setting up in the new array. And of course, in order to demonstrate that, we are going to set up some new arrays. So I'm going to go with const, and for the time being, I'm just going to call this ages, and that is going to be equal to a people and then map. And as you can see in this case, I'm setting it equal to some kind of variable because I know that map is going to return a new array. And in this case, I'm just going to be passing in callback functions anonymously over here. Just remember, like I covered in the previous video, of course, you can set them up separately as well. So just to demonstrate that we are returning a new array, I'm simply going to pass in function without any parameters, and then I would want to console out the edges, just so you can see that in a console, yes, I'm going to have a new array. Now, at the moment, I haven't done any functionality in my callback function. This is where the magic happens. For the time being, it just tells me, okay, you have 3 items. However, you did not return anything from your callback function. That's why all of them are undefined. And you know why they're undefined? Because remember, functions by default returned undefined if we didn't set up anything explicitly. Of course, let's make it more interesting. Remember, we had access to a item by using a parameter. So in my case, I'm going to go with person. So I'm accessing the person. And of course, I could console log and say person, just so we can see that we can access the person. But also to showcase that map is truly powerful, what I'm going to do, maybe not going to make sense right now, but I'm just going to say, you know what, return hello world. So now you can see that in a console, I'll be able to access each and every item. But in fact, I changed my mind. I said, yeah, take those items. But as far as the return, I'm going to return a hello world. So now in ages, I have 3 hello worlds. Why? Because I have 3 items in the array. So for example, if I'm going to delete one of the items, you'll see that now in a console, I only have 2. Why? Because I only have 2 items in the original array. So the point that I'm trying to make is it always depends on the original array. If you have 200 items, then you'll have 200 hello worlds in a console. If you have 3 items, then of course you're going to 3. So it depends on how many items we have in an array. That would be the size of the array. But as far as the value, it depends on what you are returning from the callback function. If you return hello world, of course you're going to have hello worlds. But in order to demonstrate that, of course, this is not our only option, now I'm going to change my code a bit, where instead of console logging the person, remember in the object, I have age property. So why don't we access it? And I'm going to say person dot age, and let's see what it is going to be a result. So now in our new array, I have all the values. I have 20, 25, as well as 30. Now, of course, we're not limited. What if I would want to modify this data a little bit? What if I would say 20? And the moment I do that, of course, now my values are 40, 45, as well as the 50. So you can see how cool map is, where I can take any data, I can massage it a little bit, and I can store it in the new array. And of course, I can also add one more item, just so we can reiterate the point. So she is going to be Anna, she is going to be 35, and she's also going to be a boss. And now, of course, I have 4 items in the array. Now, let's make things even more interesting, where we're going to set up some objects. Because what is limiting us? Well, at the moment, I'm just returning one single value. But since I have already object in my original array, why don't we set up a new array that holds those objects? And I'm going to go with const new people. And then that is going to be equal again to people map, my callback function. Again, I'm going to use the same parameter. So person, because it just makes a little bit more sense. And then as far as the return, why don't we return a object? So I'm going to say return object. And now we just need to come up with some kind of property names. So I could go with first name, for example, or whatever you'd want to call it. And here I'm going to go with person dot name. So dot name. And then let's add a uppercase. So since it is a string, I can use the method. Now let me set it up in a separate lines, just so you can see more clearly how we're setting up the object. And then I could go with another property, old age, and that is going to be equal to person.age plus 20. Again, I know I have said this probably 20,000 times, but sky is the limit as far as what you can do with map, because you can take the original array and come up with whatever modifications you would want. So now, of course, I went from name to first name and then uppercase, and of course, some old age, that is age plus 20. And the last thing that I would want to show you is something we're going to do a lot in the DOM project. However, there's going to be some parts we haven't covered. So please don't focus on the syntax that I'm going to mention at the end. Again, don't worry about it. I just want to show you why map is so useful when we're setting up our vanilla JavaScript projects. And what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over our array, of course, using map. Then we'll pull out the name value, whether that's Bob, Peter, Susie, and Anna, place it in a heading 1, and then eventually display it on a screen. Sounds good? Let's try it. So we're going to go with const names again. Of course, we need to have the new array. Then we're going to go with people map, of course. So people, then map, and again, our callback function. Again, I'm going to name my parameter person. And then within the function body, what I would want to do. Well, I'm going to return, but I'm going to return a string over here. But not just some regular string. I'm going to use my backticks. And now I'm going to say, you know what? There's going to be a heading 1. And then remember, in the backticks, in order to access variable, what was the syntax? Well, it was a $. And now, of course, I'm looking for the person. And then the property name is name, correct? So now I'm accessing it. I will close out my heading 1. All right, awesome. So this is what I'm returning from the person. And now it's going to be stored in the names, like so, correct? So now it's stored in names. I can see heading 1 with Bob, Peter, Susie, and Anna. All right, so we have our values, and now we can make it even more interesting. Now, I can tell you right away that this is something we haven't covered. That is the upcoming section where we're going to discuss the DOM, but I would still want to give you a early taste. So again, don't worry about the syntax. Don't worry about specific names that I write. Just focus on the result. And then you'll see why map is so powerful. So I'm going to write a document, then body. So now I'm targeting the body element in my HTML. And I'm going to say inner HTML. Again, don't worry about this property. And that is equal to names. And then if we want to join the array, we have a cool method called join. We just need to pass in how we would want to join it. And since I don't want to have any commas, I'm going to set this up as an empty string. And the moment you do that, you'll see in the browser, Bob, Peter, Susie, Anna. Again, please do not focus on this part of the code because we haven't covered that. This is just to show you how powerful map is and how we're going to use it. Where essentially we're going to get some data. We're going to massage it. We're going to make it more interesting. For example, we'll wrap it in some kind of HTML element, and then we will nicely display it on a screen. That's the whole point. Again, the way map works, we iterate over array. We do return a new array. We do not change the original size. So the size is always going to be reflectant of the size of the array, the original array. And then we can grab the values from the original array, massage it, modify it however you want as we're creating the new array. And as you're going to be creating vanilla JavaScript applications or React applications or any other framework, you will use map a lot. I can guarantee you. And while we're still on the roll, why don't we also cover filter method, which also returns a new array. However, filter method can manipulate the size of the new array. So unlike map, where if we had 4 items, our new array also will always contain 4 items. So essentially the amount of values will match. With filter, since we're returning based on the condition, if none of the items match the condition, we can get just an empty array, or we can get the same one if all of them match. Now, if, for example, only 2 items match the condition, then of course our new array is going to have 2 items. And of course, we need to have some kind of example. And I'm going to go with young people. So const young people. And that is going to be equal to my people array we have, of course, the filter method. And then again, we are passing in the callback function. I'm going to call my parameter person. And here's the deal. Now, in my callback function, I need to come up with a condition. What is going to be my condition that I'm going to use to decide which items are going to be in my new array? And then, since I already named my variable young people, we might as well return only the people who have age less or equal to 25. How do we do that? Well, we would say return and then person, age, and we're going to go with less than, equals, and I'm just going to come up with a 25. And we can already clearly see that we should have only two items. We should have Bob and Peter because Susie and Anna are older than 25. So let's console log it, young people. And of course, in a console, I have two items. Now I have Bob and Peter. So we can filter out our array however we'd want based on whichever condition we would set up, whether that is a name, property, or age, or position. And just to hammer that point home, I'm going to create a new one, the new array, where I'm going to say developers, and that is going to be equal to people, then filter. And again, we have function, of course, we have person parameter, and then I only would want to return people who are working as developers. And the way we would set that up, we would say return, then person, position, of course, that is my property, and the value of that property should be equal to developer. Now, if we're looking at our array, how many developers we have? Well, we have only one. So our developers array should contain only one item, and that should be, ladies and gentlemen, a Bob. So let's do that. And of course, I can see that there's one item, and I can clearly see that that is my Bob. Why the Bob is there? Well, because the position property had a value of developer. And just to demonstrate what happens if none of the items matched our condition, I can simply say, what if I would want to see only senior developers? Well, let's try it out. So we're going to go with senior developer. And now I have the empty array. Why? Well, because there is no senior developer here. None of the items have the position property with a value of senior developer. Again, just to reiterate the main points, filter does return a new array. It can manipulate the size of a new array because we return items based on condition. And if none of the items match the condition, then we just get an empty array. And right after a filter, I also would want to talk about find because there are a bunch of similarities. However, there are some subtle differences. So hopefully this video gives you an idea when you should use find and when the filter makes probably more sense. Now I'm going to start with the fact that find returns a single object, meaning single instance. In this case, since we have objects, of course, this is what we're going to get back. If there is only string, then we're going to get that one single string. Now, why I'm telling you that is because remember, with filter, we were getting back the array. So this is going to be a different case where instead of the array, we're getting a single instance. So maybe let me add here a comment where not only it returns an object, I'm going to say returns single instance, and then in this case, object, just so it's a little bit more clear. Now it's going to return a first match, and then if there are no matches in my original array, then it's just going to return undefined. And find is awesome for searching for unique values because later, as we start working with APIs and all that, usually, for example, I don't know, IDs are already set up as unique values. So find is really awesome for that. And I'm going to start by adding here IDs for all of them. So I'm going to go with ID number 1 for Bob, and then I'm going to do the same thing for the rest of them. So let me copy and paste, then comma, another comma here, and another comma over here. And I'm going to say 2, 3, and 4. Let's save that. And now once I have these unique values for the ID, why don't we test it out? Where I'm going to say const person is equal to people array, not person, sorry, people array. Then we use find, not filter. Then the same spiel, we have function, we have person, and then we have a function body. And again, depending on the condition, we would want to return the item. Now, what is going to be my condition? I'm going to say return if person ID matches 3, like so. Now, which item has the ID of 3? Well, that is Susie, correct? So let's save it, and we're going to console log it, and we can see that in a console, we are going to get Susie. Why? Well, because ID matched. And just to demonstrate the fact that it returns the first match if, I'm going to add here ID 3 for the Peter as well. You'll see that now in a console, I'm going to get Peter. Why? Because Peter is first. And again, that's why find is awesome for unique values, but you probably don't want to do it for the values that are repeating. Now let me save it, and let me also showcase that, of course, in this case, it only returns an object because that is my item. So I'm going to go with names, const names, and I'm going to set this up as Bob, and then Peter, and then maybe Susie, like so. And once I do that, now I would want to check whether names contains Bob, just so I can see the response. And I'll right away do it in a console log so we don't waste our time. So we're going to go with console log, the names, then find. And this is also to showcase that since we're returning from the find and filter and all that, we can right away pass it in a console log. Okay. Now I'm setting this separately in variables because, in my opinion, it is clearer what we're doing, but you can definitely do it this way as well. So I'm going to go with my find. I'm going to go with my function, person, then function body, and then I'm going to return this item only if the person matches Bob. So how I can do that? Well, first, I believe I can just rename it because it's not a person anymore. It's just a name. So I'm going to say name, and I can say if name is equal to Bob. And then in the console, of course, I have a string of Bob. Why? Well, because in the first case, I had objects. That's why in the console, I had the object. However, in this case, since I have a bunch of strings over here, my item is a string. So it returns a item that has the value of Bob. And lastly, I would just want to showcase the differences between filter and find, because as you can see, there are a lot of similarities. Now, I also would want to probably move the console log, so this sucker a little bit up, so they're right next to each other. So that way we can write our filter right in a person. Because my whole point is this, where notice I'm getting back to Susie, correct? So if I would want to access name, how would I do that? Well, I could say name, correct? And I would easily access that. Yep, that works. However, we need to understand that if we use filter, then of course we are getting back the array, which means that we have to jump through few hoops. Now, it's not the end of the world, but there are some subtle differences. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to have the same functionality only with filter. Now, in order to save us some time, I'm going to copy and paste and then just change this around to a filter. And then this is going to be person number 2. And might as well can copy and paste the console log as well. Now, of course, you can type it out if you'd want, but let me just showcase that person number 2 is an array. Even though I still have one item, the same one, Susie, it is right now the array because that's the whole deal with filter. So technically, if you want, you can use filter. However, if you would want to access the property, then remember, if this is array, then that item is somewhere in those indexes. Well, more specifically, since it's only one item, it is index 0. So if you would want to access name, you would do something like this, where I'm looking for the item that has the index of 0, and only then I can access the name. Again, like I said, not the end of the world, but you need to be aware of these subtle differences. Again, as far as find, it returns a single instance in this case, object. If you have a bunch of strings, it returns that particular string. If it would be a number, it would return a number, and so on and so forth. It returns a first match. However, if there are no matches, then it returns undefined. And you know what? We probably should cover that as well. So I think it's going to be the easiest with the names, where if I'm going to go with the word Zelda, of course, in the console, I'm going to get undefined. So the same would work over here. If I would go for some kind of ID that doesn't exist, for example, 5, I'm also going to get the error. And once I change it, I can see that in my console, I get undefined for line 13. Okay, so this is going to be for my names. However, this one, D23, is actually complaining right now because what I'm trying to do is access the property of name on undefined. So in this case, of course, I need to change it around a little bit, where, of course, you can clearly see that now it is undefined. So the reason why we're getting this error, because we are saying, hey, get me the name property from undefined. And JavaScript is like, hey, you cannot do that. That's why be careful when you're setting up some kind of logic if you're not going to get anything back from the array. And let me change this around where it's going to be 3 now. Then, of course, you need to be careful of what functionality you are setting up afterwards. Of course, I saved best for last. And what I'm talking about is the reduce method. Now, reduce method is very special because, honestly, it can even replace map and filter. However, we also need to understand that since it is more powerful, it is also a bit more challenging, especially in the beginning. And I went with a very simple example, but don't worry. Later, as we're working with projects, as we're progressing with the course, I'm going to include some more interesting examples. And essentially, reduce works in the following fashion, where it still iterates over array. So that is still the same. It still uses the callback function. Yep. But it reduces the values in the array to a single value. Now, the value could be anything. It can be a number, it can be an array, it can be an object, or whatever. But it's going to be one number. Or in the callback function, instead of one parameter that was referencing the item, now we're getting 2. And since these are parameters, of course, you can call them however you'd want, but a common practice is calling them accumulator, which essentially just means total of all calculations. So the value we will return from reduce, because remember, we're not returning array all the time. We can return number, like in our following example. And the second parameter is going to be current. And that current just reflects that current item since we are still iterating over array. Now, in order to set up our example, we're going to pretend that we are the owners of the company, and I would want to calculate how much my team costs me daily. And we're going to add here salary property. And then I'm going to start with Bob, and we're going to give him 200. Of course, in order to speed this up, we're just going to copy and paste. And we're going to say that as far as Peter, since he's a designer, he's going to make 300. But then both ladies are going to get 500. Let's do it this way. Since they are bosses, after all, we're going to go with 500 as well as 500 over here. All right, we have our salary. Awesome. And now, of course, I'm going to collapse it. So make sure that you have the same values. So salary property, and then some kind of values, whatever you'd want. And now let's set up our reduce. Now I'm going to go with a variable of total, and that is going to be equal to people, then reduce method, and then the same spiel. We have a function. However, in this case, of course, there are 2 parameters. And also the difference is going to be that right after the callback function, we need to decide, well, what is going to be the value that we are returning. And this is very, very important because also our logic is going to change depending on that. So for example, if by mistake you say that you're going to return a number, but then as far as the function, you set it up as an object, as you would be returning the object, of course, you're going to get bugs. So make sure that you correctly set what value you're going to be returning. Again, you're not limited to number. I could return here an array. I could return here an object. And of course, we're going to cover those more interesting examples a little bit later. But just remember that once you commit to setting up this value as a number, then of course, stick to it as far as the functionality is concerned. Because again, if you're not going to do that, you're going to get errors. And then remember two parameters. First one, the total. So you can name this total if you want, but I'm going to go with accumulator and then the current, or you can maybe say current item. Maybe that makes a little bit more sense. And then the first thing you always want to do, and let me repeat 20,000 times, always, you want to return the accumulator. You want to return that total. If you don't do this, you're going to get bugs because the whole functionality depends on that. As you're iterating, you must return this total. And right after I set up my return, before we do any kind of functionality in our function body, let me just console log so we all are on the same page. So in here, I'm going to go with accumulator, copy and paste, and also current item, just so we can see. And if you look in your console, you can see that my total all the time stays the same, which is 0, which is good because we haven't done anything with our functionality. But that current item again represents each and every item in my array. So if I have 20,000, I'm going to have 20,000 items. If I have 3, then of course I'm going to get 3. And you can see that if you'll change this, for example, from 0 to 200, now your total is going to be 200. Again, if you're going to omit this, you'll see that first time you're getting 200 because that is your initial. But then since you're not returning from your callback function, notice now it's undefined. That's why it is so important to always return that total or accumulator, essentially that first parameter. And then once we have looked at it, why don't we set up some nicer console logs and then also set up our functionality. So what am I looking for over here? Well, since I'm getting the total and I'm going to switch back to 0, what I would want to do in each iteration, grab this salary property, specifically value on that property, and add it to my total. Because notice I have 200, 200, 200. So in each iteration, I would want to add that salary, since my whole deal is actually getting the total daily salary. How we can do that? Well, what we could do is we could just set up some console logs, and maybe in this case, we're going to go with the nicer ones. So I'm going to go with template string, where I'm going to say total, and I'm going to access my variable, my parameter of accumulator. And the same thing is I'm going to do over here, where I'm going to say the template string, current money or item or whatever. And then more specifically, I would want to access that salary. So I'm going to say current, since that is my parameter. But of course, I named this current item. So let me be consistent. And then I'm going to say salary. And of course, once I have console logged it, I also would want to set up the functionality. And functionality is going to be as straightforward as it gets. I'm going to say accumulator, so that is my total, plus equals, and then current, and then salary. Correct? Because this is what I would want to do. In each iteration, like I said, just take this value and add it to a total. And what you'll see in a console that we start with the 0, because that is my initial value. Then current money is 200, correct? Because that is the value for who? For Bob, correct? So now, of course, in the next iteration, I already start with this 200. Because remember, if we omit this, then of course we're going to get undefined. However, in this case, since I am returning, yep, everything is correct. I'm getting this 200. Where I'm getting this from? 0 plus 200. So in the next iteration, I already start with 200. Then I add 300. Now my total, of course, in the next iteration is already 500. And hopefully you get the gist. Now, of course, we do need to make sure that we calculate the total after all. And yep, there it is. It is 1500. Now, if I'm going to change this around, and if I'm going to say, you know what, my initial value is going to be 500, of course, my total is going to change, where this is going to be 2000. Again, extremely powerful method. We can do a lot of cool things with the reduce. However, it does take a little bit more to understand it because there are more options and possibilities and all that. So that's why we're going to start with a very simple example. And then as we're going to be progressing with the course, we're going to add more levels of difficulty. Just to reiterate, it iterates over the array, just like map, filter, and all that. We still use the callback function. It reduces it to a single value, which could be number, array, and object. It takes two parameters, total or accumulator, and that would be total of all calculations. And then we have the current or current item, or however you'd want to call it, and that represents that current iteration. And then, of course, we also need to set up the initial value, and always make sure that you return the first parameter from the callback function. Otherwise, your functionality is going to break. Next, I would like to show you how we can easily perform a math operations in JavaScript. And in order to do that, we're going to use math object, which is part of the standard built-in objects in JavaScript, which is a fancy way of saying that JavaScript has some nifty global objects, which we can use anywhere in our application without any extra setup. And we're going to start by looking at rounding down and rounding up. And we're going to go with some kind of number. So const number is equal to 4 dot. So I'm setting up the decimal, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I right away would want to set up a result. So in here, I'm going to say result, and that is going to be equal to my math object. So in order to perform those math operations, I need to access this global object. And again, I don't need to set up that object anywhere. I don't need to import it. I don't need to, get it from some kind of external library. I can easily just type math. That signals to JavaScript that this is the global object that I'm looking for. And then I have a bunch of methods on it. So in here, I can just go with math, then dot, and the method that I'm looking for is floor. So what this method does, it rounds the number down. So even though technically number should be rounded up, correct? If I go with floor, then you'll see that my result is going to be 4. Now let me console log this. So I'm going to go with result like so. And then of course, in a console, I have 4. Why? Because we rounded it down. Now I also would want to showcase that we're not limited to using variables. Of course, I can pass in number directly. In this case, I could go with 8.99999, and you'll see that we'll still get 8 back in the console. Now, the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to copy and paste these two lines, and then I'm going to comment out the first ones. So this way, you can always see what would be the setup for each and every function that I'm showing, each and every method. But then I can keep on reusing the number and result because I'm just too lazy on coming up with new names for my variables. And of course, we can do the opposite where instead of floor, we can do ceiling. And what do you think ceiling is going to do? Well, that is going to round up, correct? So I'm not going to show you with each and every time how we can pass in a number as well as the value directly. That's why from now on, I'm just going to use my number variable where I'm going to say that the value is 4.11111 or sorry, 22222. And then I'll directly pass in my number. And as a result, of course, I have 5. Why? Well, because math ceiling always rounds up. So let's select these two suckers. Then again, copy and paste and comment out the ceiling ones. And now let me show you how we can get a square root where I'm going to come up with some number here. For example, 25. And the method is square root. So we go with Q and then RT. And then again, we just pass a number. And in the console, of course, we are going to get 5. So if I'm going to change this to 89, and of course I'm going to have 9 point something, something, something. And after square root, I would want to show you pi, min, max, as well as the random. So what I'm going to do is just comment this out since we're just going to work with the result from now on. And I'm going to say const result. And if you would want to get pi, just need to write math and then pi. So this is going to give us always the pi value. Again, comment out, copy and paste. And sorry, not that one. So let me uncomment this guy. And we also have an option of using min and max. So min is going to return a minimum number from the items. So for example, I can pass in whatever numbers I would want, and this always will return a minimum. As you can see, this yells at me that the minimum number is 4. And of course, we can do the same thing with max, where if I pass in different numbers, I don't know, in this case, of course, it complains that I have result, and maybe add some more numbers, 100, 200, and 1000. In the console, I should see the 1000 because that is the max number. And also we have an option of setting up the random number. So let's see what the function returns by default, and then how we can massage it a little bit to get random numbers. Now, what I would want to do is comment it out first, and then we're going to go with another const result, that is equal to a math random. And you'll see that math random always returns possible numbers from 0 all the way to 0.9999999999999, and I can go on and on and on. Now, the key is, though, it's never going to be 1. So it can be 0, but it cannot be 1. And you can see that each and every time you refresh, that this is going to be a random number. Now, all that is good, but what if I would want numbers, random numbers, from 1 to 10? Well, I would need to start by multiplying my random one by 10, because this is going to give me those values. Now, there's still going to be some issues, but that's a good start. So once I multiply it by 10, now you'll see that we're getting already some integers as well, correct? Because we have some random value from 0 to 0.999. And then as we multiply this by 10, of course, we're going to get already some nice bigger numbers. Okay. Now, what is the issue? Well, the issue is that I wouldn't want these decimals, correct? So what we could do is just say math floor, correct? And then pass in whatever we're getting back from math random. Now, what this is going to do is it is going to remove those decimals. So now, as I refresh, notice now I'm getting these values. Now, the problem right now, though, is that once I multiply this by 10 and once I run it down, I'm going to get numbers from 0 to 9. Why? Well, because my number, my random number, will never be 1. So once I multiply this by 10, it's always going to be 9, since I also have math floor. Okay, what would be the solution? Well, one solution could be that we pass here a ceiling. And what this is going to do right now is that as we refresh, notice now we can get only 1 all the way up to a 10. So instead of floor, of course, now we're just rounding up. That could be one solution, but you can also see something like this where you have math floor and you just add +1. So I'm going to add one more parenthesis in here, and I'm going to say whatever I'm calculating, I'm just going to add +1. So these are few options that you're going to see around online where you can use ceiling. Then, of course, you're going to have numbers that are rounded up. In this case, 1 all the way to 10, or you can still run floor, but then just add +1. And what this is going to do always, instead of getting 0, you're going to get 1. Instead of getting 9, you're going to get 10. So those are the basics about math object in JavaScript. And similarly, how we can work with math, the same thing we can do with date. Now, it is a little bit more complicated. Essentially, there's more bells and whistles. So, of course, this is going to be the focus of our video where I would want to see how I can work with date. And for example, come up with this type of sentence where I say what is the day of the week, the date, month, as well as the year. And yes, to answer your question, this is one of the projects we're going to be working on later in the course. And similar to math, we have access to a global object. And that global object is, you can probably already guess, date. Yes, you are correct. And we can simply set it up by having some kind of variable. And then we have to write new and then date. And then we need to invoke it. Once we do, you can clearly see in the console that I have today's date. And it states here Monday, June 15, 2020. And of course, I also have the time and the time zone. Now, unfortunately, this is a far cry of what we're shooting for. So again, we need day of the week, we need date, then month, as well as the year. So how do we set this up? Well, we use methods, because once we instantiate our new date, then if we check out the date, we're going to also have some methods. We're going to have get date, get day, get full year, get hours, and of course you can read the rest. Now, what's tricky though is that it is going to return some values. That's why, for example, for the months, we're not going to right away get June or April or January. In fact, what we're going to get are numbers that represent indexes. And it's our job to have some kind of reference to those values. Now, let me show you what I mean. For example, if I create a variable by the value of month, so I'm going to say const month, and that is equal to my date. And then, as you can see, I have get month method. This is not going to return a January. So if we console log, for example, month, you'll see that my value is 5. Okay. So what does that represent? Does that represent May? No, that is one more gotcha where, remember, in JavaScript, arrays are index based. So January is going to be 0, not like normally in real life where January would reflect a first month, correct? Now in JavaScript, this is 0. So yes, you would need to have first some kind of reference that references those indexes. And second, to set that reference equal to a array format, meaning January represents the 0 index, not the index of 1. So in this case, when we're talking about 5, this is not May. This is already June. And of course, in order to access it, we simply would need to set up my months. So that is the name of my array. And then I can just say month. So whatever I'm getting back. And now, of course, in a console, I'm going to get June. But don't worry. Of course, we're going to get there. I'm just showing you how you could access it, but eventually we will set up something more meaningful. For example, Thursday, again, 25, and June 2020. So that would be a start where we have the reference, then we grab the index, and in order to access the actual value, I have my reference and then use that index. Now, I also would want to get the day, correct? That's my starting point. And again, we're going to create a variable. And in this case, I'm going to call this day, and that is going to equal to a date. And then again, the function is get and then a day. So this is going to get me the day of the week. And by the way, you can right away see that. Again, this is not going to tell me whether it is a Monday or Sunday and all that. It is just going to return a index. And it's up to us to set up a reference. Now, a few gotchas. Again, it is 0 index based. And also we start with a Sunday. So Sunday is going to be index 0. And then Monday is going to be index number 1. So if I right away console log that I'm going to be looking for days array, that is my reference, and then day, in a console, I should see Monday because the index that I'm getting back is, of course, 0. Then we also have an option of getting the date. And in this case, I'm just going to console log right away. We're going to go with date get. And now I'm not looking for the day. I'm looking for the date. So this is going to give me the actual date. And this one, we don't need to massage it. We're right away going to get our date. And lastly, of course, we can get a full year. So we can go here with console, log, date, and then get full year. I invoke it. And of course, I can see that I have 2020. And then with all this in mind, I think we're ready to set up our sentence, correct? Where we would want to get these values. And we'll start with our day. And I think I'm going to construct some kind of string. So I'm going to say const, and I don't know, I'm going to call this sentence, but you can do whatever you'd want. It is going to be a template string. And I'm going to start by accessing my week day. So in here, I'm going to say days and then day. So that's what I'm looking for. Or of course, I can just set it up in a variable. It's up to you. But since I'd want to reiterate how we access them, I'm going to write it in a long form. Then what I was looking for, comma, then the date. So now let's set up again expression. And yes, I'm fully aware we can assign it to variables. And don't worry, we'll do that later. Again, I want to write this in a long form just so we keep on practicing with this syntax. And here I'm going to say date and then get. And what we're looking for is the date function, correct? And now, of course, I would want to see it. So we're going to go with sentence like so. And at the moment, I have Monday 15. Beautiful. Then we need to have a month. So let's keep on going. Let's set up another expression over here. And we're going to go with date, get month, or I'm sorry, my apologies. I would want to go with months, correct? And then since I already have it in the variable in the month, I'm just going to go with month. Let's save that. Now we have June. And lastly, I would want to get the year. So last thing, we will set up our expression. And in here, I'm going to say date and then get full year. Let's invoke it. And now, of course, we have Monday, 15, June 2020, which matches exactly what we wanted to accomplish. Don't worry. Once we get to the projects, we'll also deal with the time and all that good stuff. Now, lastly, again, something you don't need to focus on right now, but we will display this in the browser. And the way we do that, we will use some methods and properties we haven't covered. And essentially, it's going to look like this, where I'm going to go with document and then body, then again, inner HTML. And that is going to be equal to my sentence. And we're good to go. Now I have Monday, 15, June 2020. Now, lastly, I would want to mention that, of course, we're not limited to just getting the current date. What I could do is first comment it out so you can have it for your reference. And I'm going to go with the same variable just because I already have referenced it in multiple times. But I'm going to go with new date. And if I would want to set some kind of date, well, I just need to pass it. For example, I could go with 1, then, I don't know, 12 or 15 or whatever. So this is going to be my month. Then this is going to be my date. And also, I'm going to change year. For example, 2004. And now you'll see that I have Monday, the 12th, January 2004. So we can get the current date, or we can also set the date. So those would be essentials when we're working with a date object in JavaScript, which, similarly to math, is always available without any extra work. So far, everything we have been learning has been followed up by logging into the console. And while there's nothing wrong with console log itself, starting from this section, things are going to get way, way more interesting and exciting. You see, in this section, we're going to cover DOM, or Document Object Model. Before we take a look at what DOM actually stands for, the reason why this section is so exciting is because essentially we're going to learn how to interact with elements on the web page. So finally, we're going to be able to use all the knowledge we have acquired so far and use it to make our web pages dynamic. Just to give you a general idea, in this section, we're going to cover multiple ways how we can select elements, control the styling using JavaScript, listen for the events, and much, much more. So what on earth is DOM? You see, when we write our HTML and view it in the browser turns into a document object model. And in the DOM, each element becomes an object or a node. And we can use built-in methods to interact with these nodes using JavaScript. To give you a visual representation of DOM, just type DOM in your search engine and choose one of the images. So I'm going to head to my search engine, then I'm going to look for DOM. So just type DOM, and then, like I said, click on images and choose whichever image makes most sense to you. So essentially, it's going to be a tree. So we're going to get a tree, and then up on the top, we're going to have the document. Then we have the HTML. Then, since within the HTML, we need to have the head and the body, then we're going to have these two elements. And then, of course, we have the elements that are, let's say, within the body, and then whatever elements we have within the head element. And what happens is that any element or a text is going to be a node, and we can use JavaScript to interact with those nodes. And just to show you how it's going to look in real life, I'm going to head to one of the projects that we're going to be building. And if you want to check out the DOM, just right click, then inspect, and then under the elements tab, you're going to see your DOM. So like I said, we're going to have our HTML, then we're going to have our head element, and then the body. And then within the body, we're going to have all the elements that we have created in our HTML, and we can use JavaScript to interact with these elements and make our pages dynamic. So in this simple example, this would be opening the cart. I can click and I'm opening the cart. And what happens is that I'm adding and removing the classes using JavaScript. So hopefully this gives you a general idea what DOM is and what we're going to be learning in the next section. Great. Once we have general understanding how DOM works, now let's cover some general concepts behind our upcoming JavaScript code. And as a side note, we won't write any code in this video just because I would like to cover some main principles first. And I guess I'm going to start with an idea that each and every time you work with DOM, I would want you to think of CSS. Because similarly to CSS, when we work with DOM and JavaScript, we are essentially doing two things. Now, granted, as you're progressing with JavaScript, your code is going to get more complicated. But the concept is not going to change, where you're always going to select the element. So whether that's a button, whether that's a hitting one, or you name it, any kind of element, you're always going to select it first. And then you're going to decide on what effect you would want to apply to the selection. So the element you selected or some other elements in a document. Again, your code is going to get more complicated. There's going to be more complicated selectors. There's going to be more complicated code that does the effect. But the main idea won't change. So let's say I have index.html right now, and I already applied my style tags. And then within the style tags, I'm just going to say that I would like to change the color, the background color for my document. How I would do that? Well, I know that there is a body element. So first, again, I'm selecting something. In this case, I'm selecting the body. And then I'm going to say background color is going to be equal to blue. And that's how we can do it in a CSS. And now let's take a look at how we can do the same thing using JavaScript. So I'm going to delete that. And you'll see that the general principle is exactly the same, where I'm going to comment the first line. And first, we are selecting the body. That's the reason why we type out document body. And please don't worry about the syntax. We are going to cover the properties. We're going to cover the methods. All that is coming up. Just understand the general idea, where in the first line here. So the first thing, we selected body. Then we are applying some changes. So then we have style background, and we set it equal to true. If you want to apply the, let's say, yellow color to a body, well, it's the same thing. Again, we're selecting the body element, and then we're applying the color of yellow. The reason why I picked colors as my effects, well, it's just because it's very easy to see. Don't worry. Of course, you can do way more things, not just changing the colors. And lastly, if I would want to, let's say, change the color for my button to, let's say, red, well, again, I'm going to select my button. So I'm going to go with document. Then we're going to use a method, and the method name is getElementById. Now the IDs need to match. And again, we're going to cover the method in the following video. But then once we have selected that particular button, then we're looking for style. And again, we would want to change the color. So that's the reason why I'm setting the color equal to red. And as we're working with DOM, there's multiple ways how we can work with elements. For our first example, each and every time we selected the element and then we right away applied the change. So that's one way how we can do that. So we select the element. Again, we use multiple methods. There's multiple methods to our disposal, but we use the method, we select the element, and then we right away do something with it. However, if there's multiple things that we would want to do with that particular element or other elements in the document, there's probably a better way where we can just assign it to a variable. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm first selecting that element. Now, once that element is selected, I assign it to a variable. And once I have assigned it to a variable, I have access to a node object. And then once I have access to the node object, then I can do all the same things like we did before, whether that's changing the background color, whether that's attaching a event listener, whether that's changing color, you name it. And again, you would do that if you have multiple things that you would want to do, because you don't want to keep repeating document, that body, then whatever styles you would want to change. And each and every time you would need to essentially just repeat document body, or document or button or something like that. So this just saves you time where you just select that element once, and then you can each and every time access the variable, and the same methods and properties are going to be at your disposal. Now you're probably also wondering, where is this document coming from? You see, what happens is once we set up our JavaScript file, so once we include it properly in our index.html, we have access to a global window object. Again, it's a global object, and it's right away at our disposal. And then within the window object, there's multiple properties and methods that we can work with. And one of those properties is a document property, which is a giant object itself. And then within that document property, we have access to our methods as well as other properties. So that's where we're getting the get element by ID. That's where we're again getting the fact that we can just select elements and all that. So this is where the document comes from, because we have a global window object. And then within that global window object, we have a property by the name of document. Now, lastly, once we select the element, any element we would want, what we're getting back is a node object or a node list. Now, node list is array-like object. What does that mean? Well, that means that some methods we can use the same how we used on arrays on array-like objects or on our node list, but some methods we cannot. Now, there's ways how we can, in fact, transform node list to array. So it's not a really big deal. We can always do that, but just remember that node list is array-like object. So it's almost like array, but not quite. So there are some differences. And then the way it works is once we select our element, in our case, button, again, I just use document. Then I use the method that we're going to learn a little bit later on. And then I selected the button. So once I have selected and I assign it to a variable, I have access to that element. Now, just to point that out, if I'm going to comment this out, you're going to notice that in my console, I'm getting the button. And once we have access to our node object, well, then we can do whatever we would like. Let's say in my case, I would want to use a node name property. So I would just want to find out the name of the node that I just selected. Well, since the node object has that property, node name, and if I assign it to, let's say, variable, I can just see that I have selected a button. Very simple example, but hopefully it gets the point across. And also, let's say about the styles. What if I would want to find out what kind of properties I can affect on my node object? Well, on my node object, I have a property of style. So we can just assign it to a CSS variable. And then if I'm going to console log it, I'm going to see that this is where I have all the CSS properties that I can set up on the button. So remember when we had our background color and color, Well, this is where they're coming from. So the body has the same. So we selected the body, it returned a node object, and on that node object, there was a style property. Within the style property, there's all the properties that we can affect for that particular element. Again, please remember main idea where you always are gonna select some kind of element or group of elements, and then you're gonna decide what kind of effects you would want to apply to that particular element or other elements in the document. And before we get busy typing away specific methods and properties, why don't we make sure that we understand what we're getting back from the window object and how we operate with console dir. So what is a window object? Again, that is a way for a browser to give us options to work with the browser. And the fancy name is browser APIs. Essentially, it gives us methods and properties that we can use to access the browser and work with the browser. Please keep in mind when I'm talking about the window, I am talking about the tab that I'm currently operating. It's not like you can open another tab and then still use the window object. That would be highly insecure. So whenever we talk about the window, we're talking about the tab where we're currently operating in. And then within the window object, we have the document. But in a previous video, you probably noticed how I just type out document. And you're probably wondering, okay, we did cover the objects. So wouldn't it be more proper where we write window and then dot object? And yes, you're correct. That would be a more proper way. However, what is happening is that whenever we work within JavaScript, if JavaScript is not going to be able to find that particular property or a method, it will always will look in the window object. So if I save it and if I can't try to console log the window object, you're going to notice that second thing is alert. Now remember, that was the function we already used before. And if you remember, when we worked with alert, it was the following way, where I just typed in the alert, and then we just, I don't know, had some kind of string that's going to be displayed within my alert. And again, technically, we should write window and then alert. But again, if JavaScript is not able to find this particular method, it will always look within the window object. If it cannot find it, then we're going to get there. That's the reason why we can just skip it. And in this case, write alert without the window object. And the same works for the document. That's the reason why whenever we just type in document, we right away can access the properties as well as the methods. And again, let me repeat that document is an object itself that comes with a window object, like so. If we console log it, notice, of course, this is where I get my properties as well as the methods. Now, if the window represented the tab where we're working in, the document represents the document that we have. So that way we can access, let's say, HTML element, we can access the body, and we can access any element that we would want within our document. So that's the document that we're talking about. And lastly, you're also going to notice that if, let's say, I'm going to console log the document, and you know what, by the way, I'm going to get rid of this alert. I don't think we need it. If we're just going to console log the document, it's not going to be very helpful because essentially we're just going to get our HTML structure. So, right, so we have the elements and all that is really well. But of course, we would want to take a look at those properties as well as the methods. And this is not specific to a document. And in fact, you can do with any elements that we're going to work in the upcoming videos. But instead of console log, we can use console dir. Now I'm still going to use console log, but just in case you ever want to find out what kind of properties as well as the methods we have on the node objects that we're selecting, or in this case, what we would have on the actual document object, just type console.dir, and then there you go. These, of course, are all the properties as well as the methods that we can access. By the way, right away within the document object, we have the body. That would represent the document body. So again, we right away have access to our body element. And that's essentially how we work with the window object. Then within the window, we have access to a document, which we're going to use quite a lot. And then if you ever would want to find the properties as well as the methods, instead of console log, just type in console dir. And right after general concepts, we're going to learn the most straightforward method that allows us to select elements by their ID. And the method name is get element by ID. And we do need to write it capital case. So we start with get. Then again, this is a uppercase letter. And then you see the same goes for by ID. And then as an argument, we supply a element ID. And we can do it in multiple ways. We can set this up as a variable, or you can just use a string. So if you use the quotation mark, and then within the quotation marks, you pass in the actual ID. And in my case, within the index HTML, I have heading one as well as the button. And strangely enough, both of them have the IDs. So for heading one, I have the title ID, and then for the button, I just have a simple ID of button. And they do need to match. So when we're setting up our method, make sure that IDs match. Otherwise, if you have selected the ID that doesn't exist, well, your answer is also going to be undefined. So you're not going to get the element that you're looking for. So let's test it out. That's always going to be our start, where let's say I would want to change again the color. Now, also as a side note, I am going to use a very, very simple examples where we're just going to change the colors. And the reason for that is very simple, because we have a bunch of projects where we're going to do way more complicated stuff. But in my opinion, in order to understand the basics, we also need to use the basic example. So I know we haven't covered about the styles, so don't worry, we're going to get there. But for our first examples, just because we would want to understand our initial methods, I'm just going to use again the colors. And eventually we're going to get the colors. We're going to understand how we can work with colors. And please don't be upset if the examples are simple. There's a reason for that. We are doing more complicated projects later on, and there's no reason for overcomplicate this. So let's say I would want to select my heading one. How I'm going to go about doing that? Well, I'm going to say const heading one is equal. And then again, we have document get element by ID, and check it out right away. Visual Studio Code gives us a nice options. So in this case, we're looking for get element by ID. So that even means that we don't need to type it out. And then what was the ID for my heading one? Well, I believe it was title. So now I have access to my node object. And then remember, within the node object, we had styles property, or more properly, style property. And we're just going to say heading one, since we have access right now in our variable. Then we're looking for style property. And then within the style property, again, we had bunch of properties. And again, Visual Studio Code is trying to help us. So we can just keep on scrolling and looking for property we would want. But I'm just going to go with color. I'm going to say, you know what? Color is going to be equal to red. Let's save it. And I can see on the right hand side in the browser that I changed successfully the color for my heading one to red using get element by ID. Again, the principle is the same. We have document, then we have the method name, which is get element by ID, and we just need to supply whatever ID our element has. And let's do the same thing with a button. However, in this case, I'm not going to assign it to a variable. So we're going to do the second option where we just select the element directly and apply the changes right after that. So let's do document. Then we're going to go again by get element by ID. In this case, button has the ID of button. So within the quotation marks, we pass the BTN ID. Then we are going to again use style. And the property we're looking for is background color. And we're just going to set that background color to, let's say, blue. And yep, of course, my button right now has the background of blue. Now, if let's say I would want to change the color, how I would do that? Well, since I haven't assigned it to a variable, of course, this is where the annoying part comes in, where I'm going to have to say document, get element by ID. Again, I'm looking for the button, then I'm looking for the style, and then as for the color property, I'm going to go with white. And you can see why you would want to rather use the variable, correct? Because if I would have assigned this right away to a variable, then I would have access to it. Then I would have access right away to a style as well as the background color and the color. And that way we can do it much more quicker. Where if there's multiple things that I would like to do, I'm going to select it as a button. So let me refactor it a little bit where we can see the advantages of assigning to a variable. So let's write, in this case, const. Then we're just going to call this btn, and we're going to use again document get element by ID. And I'm purposely rewriting this because, in my opinion, it helps to rewrite certain stuff because that engraves it better in the brain. So I'm going to select a button, and now within the variable, I have access to my button. So now I can use style background color as well as the color. So let me delete these two lines, and then I'm just going to say btn. Then we're looking for style and the background color again, and we're going to use a blue. So we're going to set it equal to blue. Let's copy and paste the line, and instead of looking for the background color, we're going to change the color, and we're going to change the color to a white one. And let's see what we're going to have. So result is exactly the same, but hopefully it showcases the benefit of using the variables. Now, do you have to use variables for everything? No, you don't. You can definitely just use document, then get element by ID, since that is the only method we have learned so far. Select the element and right away apply the changes. But it might get annoying if you have multiple things that you would want to change about that particular element. And again, most importantly, please remember the most basic method to select the element is using get element by ID. And then as a argument within the quotation marks, we just pass the correct ID of the particular element we would want to select. And right after we have covered get elements by ID method, next we're going to take a look at get elements by tag name, which allows us to select HTML elements by their tag name. So we know that within the index HTML, when we are setting up our elements, we use the tags. So for heading 2, we would use heading 2 tag. Then for list items, we would use a li tag. Then of course, for an unordered list, for example, we would use the unordered list tag, which is ul. So within JavaScript, we can use a method get elements by ID tag name. And then we just need to pass in the proper tag name. So let's try it out. I'm going to go with, let's say headings. So I'm going to go with const headings equals to document get. And now we're looking for tag name. So we pass in the method, and then I'm going to look for heading 2. So that selects the heading 2s that I have. And what this returns is a node list, which is a array-like object. And the best way to see that is just console logging. So we're going to go with headings, and it returns us a node list. So within a node list, we can see that it is kind of like an array, which is true. It is array-like object where, for example, we can select elements using the index, as well as we can get the link property. However, it's going to be difficult to run the array methods that we already used before. So let's first see how it's going to work with, let's say, index. So if I'd want to select the first one, the hello world, and if I would want to apply a different color, well, let's try it out. We're going to have headings. This is our node list. Then since we use indexes, I can just say that first item is going to be 0 index. That's correct. And then again, we're going to use already familiar style, and let's go with color of red. And what happens is that my first heading, since it is a 0 index, so I have node list, and the first headings has a 0 index. Well, it has right now a color of red. Okay, simple enough. Now, please also understand that this is dynamic, where if I'm going to remove my first heading 1, now since I have only one item, then the hello people is in fact going to be a 0 index. So that's the reason why my hello people right now is in fact in red color. Okay, let me go back a bit and let's just test it out as far as the length. So we have headings, that is our node list, and we can always check it out the length property. We can say console log headings length, and we're going to see that the value is going to be 2. And again, this is going to be dynamic, where if we remove, let's say in this case, second item, now we're going to have a node list that only has one item. That's the reason why length is 1. Now, we understand the basics. Awesome. Now, what about the properties? So why don't we test it out with array properties, and we're going to see that, well, it's going to fail. And for that particular example, you know what? I'm just going to comment out the length just so you can have it for your reference, but we're going to target our list items instead. So I'm going to say const items is equal to, again, document. Then remember the property name, method name, get element by tag name. So get elements by tag name. And then we're looking for the li, since those are the tags we're using for our list items. And let's try to run for each. Remember, that was one of the methods we learned in the previous section. So let's say items. Then let's go with for each. And then I would like to pass in the callback function. And in my case, I'm just going to write function there and then. So I'm going to set up my anonymous function. And I would just like to console log the item, because we know that this particular callback function is going to be applied for each and every item. And as a parameter within this function, I'm accessing each and every item. And I would just like to console log it. That's all I would like to do. And we're going to see in a console a big fat error where it says items for each is not a function. So since it is not an array, since it is array-like object, we cannot use our favorite for each method. We just cannot. So we have multiple options. Either we could set up a for loop. So for loop, you can still work with your node list. That is allowed. Or we can transform our node list a bit. And we're going to be skipping ahead. And that's the reason why we're not going to cover this in a huge detail, because we haven't covered ES6. And don't worry about it. We're going to get there, and don't also worry about the syntax right now. You don't need to remember this. We're going to go and we're going to cover later on the ES6. That's when we're going to cover the spread operator. But for now, I just want to show you that we can simply transform our list, our node list, and we can just use our array properties however we would like. And when I say array properties, I mean array methods, of course. So let's create a new variable. Let's say better items, like so. And in this case, again, I'm going to use spread operator, which we haven't covered it yet. Again, this is just for the purposes of showing you how simply it is. And now we create better items. And in this case, I can use my for each. So I can just say better items for each. And then we're going to do the same thing function. That is, of course, our callback function. We're accessing each and every item. And then I would like to console log my item. So let's go with console logging the item. And then I'm console logging right now each and every list item I have. If I'm going to remove one of them, let's say if we're going to go with different orange, then of course we're not going to have that orange. We're only going to have apple, banana, pear, and tomato. And just to emphasize again, if we would like to do something with one particular item, we can just use again the index. So if I'm going to go with, let's say, items, then we're going to go with 0, and we're going to go with, or you know what, let's do a different index, because otherwise I just keep repeating the same one. And again, we're going to go with style, color, and we're going to set this to orange. So let's see. Now our banana is going to be orange because, well, we have a items. So we have our node list. We are shooting for the item that has the index of 2, which is a third item. And then, of course, again, we use style, color, and that is set equal to an orange. And if you just want to double check what you're getting back for the items and better items, we can just also console log it. So for the time being, I'm just going to, in fact, comment out my console log for the items. And let's just put side by side what we have for the items and better items. So let's write console log items. And then we're going to go with better items. And you're going to notice that once we transform our items, the first one is a node list and the second one is straight up array. Well, that's the reason why we can use our methods. Okay. And again, let's go over the basics where if we would like to select elements by their tag name, we have a method for that. The method name is get elements by tag name. Then we pass in the tag. So depending how many elements you have, if you have 2, you're going to have a node list of 2. If you have 50,000, then you're going to have a node list of 50,000. And then you can use the index as well as the length to manipulate them. If you would want to use some kind of array methods, later on, we're going to cover how, in fact, we can transform our node lists into arrays. Great. Next one up, we have get elements by class name. And there's going to be a lot of similarities between get elements by class name and get elements by tag name, because we know that with classes, we can select multiple elements. So it's not like ID where that should be uniquely reserved. With classes, we usually add it to multiple elements. And that's the reason why, again, we're going to get back the node list with the same old rules. So again, we can use only index and length, and array properties are going to be somewhat difficult. And then if we would want to use array properties, of course, then we would need to transfer it into proper array. And up in my index HTML, I have still my headings, which in this video we're not going to actually use. And then I have, of course, my unordered list with list items. And 3 items have the class name of special. So let's try it out. We're going to head over back to app.js, and we're going to write again document. And you know what? Let's call this list items. So first I'm going to create a variable with a name of list items, and I'm going to set it equal to document. Then we're going to use get elements by class name. And now, of course, we need to pass in our class name of special. Keep in mind that we're not passing in the dot. So it's not like dot special. You need to just pass the actual name of the class. So in this case, we're going with special. That is our class name. And then, of course, we're going to have our node list. And just to double check, we can just say list items, console log. I open up my developer tools, and let's see what we're going to get. Yep, sure enough, we have our list. And then if, let's say, I would want to apply a blue color to banana, well, I would want to select that item. Now, again, we're getting back our node list, and it is 0 index based, meaning if I would want to target banana, I would need to look for list items and then item number 1. Since, again, there's 3 items, 0, 1, 2. So the third one is going to have, of course, the index of 2. And let's do that. Let's say list items. Then we're targeting the banana. So since it is second in the list, we're going to have the index of 1. And then again, let's do our favorite color. Or you know what? No, first style, then color, and that is equal to blue. And now our banana is going to be blue. Awesome. Beautiful. And our last 2 selectors are methods query selector and query selector all. And what's unique about these 2 methods is that we can pass in any CSS we would want. So starting from a simple ID or the class and ending with the most complicated CSS selector that you ever have written. Now, query selector selects a single element, and query selector all selects the whole list. What's really cool about query selector all that we can use the for each method, which we couldn't use previously with get element by tag name as well as the class name. Now, up in my index HTML, I have the unordered list. I did add the ID of result just so we can take a look at how we can select the IDs using query selector, as well as I have, again, list items, and first and third and fifth have the class of special. And I also added this class of last for my last item, the tomato, just so I can show you how we can use a unique CSS selector. So let's head over back to app.js and let's start working on query selectors. And first, let's target the result. Let's target the unordered list that has the ID of result, which again, we could have done it easily by using a get element by ID. It is also an option. It's not like we need to use one or the other. We can definitely use both if we wanted to. And let's go ahead and say const result is equal to document. Then again, the method name is query selector. So we're looking for query selector. And this is the case where you do need to pass in the hashtag for the ID. Because remember, we can use any CSS selector we want. So if, let's say, you would be targeting a class, you're going to add the dot, correct? So make sure that you add a proper CSS selector by ID using the hashtag. Then let's say the name of our ID, which is result. And now once we have selected the result, let's add a background color. So let's go with the result, style. And again, this is going to give me a selection that I don't want. So let's say here, style, and we're looking for the background color. Now, if the property has two names, then we need to write it as a camel case, and we're going to go with blue. Again, let me emphasize that we could have done this using get element by ID and just targeting the result. That also would be our option. And also, why don't we select the whole list? So let's go ahead and let's select items. But I want to show you that if we're using query selector, we're just selecting the first element. So you'd think that just because I'm passing in the class, I'm right away going to get a list. And I kind of want to show you that that's not what happens. So let's write const item is equal to document again. Then we need to use query selector. And what was the class name? Well, the class name was special. So again, make sure you add dot. Then let's write special. And now let's console log it. And again, probably thinking, well, we're getting the whole class, so we should be getting the list items. But unfortunately not. We're just getting one item, which is an apple. So that's going to be the first instance of our particular class. So make sure that if, let's say, you're selecting the whole list, then you're using query selector all. And by the way, I wrote this one here wrong for your reference. So query selector all, like so. So we're getting the first item. But also let me show you that we can use a very, very specific CSS selector. So let's say I would want to target my last item. You could say, well, just passing the class of last. And yeah, you can definitely do that. However, why don't we write some more complicated CSS selector where I'm going to say last item. So last item, and that is going to be equal again to document. Then we have query selector. And then within our selection, I'm going to pass in the list item. So I'm going to target list items. And then if I would want to have a last item, I'm going to go with a last child. And let's just console log what we're getting back as the last item. So let's write console log last item, and we should have the tomato. And yep, we do. So again, you can write very complicated CSS within your selection, whatever CSS you would like. And I guess lastly, let's work with query selector all, where we are going to select the whole list. And I'm going to show you how nicely we can use the for each method. So in this case, I'm going to name my variable list. It is going to be equal to document query selector all. Now again, let's pass the class of special. And you know what? I'm going to comment out my previous console logs. Otherwise, it is getting really busy over there in the console. And we're just going to start again by console logging the list. We are going to get back our list. Awesome. And now let's try to do for each, which we were not able to do before when we used the class name as well as the tag name. And we're going to go with list for each. And again, we would need to pass in the callback function that is going to be applied for each and every list item. So we're going to go with function. And then as a parameter, we're getting that particular item, whatever that item is. So I'm going to name my parameter item. But of course, you can name this banana. You can name Johnny is the best or whatever you would like. And first, again, let's console log. Let's say item, just so we can see that we're getting those items. And you know what? For each and every item, I'm also going to add some color. So I'm going to say color is equal to a yellow. So again, we use the style property. And then within the style property, we looked for the color property. And let's see. First of all, I can see that first, third, and fifth items are yellow. The reason why they're yellow, because of course they do have class of special. And I can also console log each and every item. And again, what's really cool about query selector all is the fact that we can use right away for each. So we don't need to do any transformations. And in general, query selector and query selector all are really, really powerful because you can pass any CSS you would want. So you can see that technically we can just replace any selectors that we had before. Excellent. At this point, we're comfortable with our first objective, which is select element or group of elements. Since we covered the methods that we can use, starting from get element by ID all the way to query selector all. Granted, we sprinkled a little bit of effects using the colors. So we are also a bit comfortable with our second objective, we mostly focused on the first one. However, we're still not done with our first objective because there's going to be times when we cannot directly use our methods. So there's going to be times when we would need to navigate our DOM tree, or the fancy name for that is traverse the DOM tree. Now, I think it's going to be easier if I show you by example. And up in my index.html, I have the unordered list with an ID of result. And I would want to start targeting the list items without using my methods. So first, I'm going to use one of the methods that we used before to target the result. But then once I have access to result, I would want to navigate the DOM tree. So whatever items I have in here without using the methods, because there's going to be cases where we cannot just directly use methods on, let's say in this case, these list items. So let's head over back to app.js, and first let's target the result. And again, we have multiple options. So I'm just going to settle for query selector. If you don't like query selector, you can obviously use the ID in this case, since we have the ID. So let's write const, and then we're going to go with the result. Then we're going to go with document. And again, it's a nice repetition. And we're going to go with query selector. Now, what is the ID? Well, hashtag and a result. So we selected the result. And now how do we select the children? Because we have, of course, our unordered list. And these list items are children of the unordered list. So how we can select the children? Well, we can use the child nodes. However, we need to be careful because when we're using the property of child nodes, it returns everything, including white space, which is treated as a text node. And again, let me show you that by example. If I'm going to go const all children, then of course I do need to use my parent, which is a result. And then if we use the child node, you're going to notice something interesting, that even though we have 5 children, so we should get 5 items, well, all children is going to be a bit bigger. So let's try children. And in our console, we're going to have 11. Now, why do we have 11? Because again, we have this white space. So that is treated as a text node. So we have one before. That's the reason why we're getting so many items within our list. Now, what would be a better way? Well, better way would be using children, because children property is only going to return actual children. So again, let's test that out. And I'm just going to go with const children is equal to result children. And again, in this case, since it is getting busy, I'm just going to console log, and we're going to shoot for console logging the children. So let's comment out our previous selection, all children. And in this case, we are getting the 5 items. So that's awesome. So that way, if I would want to select one of the items, I already can see that I have my indexes. So again, whichever you would like. If you want to select the first one, use the 0. If you want to select the last one, just use the index of 4. And also, let's take a look at the first child and last child. But again, the problem with first child and last child is that there's going to be a text node. And in this case, again, we're just going to console log it. I'm not going to do really much with it. So we're going to write console log, and let's try to console log the first and last child. So let's go with the result. Then let's write first child and copy and paste and last child. So both of the properties that we have at our disposal, and both of them are going to be text. Okay. So again, both of them are going to be white space because, well, we're getting essentially all the child nodes. And just to re-emphasize the main points of the video, there's going to be times when we cannot use the methods that we previously learned. So we're going to have to move up and down the DOM tree or traverse the DOM tree using the properties, the different properties, the child properties. But we need to be careful of which property we're using, because some of them are going to return all child nodes, including the white space, which is treated as a text node. And once we have covered how we can access child nodes, I would also like to cover parent element that allow us to access the parent element. And the idea is exactly the same. Or in this case, we're not looking for the child, we're looking for the parent. And that's the reason why up in the index.html, I created a nested structure where I have the div with an ID result, then one heading one, And then within the div, I also have the second div that has a heading 2. So first we're going to select a heading 2, and then we're going to use our parent element method to traverse the DOM. However, in this case, we are going to be going upwards, where we're going to look for first parent, then second parent, then we're going to look for the body, because keep in mind, body is a parent element to all of them. And then, of course, we also have the HTML that is a parent to a body. And then eventually we're just going to run out of the nodes, and then we're going to get back null. How it's going to work? Well, first of all, let's select our heading 2. So let's do const heading is going to be equal to document query selector. Now I'm selecting the heading 2 like so. And of course, as always, we can just console log it. We're getting back our heading. Awesome. And now let's run our parent element method. So if we run parent element, you're going to notice that I'm going to get back right now my div with a class of second, because that is a immediate parent. But we can chain this method. We can not only run parent element, we can just say, all right, dot parent element, since our div with a class of second also has the parent element, correct? And now we're getting back the div with an idea result. And like I said, we just can keep on chaining, where we can run it one more time. Now, in this case, we're getting back the body. Then we run it one more time and we get HTML. And eventually, we're just going to run out of the parent elements. So please be careful when you're chaining them, because there's going to be a case where you're going to get back null. If there's no more parent element, then the result is going to be null. And in my example, I'm going to do very simply, where we're going to delete the console log right now. And we're going to say const parent is equal to a heading. Then we go with parent element. Now, of course, I'm getting back my div. And on a parent, again, we're going to run the style, not style media, but we're going to go color, and we're going to go with the red. So essentially, I'm setting up the color red for my whole div. So even if I would add one more element, you're going to see that we're going to get right away the color red for that element. So if there's going to be heading 3, another heading, then this heading also is going to have a color red, because we added the style, the color of red, to a parent, not just to a heading. And that's how we can work with parent elements using JavaScript. And in order to keep the ball rolling, next we're going to talk about previous sibling property as well as next sibling property. That will allow us to, again, navigate the DOM. So traverse the DOM. However, again, be careful, because initially they do return the white space. And as always, it is going to be much more easier for me to show you how it works in the real world scenario. So let's say we have the index HTML. Within the index HTML, I have the unordered list with some kind of ID that, tell you honestly, in this video, we're not going to care about, because what we're looking for is this first list item and last list item. And we're going to use the properties that we just learned in order to, let's say, select the item 2 or item number 3. So first, I guess let's start by selecting the class of first. So my first list item. And we already know the drill, const, whatever variable name. And I'm going to assign this to document. Then we have a query selector. So in this case, I'm going to use query selector because I find it easiest, especially for examples. And I'm going to target the class of first. Now remember though, in order to target the class, I do need to make sure that I have this dot. And always, if you are not sure about things, console log it. Just make sure that you have selected something properly. Otherwise, if you're going to get back null, well, it doesn't really matter what you're going to do after that, because nothing is going to work since you haven't correctly selected the element you're looking for. So once I have a first, let's say I would like to look for the next sibling. How would I do that? Well, first, I guess let's create a variable again. Let's write const second. Now you don't have to, but in my case, I'm going to do that first. And we're going to look for next sibling, like so. That is the property that we're looking for. And now let's console log the second. And like I said, initially it is going to return the white space. So what we're seeing is a text. So if we wanted to add some kind of properties or anything like that to the second, well, it's not going to make sense since we're looking for the list item 2, not the white space. So make sure you add dot and just add next sibling. And now we are going to get the property of list item of number 2. So again, if we would wanted to, we could add, let's say, color. So let's go with style, color, and we're gonna go with red. And now our second list item, of course, is gonna be red. So now we know how to select the next sibling. And again, we need to make sure that we run it twice. Otherwise, the first value is just gonna be a white space. And let's also do the same thing with a previous sibling. So let's cover the last. Now, in my case, I have the ID of last. So my choices are pretty easy. I can either use the document get element by ID, or I can just show you that we can always use the query selector, which is exactly what I'm going to do. So const last is equal to document. Then we're going to go with query selector when we're looking for the ID of last. So make sure you have the hashtag. Then we have the last, and the same drill as we had before, where if we're looking for second, we were looking for next sibling, next sibling. Well, for the third one, so const third is going to be last, and then we're looking for previous sibling, not query selector, sorry, previous sibling, and then one more previous sibling. And then we should get our third element. And I'm not going to add the colors for this guy, but we can just console log it, and we're going to see that there's going to be a list item number 3. And one more gotcha about previous sibling and next sibling is the fact that if you already have selected the last element, and if you're looking for a next sibling, meaning if you're looking for the sibling that doesn't exist, you're going to get back null. So let's also try that out. And in this case, I'm just going to go with console log. So we're right away going to console log what we're getting back. So last, but instead of previous sibling, we're going to look for next sibling. So let's look for the next sibling. Let's see what we're going to get in console. Now we're getting a white space. But if I'm going to run it one more time and we're going to get next sibling, check it out. In a console, I have the null. So if you're going to select the first or the last element in the list, and if you're going to try to look for element before that or element after that, you eventually going to get back null. And once we have covered next sibling as well as previous sibling, why don't we take a look at the easier way how we can grab right away the next element. And difference is very subtle, but the property name would be previous element sibling, not just previous sibling. And that way we can right away grab the element. Let me show you how it works. I'm going to keep the HTML exactly the same, but within the JavaScript, I'm going to delete everything that I have after first and everything what I have after third or after last, I guess. And now let's do the same drill where I would like to make the list item 2 with the color of red. How would I do that? Well, I can just go first, and then I can look for next element sibling. So let's go with next element sibling. And then we right away are getting the list item. And I'm not going to console log it since we already have done this before. And then right away, let's look for style. And this is just going to give me a suggestion that I wasn't looking for. So let's write style. Then we're going to look for color. And we're going to set this equal to red. So in this case, you don't have to worry about the white space. You can just either grab next element sibling, and the same would work with previous element sibling. Beautiful. Next one up, we have two properties that are going to allow us to access the text content within the element. Now, one of them is a bit straightforward than the other one, and we're going to start with a more difficult one. But in our index HTML, everything should be as straightforward as it gets. We have a heading 1 with an ID of special. And then, of course, I have a text content that says this is a special content. And let's start with a node value, which is a bit tricky. But again, at the end of the day, they do the same thing. They are going to return you a text value that is within your element. First, let's start by creating a variable by the name of item. I'm going to use document get element by ID since I have my ID. And of course, my ID was a special. And you would think that right away I could just use the node value. Since we're getting back our node object, well, I could just access the text content. However, it's not going to be the case. So let me write a variable by the name of value. It is going to be equal to item and node value. And let's just console log first. What are we getting back? So let's write value, and we're going to get back null. And the reason for that is because if you remember a few videos ago, we covered child nodes. So let's, instead of value, console log the child nodes. Let's write item child nodes, which is our node list. And then within the node list, we need to look for our text, which is a item number 1 in, or I'm sorry, I guess item number 0. The index is 0, but it is a first item. And if we would like to access the value, the text value that is in there, we would need to write either child nodes like this, where we're looking for the first item, and then we're looking for the node value. Then we're going to get our this is special content, or we can use the first child, or we can use right first child, and then we're getting back again our special content. So in our case, instead of just looking for the node value, we're going to have to write first child, node value, and then of course that is going to be our value. So the text content is going to be a bit easier, where we're not going to have to do that extra step. We can just write item and then get text content. And in this case, I'm going to say const easy value. Easy value is item, and we're going to look for text content property. So in that case, we right away are going to get our text content. Let's just write easy value, and once we console log it, right away we have the text that was within the heading one. Again, both of them eventually accomplish the same goal. So both of them are going to return you a text content. You just need to be careful when you're using the node value. You're going to have to take extra steps in order to get the proper value. Excellent. Next on our agenda is going to be two methods. One by the name of get attribute and the second one of setting the attribute. So we know that when we work with HTML elements, they have attributes, whether that's class, href, and I can go on and on and on. And with JavaScript, we can get those attributes, so the values for those attributes, and we can even set those attributes. And the goal for our video is going to be very simple. Where currently I have the unordered list. Within the unordered list, I have two list items and one link. So first, we're going to use get attribute to make sure that we're getting the values for the attribute for the list item, as well as the href, as well as our link. And by the way, a link is pointing to first HTML, which of course doesn't exist, but I just wanted to add some kind of href. And then we're going to dynamically add the attribute as well as text content to our list item. So we're going to use a couple of things that we learned in the previous videos. And first, I guess I would like to select all the first class. So all the items that has the first class. And you're looking at it and you're like, well, okay, only one item has it. Yeah, that's correct. But by the end of the video, we're going to add a class of first also to a last item. So first, I'm just going to use a query selector to select all the elements that has a class of last, or I'm sorry, first, which currently probably doesn't make sense since we're going to get only one item. But still, let's do it. Const links equals to document. We know that since we're going to have a list of things, not only query selector, but we're looking for query selector all, and we're going to be looking for all the elements that class a class of first. Okay, let's start that. And by the way, let's probably console log it. Let's say links, just so we can see that yes, we have a node list, but essentially there's only one item. And then let's move on and start working with our get attribute and set attribute. And we're going to start by just targeting our first guy, the one that has a class of first. So let's say const, and we're going to call this first, and we're going to go with document query selector and query selector. And again, we're targeting the one that has a class of first. And if we're going to look for get attribute, we also should see the first. So if I'm going to go with first, get attribute, so get attribute. And if I'm looking for the attribute of class, I just need to type it in. So if you're going to be looking for attribute of ID, then of course you would need to type in the ID. So in my case, I'm looking for get attribute of class. I'm just going to assign it to a class. So const class is equal to first get attribute, like so. But of course, this one is taken. So within JavaScript, we cannot use this particular variable name since the name is reserved. So let's write class value, like so. And let's try to console log it. So class value, and we should get back the first. And yep, in the first line, I right away see that that is the value for my class. Now we can also spice things up. Why don't we head over back to list item? Let's say ID of special, and then within the app.js, we're not going to use the get attribute of class. We're going to use ID, like so, just so you can see that, of course, we can use multiple attributes in this case, And of course, it's not going to be anymore the class value, it's going to be the ID value. And this should give us the value of special. And yep, in the app.js line number 6, I have the value of special. So that's how we can get the values of our attribute. Again, we select the element, whether that's using the ID, whether that's using query selector, however you would prefer. And then we're looking for get attribute method. And then within the get attribute method, we pass in, well, what attribute we're looking for. And then we're going to get back the value for that particular attribute. Let's do the same thing with a link. So I'm going to comment this out just so I don't overpopulate my console. And we're going to go with const link is equal to document get element by ID. ID in my case was link for my link. Very, very convenient. And I'm going to go with show link. So essentially show me the href attribute. So const show link is equal to a link. Then I'm looking for get attribute, and the attribute name I'm looking for is href in this case. And again, let's just console log show link, and let's see what we're going to get back. And of course, we have the first HTML. So that's how we can get the attribute. Now let's make things interesting and dynamically set the attribute. And we're also going to repeat how we could navigate through our DOM without using the query selector and get element by ID. And what I'm talking about is, notice how the last item doesn't have a class, doesn't have the ID. So technically we could set up a query selector with a very nifty CSS selector, or we can just use the fact that we already know how to traverse the DOM. So let's do it. We have the link, okay, and let's grab the last item. So I'm going to call this const last is equal to a link. Then let's use the next element sibling. So that's how we can right away select it. And then let's do two things. Let's set the attribute, and let's also write I have a class of first. So notice how right now the text content is I have no attributes, correct? So I would want to change two things. First of all, I would like to add dynamically the class of first. So then my node list should have two items. And also I would like to change the text. So since I have access to my last element, it's very easy. I can just say last, then I can do set attribute. First value that we're passing is what kind of attribute we would want to set. In our case, it is going to be class. And then the second one is, well, what would be the value? And again, we're just passing a string, and the class I would like to set this first, just because I already have the item here with a class of first. That should do it. And then also let's add right away our text content. So last text content. And this is just to show you that not only we can access the value using the text content property, but we can also set the value. So if I would try to console log right now what I have last text content, I'm going to get back the I have no attributes. However, I can assign it to a new value. I can say, you know what, last text content is going to be I also have a class of first, like so. Let's run it, and we're going to notice a few things. First of all, the text is going to change for our last item. Then also we're going to add the class of first. So if we're going to console log our last one, we're going to see that we dynamically add our class of first. And also lastly, within the node list, we're going to have two items. So let's save it and let's look for those three things. And of course, this is saving my whole thing. I need to head over back to JavaScript, and now let's see what we're going to have. So first of all, I have a class of first. Yes, that's a list item, but I also have a class of first. So we dynamically added the text content, which is awesome. Then if we're looking in our console, we can see that the second thing is a list item that has a class of first. And with the text of I also have a class of first. So we can see that we dynamically added this class of first. And lastly, like I said, the node list now has two values. Not only it has the first class that we originally had, but there's also a list item with a class of first that initially had no classes. And that's how we can use get attribute and set attribute methods and combine them with what we learned already in the previous videos. Excellent. I think we're moving on very, very well. Next one up, we're going to take a look at how we can add CSS classes dynamically to our elements using JavaScript. Up in my HTML, I have three headings. Each of them have the ID. So first, second, and third with the same text. So first element, second element, and third element. And then I have two classes that I created within my style tags. So I have the colors class as well as the text class. So we're going to take a look at how we can use JavaScript in order to apply those classes, remove those classes, and actually also check the class, whether the class is on the element. And let's start very, very simply by just adding a colors class to our first element. So let's say heading 1 is going to have the class, the CSS class, by the name of colors. Okay. Now, what I see on the right hand side is the red background as well as the color of white. So that is, of course, the value for my background as well as the color. Now let's head over back to app.js and just let's do a very simple selection where we're going to do const first is equal to get document first. So document get element by ID. And then we can, of course, use here first since that is the ID. And then I'm going to copy and paste and just change these values around. So let me do 2 selectors and I'm going to go with second. And also I'm going to use 2 cursors and we're going to change this one around to third. So that should give me all my 3 headings. Now, once I have access to the 3 headings, the first property I would want to show you is the class name. So the class name will allow us to check for the class name as well as change the class name or add a new class name. How it works? Well, let's go with first. Let's write class name property and let's set it equal to something. So I'm going to say const and I'm going to call this class value since I cannot just use the class. And as always, let's just console log class value. And up in a console, we're going to see that, of course, we have the colors class. Why we have the colors class? Because the class name that is on the heading 1 is the name of colors. And we can do the same thing if we change it around to text. You're going to see that, of course, first of all, the styling changed since I applied a different class. And then, of course, the value for my class name also changed because I changed the value up in the HTML. So first, that's how we can check for the class name using the class name property. But we can also add them. So if let's say I'm going to head over back and I'm going to go with, I don't know, a second, right? Since the second doesn't have any classes, I could right away add my class name, whether that's text or colors. The way it's going to work, first, I'm going to get rid of the console log. I'm going to keep it for your reference, but I'm going to remove from my console. And then we're going to do the same thing where we're going to have a second. Then we're going to go with class name property, but instead of just checking and then assigning to some kind of variable, well, I'm going to set it equal. I'm going to say that the class name property is going to have the value of colors. What do we see on the right hand side? Well, we see that heading 2, well, essentially heading 1, that is the second element, right now has our class of colors because we dynamically add it with the JavaScript. However, there's a gotcha. What if, let's say, I would want to add this text class as well? How we would do that? Well, you would think it's very simply, right? So we're just going to copy and paste it. And we're going to say, you know what? I would like to add a text class as well. However, notice that right now the second element doesn't have the colors anymore. So essentially, the gotcha is that when you use the class name, and then if you, let's say, 2-3 lines or whatever lines later, assign it to a new value, you're essentially going to override it and you're going to remove your first values. So a better option would be using the class list. Now, before we talk about the class list, I would just want to show you that, let's say, technically, if you know both classes right away, you could just simply say something like that, where if you want to use colors and the text, instead of overriding in the next line, you could right away use both of them in the class name property. However, like I said, class list would be a bit better solution because we're not going to be overriding that. So I guess let's test it out for a third one since it doesn't have any classes. But in this case, we're going to use class list property. The way it works is we're going to go with third. And then for the third one, let's add first a class list of color. So the property is class list, like so. So class list. However, for the class list, we also need to use another property. And that property is add. So we need to make sure that we add, and then we need to specifically say, well, which class we would like to add. So let's go with colors, like so. And we right away have our colors class added also to a third element. And by the way, if you just want a console log, what you're going to get back as a class list, just so we can see it in the console, In this case, I'm going to comment out my class value, and I'm going to do the same thing. So class value is equal to a third, and then we're going to have a class list, just so we can see how we're going to be dynamically updating. So let's console log it, and let's write class value. And that way you're going to see how we dynamically are adding these values. Now, of course, we do need to make sure that we do that assignment right after we are adding the class list. So let me move this guy up. And then, of course, we're going to see that what kind of values we have. So currently we only have the colors. But like I said, the benefit of using the class list is that I can do this dynamically. So if I'm going to copy and paste, and in this case, instead of adding the colors, I'm going to add text. And what you're going to notice is that right now we're updating, first of all, our DOM. So our element has two classes. It's not like before where we use the class name and we were just overriding this. In this case, we're adding the class, and we can also clearly see it in our console log where we're console logging the class value, because these are the classes that we're adding. Now we could also shorten this up. So again, let me comment this out. And let me, in fact, copy and paste it. And once I have copied and pasted, I'm going to uncomment the third one. And in order to add two classes, let's say right away, the syntax is a bit different. So it's not like we did before with the class name where we type colors and then space and then text. Instead, we need to have a comma and then whatever class you would want to add. So if you have 5,000 classes you would want to add, just keep adding the comma. And then as a string value, just keep on adding the classes that you would want to add for that element. And also the same way how we can add classes, we can remove classes. So the way it works with class list, we just type third, then class list, and the property is remove. So in this case, we just need to type which class we would want to remove. So I guess I'm going to go with text and check it out. Now we only have the colors class added to a third element. So essentially we just removed our text class. And lastly, we also have a awesome property on a class list by the name of contains. So we can check whether that particular element does have that class. And in order to set this up, first I'm going to set a variable, and I'm just going to say result. So let result is equal to third class list. Then the property we're looking for is contains. And then we need to pass in, well, what color, or I'm sorry, what class are we looking for? So in my case, since I removed the text, I'm going to say, you know what, does the third element has the class list of colors, or I'm sorry, the class of colors. If it does, then I'm going to console log something. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to console log something else. So in this case, I'm going to write if result, if this is true, if the element does have the class, well, then I'm going to have a console log hello world. However, if the element doesn't have the class, then I'm just going to say else, and we're going to console log something else. We're going to say console log, and in this case, we're going to have a console log of does not have the class. Something small and stupid. Okay. And sure enough, in a DOM, what I see here in the console is the hello world. Now, why I have the hello world? Because my element does contain the class of colors. And again, we have two properties. We need to be careful with class name because we are going to be overriding this if we're just going to type it in the next line. And a better way of adding classes, removing classes, and checking classes would be using a class list property that, of course, has all these methods. And we just need to remember the syntax. Beautiful. Once we know how we can work with classes in JavaScript, next one up, let's take a look at how we can add elements dynamically. And we're going to use three methods: create element, where we just need to pass the tag name of what kind of element we would like to create. Then we're going to need to add a text node, and we're going to use a method by the name of create text node, and then whatever content we would like to place within the text or as our text. And then lastly, we're going to take a look at a append child. So essentially, this is going to append the element that we just created. Up in our index HTML, I have two classes, one for the heading one, that is within the result, and the second one we're going to use for the element that we're going to append. So we're going to repeat a little bit of what we learned in the last video of adding classes. However, in this case, it's not going to be for the element that is already sitting within a DOM? Well, it's going to be for our dynamic element. And then within the body, we have the div with an ID of result. And we're going to look at two cases where one, I'm just going to add a created element to the body. And then the second one, we're going to place it within the ID of result right next to a heading one. So let's get going. And we're going to start very simply by selecting the result. Again, there's multiple ways how we can do that, but I'm going to go with const result is equal to document. Then we're going to use query selector, and I would like to select my ID of result. So ID of result. So now I have the result. Next, I would like to create a new element, and I know I can do that by create element method, and we're going to assign it to some kind of variable. And first, since I'm going to append this to the body, I'm going to call this body div, but I'm going to write the comment of what we're doing. So create empty element, like so. Once we do that, once we create a empty element, then we're going to assign it, like I said, to a variable. So body div is equal to a document. So we need to first use a document, then create element. So let's look for create element, and then we can pass whatever tag name we would want. You want to create a heading one, pass h1. You want to create a div, pass a div, and hopefully you get the gist. In this case, I'm going to create a div, so I'm just going to say create element, and then the tag name is div. Now, also within the div, I would want to have some kind of text node, right? So I would want to have some kind of text. And let's add a comment of create text node. Now I'm going to use again my variable of text is equal to document. Then the actual method name is create text node. So let's look for text node and whatever text we would like to place it. And in this case, I'm going to say a simple body div, something like that. Now, once we have done that, now we would want to append the text first to the body chat. So before we append the body div to our body element, first we would want to place the text within the body div. Otherwise, even though we could append right away the body div to our body element, we're not going to see anything because we need to have our text. So before we append the body div to a body, we're going to simply write body div append child. And once we have our method, now we need to decide on what kind of element I would like to add to my body div. And since I already created a text node, I'm just going to type here that I would like to append this particular text node to my body div. Once we're done with appending our text to a body div, then we're going to append to a actual body element. And we can right away access the body element. We don't need to use a query selector. We can just say document body. And again, the same method. So that doesn't change. Append child. However, in this case, of course, we're using the body div. And we're going to right away notice on the right hand side where we have a simple body div. So again, we're dynamically doing this. It's not like previously we had within index.html right away some kind of div. No, only when JavaScript runs, then we create our div element, then we create our text node, we add our text node to a body div, and then that body div gets appended to our body element. And if we're going to take a look at, of course, our dynamic DOM, meaning not the index.html, but within the console, we can see that we have elements. And then, of course, we have our div that we created dynamically. And of course, it gets added as a last. That's the reason why it is after the script tags. So we're going to take a look at other methods, how we can, let's say, do it before and all that. So this is just the most simplest one where we just appending the child. So that should do it for the body. Now let's do the same thing with the result, because it is always very useful to repeat what we're doing, because that way it's going to stick in our head a bit better. Now, before we actually do anything with the result, I would simply like to check it out what kind of children result has, because again, we're going to do this dynamically. So I think it would be somewhat helpful. So let's write our console log in the bottom. Let's write result. And remember, we had a property by the name of children. So that should give us a what kind of children it has. And currently it only has a heading 1 with a class of red. We can all clearly see that. So let's do the same thing like we did before. But in this case, we're going to create a heading 1. So I'm going to have a variable by the name of heading. Again, variable names are up to you, however you would want to name them. Then again, the method name is create element. And then in this case, instead of div, I'm going to create a heading 2. That's step number 1. Then I'm going to add some kind of text node. So let's do const heading text. And then, of course, we need to use again document. Then we have create text node. So let's look for the text node and whatever text we would want to have. So dynamic heading, that is going to be my text. And then, of course, again, we need to do two things where we're appending the text and then we're appending the actual heading. So first, let's append our heading to, or I'm sorry, the heading text to a heading. So we're going to write heading, append child, and we would want to append the heading text. Okay. Then before we append the heading to a result variable, then of course I would want to also add the class. And we already learned this in a previous video where if I'm just going to type heading, then the actual method name is class list. And now I would want to decide, well, what kind of class I would want to add. And of course I do need to say add first. And then the class that I'm looking for is blue, just because my first heading already has the class of red. So I'm just going to go with blue. So now we dynamically added class as well. And lastly, let's append our heading, the element that we just created, to our result. So let's write result. Then we have append child. And now we want to append the heading that I just created. And dynamically, I added my dynamic heading. And I can clearly see that in multiple places. I can see if I check out my elements. I'm going to see right now my second heading. So let me look for result. And sure enough, that is my blue. I can clearly see it in the DOM and in console as well. If I'm looking at my children, we dynamically added this particular element. And like I already briefly mentioned in a previous video, append child is not the only method that we can use when we are inserting the element dynamically. Please keep in mind though, we still need to use create element. Then if we would like to text, we still need to use create text node. And in order to set up the text node, we're going to still use append child. So we're going to use append child text to place that text node within the element that we just created. However, instead of using the append child, we're going to use insert before. And insert before is a different method. And this method requires two arguments. One is what kind of element we would like to insert. And the second one is the location. So where exactly we would want to insert. And since the method name is already suggesting that we're going to do it insert before, so before which element we would like to insert our dynamic element. So now I'm going to leave the code that we had in the last video. However, we're going to remove two things. We're going to remove document body append child because we would want to use a different method when we're adding the element. And the same is going to work for the result. So instead of appending the heading, which would be at the end of course, our result, I'm just going to use insert before. So let's remove both of these things. So now, of course, we don't have any dynamic elements. And right after we have added the text to our body div, now let's use again document. Then we're going to write body. And instead of the append child, we're going to look for insert before. And like I said, this method, it requires two things. First of all, it requires what kind of element we would want to add. And we already have the body div. So body div. And then there's the location. And I would like to insert it before the result div. And since I already have selected my result div, I'm just going to say that my second value is going to be my result element. And now what we can see on the right hand side that instead of adding as a last child, we are adding before the result element. Okay. So let me add comments that this is a result element just so we see the difference between the body and the result. And now let's try to do the same thing for our result where we had our heading, we created a heading, we added the class, all that worked fine. But now we'd want to add it to our result element. But instead of append child, again, we're going to use insert before. The difference though is that remember within the index HTML, we have our heading 1, correct? But we haven't selected it. So we probably should add the class, or we already have the class. So we should probably just select it. So let's say here const, and I'm going to go with first, and I'm going to select it by document, query selector, and I'm going to look for the class of red, since that is the class that our heading has. And now let's use again our insert before, where we have our heading, we have the text, we have added the text to our heading, as well as we have added the class list. So last thing, let's use a result. That is, of course, our node object. And then we're going to use, of course, insert before. And now again, we need two things. First of all, what we're going to insert. So we're going to go with heading. And the second one is the location. So insert before what? Well, insert before my heading that I have selected with a variable first. And now instead of being the last element, of course, now it is in front of our heading that was already within our HTML. And while we're still on the subject, why don't we cover replace child that takes two arguments? One is the new element, so what element we're going to be placing, and the second one, which element is going to be replaced. And just because I would want to jog your memory, we're going to create a brand new element. So right after insert before, why don't we create a heading 6? We already know how we can do that. So we're going to go with const. Let's say small heading. Small heading is equal to document. Then we write create element. And then, of course, we would want to pass in what kind of element we would want to create. And since in this case, I would want to create a heading 6, I'm just going to pass in heading 6. Then also let's create a text. So const small text like so is equal to a document. And then the method name is create text node. And then in this case, we're going to use the template strings. So I'm going to say I am small heading text. And then after that, let's add a class. But in this case, let's add a class of red. So we're going to have a small heading, class list add, and we're adding the class of red. Now we also need to remember that we need to add the small text to a small heading. And in order to do that, we're going to pass in small heading. Then the method name is append child, and we're appending the small text. So now when our element is ready, instead of appending it or inserting before, I'm going to write a document, then body. And then in this case, we're going to say, not insert, sorry. We're going to write replace child. So replace child. And the moment we run the method, VS Code right away is going to give us the suggestion where again, we need to pass in the new child as well as the old child. So in this case, the new child is small heading, and I would like to replace the body div. So body div that we worked on before. And the moment we do that, we can see it in a DOM that we have our small heading. And that's how we can replace child using JavaScript. And while we're still on the subject, I also would like to cover prepend method as well as inner text property that allows us to set text right away instead of creating a text node and then appending to whatever element. My index HTML and app.js was getting quite busy. So for this video, I deleted everything. I just have the heading 1 in my HTML, as well as app.js just have these two comments. Again, the prepend method and then the inner text property. And what I would like to do in this video is insert a heading 2 in front of the first heading. The way we're going to do that, first of all, we're going to create a new element. So we're going to go with const heading, and that is going to be equal to a document. Then have again the create element, and then we need to pass what kind of element we would like to create. And since I would like to create a heading 2, I'm just going to set the value in my string as a heading 2. And now instead of creating a text node and then appending to a heading, which we covered in the previous videos, we have an option of using inner text property. So the way it works is we just type heading. So whatever element you just selected, then the property we're looking for is inner text. And we set this equal to whatever text. And in my case, I'm going to set it equal to template strings. And I'm going to go, I am a dynamic heading, like so. And then lastly, we also would want to cover prepend method. So unlike append, that would add at the end of the body element because we're going to use the body element. But again, please remember it will work the same on any element you have selected. It's just with body, we don't need to actually select it. We can use document for that. But remember, previously when we used append, it was at the end of the script tags. Now in this case, we're going to place it with prepend and it's going to be in front of the heading one. And the method is very, very straightforward. We just need to select our body. So document, body, and then instead of append, we use prepend. And then we just say that we would like to add there our heading. So the element we just created. And successfully, dynamically, we have added our heading. And I know that you're probably thinking, okay, in the previous video, you talked about the text nodes and how to append. So why in this video, we're covering the different methods? And the answer is very simple, that there is multiple ways how we can do that. And by the way, in future videos, we're going to take a look at even a easier way how we can add elements. And the reason why I'm showing you multiple methods, because I would want you to decide whichever works the best for you. Granted, most likely you're going to stick with the one that we're going to cover in future videos because that is the fastest one. But also please keep in mind that there is still a lot of code that uses prepend as well as append. So I definitely want you to be aware of the methods and how they work, even though you're not going to use it for your own development. Once we have covered multiple ways how we can add elements to the DOM, I would also like to show you how we can remove elements from the DOM. And in this video, we're going to cover two methods, one by the name of remove and the second one by the name of remove child. And also in the process, we're going to take a look at how we can call our selector methods, the query selector or get element by ID on node object that we're getting back from our selection. And I know it sounds like a mouthful, but as we're working with an example, you're going to see how straightforward it is. Up in our index HTML, we're going to have a heading one with the text of hello world, and then also the div with an ID of result that also has a heading one, and the text is just second heading. Up in the app.js, we're going to start by remove method because it is somewhat straightforward. So we're going to go with const result. So first I would like to select the element that I would like to remove. That's what we need for the remove method. And then let's call a query selector. As always, we could have used the ID get element by ID, but in this case, I'm going to go with query selector. I'm going to select my result. And if I want to use my remove method, I just need to type in the node that I'm getting back. So result, and then just run remove. And that's it. Since it's a method, we need to invoke it. And the moment I run it, notice, even though within the index HTML, I have still my div dynamically when JavaScript ran, we removed it from the DOM. And of course, I cannot see it within the elements either. I only have my heading one. So that would be remove. And we also have the remove child. Now with the remove child, I would like to show you how we can run a query selector on a node that we're getting back. So what is the node that we're getting back in this case? Well, that would be the result. First of all, let me comment out the result remove so it stays for your reference, but I would want to have my div within the DOM. And what I would like to do right now is remove the second heading. So that is our goal. And for the remove child, we would need to run it on a parent. So first we would need to type a result. That would be the parent, then remove child and what kind of child we would want to remove. So also in order to run the remove child, we would need to select our heading. And we already know how we can select the headings, right? So you can say something like this, const heading, and then I'm going to go with document. Then I'm going to say query selector. I'm going to select heading one, but we also know that we're going to get back our first heading. And we can know that by console logging heading. And you're going to see that within a console, we're going to have the hello world. So we're selecting the first heading one. And you can say, well, it's simple. I can just say query selector all, and then select the second element from the node list that I'm getting back. And you're correct. We could definitely do that. But there's a better way. And the better way is, again, calling our query selector not on a document object, but in fact, the node that we're getting back. So the node object we're getting back. So let's say first I could just select the result, correct? This is what we're doing. We're selecting the parent that has the ID of result. And now instead of running the document, I can just say result. And in this case, I'm not looking for all the headings that are in the document. I'm only looking for the headings that are within my result element. And in this case, you're going to notice that once we run it within a console, we have the setting heading. So of course, the only thing that left to do is just running the remove child. So let's write result. Then we have remove child. And then of course we have our child, which is a heading. And the moment we run it, we remove the heading from the result. So the heading that has a second heading text is removed from result. However, notice that within the elements, we still have the result. So it's not like the first time where we remove the whole result element altogether. In this case, we're just removing the heading. And just to recap, we covered two methods how we can remove elements from the DOM, one by the name of remove, and the second one by the remove child. And remove, we call on the actual element we would want to remove. So just select the element and then call the method. And the remove child requires a parent. And then we run on the parent remove child. And also we need to select the child for that. And we also covered how we can use our selector methods on the nodes that we're getting back already from our selections, instead of just running it all the time on the document. In order to keep the ball rolling, next we're going to take a look at inner HTML as well as text content property, in what ways they're similar, in what would be the differences, and how overall they speed up our dev process. Because even though in the previous videos we learned the proper properties to insert text nodes and that, you're going to learn in this video that using these properties, we can in fact bypass some of the things that we learned in the previous videos. So within the index HTML, I do have the unordered list with an ID of first. Then within the unordered list, I also have a list item with a class of item. And then I have the div with an ID of second with some kind of text. So let's head over back to app.js and first let's select it. Let's go const list is equal to, again, document. Then we're going to use get element by ID, and my ID is first. And now we can just copy and paste it 3 times, and let's just change these values around. So I would want to call this div, then the actual ID is second, and thirdly, we had a class of what? Of item. So we're going to go with variable of item. However, of course, we do need to change it around where it's not a get element by ID. It is in fact a query selector. So let me delete, and I'm going to go with query selector. Once we have selected all 3 elements, first let's take a look at the text content. And I'm going to do that with a div. So my div variable, and we're going to console log it right away. So I'm going to say div text content, and we should have in a console, I have some text content. Why do we have there? Because that's the text content that we have within a div. Okay. Now also let's take a look at the HTML, and we can do that by using list. And the reason why I'm showing you a list, because it has some HTML content. So it had an ID of first. So again, we're going to do the same thing where we're going to console log. We're going to go with list. And in this case, we're looking for inner HTML. And you're going to see that now in a console, we get the whole HTML. So whenever we work with inner HTML, we get our whole HTML content, not just the text. However, please keep in mind, if I wanted to, I could use a list and then I can just go with text content. So that would be the difference, where if we're looking for text content property, we're going to get the text, whether that's from one element or from multiple elements. It depends on how many elements the element you're looking for has. But the inner HTML is going to return the whole HTML structure that is within that element. And knowing that, why don't we do a little task where I would want to create another unordered list, and I would just want to grab all the list items. And we technically already know how to do that, but I'm going to show you how we can do it much more faster using inner HTML property. So the way it's going to work, I'm going to go with unordered list. So I'm going to create my variable. I already know that I need to use document create element, and I'm going to create a not event, sorry, create element, and I'm going to create a unordered list. Then instead of creating a text node, instead of appending that child, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to go with ul So my unordered list, then inner HTML, and then I'm going to set it equal to a template strings. So this is important where I would need to set it to a template string. And now within the index HTML, only thing that I'm going to do is just copy and paste my HTML that I have within the first. Please keep in mind that I could definitely write this out. So I could say div and then whatever, or list item or whatever HTML you would want to place, but it's going to be much more faster probably to write it within the HTML first. And that is in fact how we're going to work with few projects, or when I say few, actually a lot of projects. We're going to first write out our HTML because it is much more faster to write it within the HTML and then just copy and paste it. So first write it out within the HTML so you have the whole structure, even though you're going to be adding this dynamically. And then within the app.js, we're just going to copy and paste it. And now I have right away the structure. And notice how many steps we saved. We didn't need to create another list item, then text node, then insert that text node into list item, then append that list item to another list. And I can go on and on and on. And of course, I'm not limited to just copy and pasting whatever I have. You want more list items? Let me just copy and paste it. And I'm going to have more list items like so. So let's see what we're going to have eventually, of course. So I'm going to have my own order list. Okay. And now I would like to append it somewhere. Well, where I would want to append, let's say to a document body. So let's go with document, body, append child, or you can use insert before. Again, doesn't really matter. And I'm just going to append my unordered list. And let's see what we're going to have. And as my last item, there you go. I have a list item. And by the way, not only I have the list item, if we're going to check out the elements, we're also going to have the class. Because remember, we also passed here the class. Now, why I'm stressing about the template strings? Well, because in this case, notice how it was much more easier. Because if we added the class, we had a quotation marks. And second, we're going to be able to pass in some dynamic values. Now, we haven't covered that. Again, it's going to be mostly in a project where we're going to be getting some data and we're going to dynamically insert something. And that is very easy to do if we're using the template strings. And if you remember, and by the way, again, we don't have the dynamic value right now, but I could do something like this, where I could create a variable. I'm going to call this some random var. So const random var is equal to a random value. And I can just place it here. So now if I'm using a template string, I'm accessing the dynamic value. I'm placing my expression, and then I can just say random var. And there you go. I have right now the random var. And again, let me show you that we still have the class. So I'm going to head over back to a body. Then I'm going to have my second unordered list. And I have my first list item with a class of item. One thing that I would like to mention, though, that please be careful. There are cases where you can use either text content or inner HTML. What would be the case? Well, let's say we have our div of second, correct? So we have selected it and it is sitting within our variable of div. So if I would want to change the text content or the content of my text within a div, I could just write either text content and I'm going to say hello world. And now, of course, my div is going to have the hello world. And I also could do the same thing by using div and inner HTML. And again, just say hello people. And you're going to see that in this case, there is no difference. However, if you would want to add a proper HTML structure like we're doing right now, it is not going to work with text content. So I could technically do the same thing like I did here with my owner list, where if I'm just going to copy and paste what I had within the inner HTML, I could set it equal to a inner HTML for my div. And once I'm going to copy and paste it, of course, I'm going to have the same HTML structure for my div. But if I'm going to try and do that for the text content, you're going to notice that we're not inserting a proper HTML content. In fact, it is going to be a text. So once we added, notice we have our text. So be careful. There's going to be cases where you can use either text content or the inner HTML, and there's going to be no difference if you're just inserting the text. However, if you would want to insert a proper HTML structure, you need to make sure that instead of text content, you are using the inner HTML property. In order to show better what we have selected and what changes we're making, we have been using CSS property, where if we selected the element, then we had a style property, and then within that style property, we can change any CSS we would want. And while there's nothing wrong with technically using that particular property, in this video, I'm going to show you the downsides of that kind of approach and why using a class list would be better. So we're kind of coming full circle where in the very beginning, we learned about the style property. So now we're going to just take a look at that style property. And then we're also going to take a look at why we'd want to use, let's say, something like class list instead. So within the index HTML, I'm just going to have a very, very simple div that just says I'm just a random div looking for some CSS. And then also within the styles, I have the title class that we're going to use later on in the video. So within the app.js, let's first select that div. Let me just double check what I had for the div. I didn't have any kind of selector. So I'm going to go with class and I'm going to say random, something like that. Now within my app.js, let's write also const random, and it's going to be equal to document, then query selector, and we're just looking for the class of random. Then once we have our element, then we know that we have the style property. So we can obviously use console log random, and then if we add the style property, we're going to have the styles that we can add. So again, all the properties within the style property are going to be the CSS properties that we can change. And you can do here whatever your heart desires. Now, the downside of that is that you're adding property one by one. How it's going to look like? Well, let's say if I would want to add these 4 properties, the background, the color, the font size, and text transform. I'm just going to have to head over back to my JavaScript and type random, then style, and then look for those proper property names. So again, let me type style. Then I'm going to go with, let's say, background color, and that is going to be equal to blue. I'm just going to set it equal to blue. And now, of course, my div is going to have a background of blue. Now let me copy and paste it 4 times. And I know it's a bit annoying, but we kind of need to go through this. And then eventually, of course, we're going to take a look at how we can do it much more faster using the class list. Then second one was, of course, color. The color in this case is going to be white. Then I also would like to add a font size. So I'm going to go with font size. And keep in mind when you're accessing the properties that in CSS you would write using the hyphen. So let's say font size. In JavaScript, you cannot do that. So you need to write camel case. So I'm going to go with, let's say, 3 rems. And then lastly, I had text transform. So text transform, and we're going to have it as capitalized like so, or capitalized. Let me make sure capitalize, not D. So no D. Of course, once I add all my properties, everything looks really well, but it took me 4 lines to get there. So of course, a much more faster way is if we're going to comment this out. So let me select everything. And then of course, we're going to use random. We have a class list property, add, and then we're just going to add our class of random. And this accomplishes 2 goals. First of all, well, by the way, we're not class list add, and then the class wasn't random, sorry. Class was title. Let me add title. And now we have our proper CSS. And by doing so, we're accomplishing 2 goals. First of all, we have separated our concerns, where in fact we have the CSS within the CSS, where it should be. So we have our HTML within the HTML, we have our CSS within the CSS, and we have our JavaScript within the JavaScript. That's it. And then I can just access it right away with 1 line of code instead of, again, typing them one by one. Are you going to use style property? Yeah, there might be cases where you might need to use just for getting some kind of single property. But a much more faster and easier way is to using either a class list, or remember we also had a class name property that right away allowed you to add a class, and then within that class you can add 50,000 styles if you'd like. It doesn't really matter. It's just going to be in most cases faster to use the class list instead of adding the properties one by one. But definitely you can do it. Again, just remember you had a style object. Within a style object, you had all the CSS properties, and you can just add them by setting the value for that particular property. Good. All our previous interactions with the DOM using JavaScript were happening instantly. So the moment user opened up the page, all the functionality that was in our app.js file was executed. And that's all nice. But if I want to make our project really interactive, we need to start responding to events. Now, event could be a simple mouse click, or it could be a window scroll, or it could be a form submission, just to name a few. And a couple of remarks about the upcoming videos. Since there are so many events in JavaScript, the plan is not to cover them all. In fact, we're only going to cover a few of them during the tutorial, since our goal is to understand the principles behind the events. And once you're going to understand the principles, then trust me, it is very easy to learn a new event. And eventually we're going to cover more events during the project, because it makes more sense if we're building something, then we cover the actual event. Again, most importantly, please understand the principles behind the events, because all of them are exactly the same. Also, in order to keep things simple, we're going to continue using simple color examples. There is really no point of overcomplicating our tutorial part. And just to give you a quick taste of what we're going to cover in the following videos, imagine that you have a site with a heading 2, with a paragraph, as well as the button. And the moment I'm hovering over the paragraph, in fact, I'm adding the classes, the CSS classes, to my heading. Notice, it's only happening if I'm hovering over the paragraph. Now, I can also do the same thing with, let's say, a button click. So once my user clicks a button, then I'm adding a different class. Then I'm adding a different class to my heading. So again, a simple example of what we're going to cover in the following videos. Awesome. Let's get cracking. And we're going to start by setting up a click event. So the most simplest event that probably there is out there, where essentially as we're clicking on some kind of element, most likely that's going to be button, we're going to do something. And in the process, of course, we're going to cover the general concept behind the events. Up in my HTML, I have the heading 2 that just has some text, as well as the button with a class of btn. And then within the style tags, I have a few styles that we're going to use somewhat extensively throughout the next videos. And back in the app.js, the 3 core principles about the events are following. First, we're going to need to select the element. So whether I'm going to be listening for the events on the button or the heading, there's a difference. So if you would like to respond to click events on a button, you're going to have to select the button first. If you'd like to actually listen for click events on the heading, then you need to select the heading. That's step number 1. Then on the element that you have selected, you need to add the add event listener. And essentially we have the node, of course, as our response, as the data that we're getting back. And we just have a method of add event listener. And then within that add event listener, we need to pass into arguments. What event are we going to be listening for? And the second, what are we going to do? So the callback function, what is going to be our response? So let's say a user clicks a button. What is it that we would want to do? Okay. So let's start very simply by selecting the button, since I would like to listen for the click events on the button, not on a heading. If you want on a heading, of course, just select the heading. And I'm going to go with const btn, that is equal to document, then query selector, since I'm just going to use the class. And then, of course, I misspelled the const. That's the reason why I have the error there. And let's just select the button. And once I have the button, like I said, we get back our node object. And on that node object, we have a method with a name of add event listener. So btn, add event listener. And then we need to pass in 2 things. So what event are we going to be listening for? And the second one is the callback function. As far as events, again, there's many of them. And click event is most likely going to be the most simplest one. And you just type in click. That's it. Now we're listening for click events. However, we haven't set up the callback function. So what are we going to do? So remember when in the previous section, I covered callback functions, I said that you are going to use them extensively when working with DOM. Why? Well, because I don't want that function to run right away, correct? I don't want that function to run right away when the user opens up my web page or application. I only want to run this callback function once the user clicks on the button or I don't know, on some other element or something like that. But the whole idea behind adding a callback function is that I don't want that functionality to run right away, to be executed right away. I only want it to be executed once that particular event takes place. And we have a few options. You can either write it as an anonymous function, like so. So we just pass in our callback function as our anonymous function, or we can set up a function and then just reference it. So for our first example, I'm just going to use an anonymous function. And then in the future videos, of course, we're going to cover how we can set up the function and how we can reference it and what would be the gotchas. And then you're probably wondering what you can write within a function. Truly, anything you would want. We can start very simply by just console logging. Hey, you clicked me, like so. Now let's test it out. So if I head over to my button and if I click it, I should have within the console, hey, you clicked me. Very, very simple. Now, is it the only thing we can do with just our callback function where we have console log? Of course not. So what we're going to do right now is set up the functionality that we already covered in the previous videos. So let's say I would want to add one of the classes to my heading 2. How about I would do that? Well, I would obviously need to use the class list. Remember, that was one of the things. And then also we would need to select that particular element. So not only we're listening, of course, for the events on the button, we would also need to have access to the element that we would want to do something with. So in our case, that would be a heading. We can select the heading within our function, within our callback function, or in this case, we can also select it separately here on top of the event listener. Again, in this case, it doesn't make sense. There's going to be cases where you can only do the selections already within your callback function, because essentially you're not going to be able to access those elements outside. Okay, so let's do that. Let's say const. I'm going to go with heading, then a document, then I'm looking for the, again, query selector. Then we're going for the heading 2. I believe that was my heading. And once I have access to my element, well, then I'm just going to simply say that the moment I click on a button, then I would like to add the class. We already know how to do that. So heading, class list, then we're going to add that particular class. And again, you can pick and choose whatever class you would want to add. In my case, I'm going to add a class of red. And let's see what is going to be our result. Let's refresh. And the moment I click on a button, check it out. Now we have added this class. Currently, of course, I can keep on clicking. Nothing is happening. So we haven't covered how we can set up a if statement here and actually check whether the class is there or not. And don't worry, we're going to do that in the following videos. But the most important point is now we understand how we can respond to events. So again, we need to select the element. Then we need to add event listener, what event and what we would like to do. If you would like to apply some changes to a different element, then of course you're going to have to select that particular element. That element could be any element you would want, but again, you would need to have access to it. You can do it either within the callback function or you can do it outside. And as far as callback function, it could be anonymous or it could be a function reference. And lastly, I would just want to cover that you're probably going to see once in a while the old way of adding events in JavaScript, and that was inline, where it was happening within the index.html. Let's say we have the paragraph, then again, we're listening for click event, and then we're just adding a class of red. Now that is an old way of doing that, and it's not a good approach, and you should be avoiding this type of syntax at any cost. It's still going to work, but there's many issues with that. So even though you might see it once in a while in someone else's old code, this is not something that you should practice whenever you're writing your own JavaScript applications. Excellent. Now let's make things a bit interesting once we understand the basics. I'm still going to leave the comments, by the way, just so you can have it for reference. But what I would like to do is set up the logic where the moment we click on a button, in fact, we're going to check whether that particular class is there. If the class is there, then we're going to remove that particular class, the class of red, or whatever class you added. If the class is not there, then we're going to add it, as well as we're going to cover how we can add a callback function as a reference, not as an anonymous function. And I guess we're going to start with that. where I'm going to create a function. So I'm going to say function, and I can call this function, of course, however I would like, but I'm going to call this change colors, like so. And what I'm going to do within this function? Well, I guess let's just start by simple, again, console log with a hello, and let's just change around a bit our add event listener, where instead of the anonymous function, right now I would want to pass a reference to the change colors. However, one gotcha about doing this kind of approach is the fact that you don't want to run this function right away. So you don't want to invoke it there and then within the event listener, because that essentially just messes up everything that we did before. Check it out. I right away have the hello in the console. Now, do I want to run this function right away, or do I want to run it when I click, in fact, on a button? And notice, essentially, as we're clicking on a button, nothing happens because we already invoked our callback function right there and then. So always, whenever you're passing it as a reference, keep it as a reference. So just type change colors. That's it. And then set up whatever functionality you would want over here. And if you don't like this kind of approach, of course, you can always use the anonymous functions like we already covered in a previous video. Let me save it. And let's just see that now hello only appears in the console when, in fact, we click on a button, not right away when the user opens up the page. And if we have covered how we can, of course, add the function as a reference, now I would like to set up some kind of logic where, again, I would like to check whether that particular element does have the class or doesn't. That way we can set up some toggling functionality. And the way we do that is, again, using the class list. Remember, class list had the contains. And in this case, we can right away set it up within the if statement. That is always an option. But just to make it a bit more straightforward, I'm going to assign it to a variable. So I'm going to say let, and I'm going to use, I don't know, has class variable, and that is going to be equal to a heading. So I'm just checking the heading. Then there is a class list, and then remember it has a contains. So does it contain the class of red? Does it have already class of red? And we're going to have two options. Either this value is going to be true or it is going to be false. There's no other option that we can have. Either we have the class or we don't have the class. We could definitely write this as a const as well. Once in a while, I just like using let. There's no particular reason over here. And again, you can apply this directly within the if. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up if, and then I'm going to check has class. Is it true or is it false? So if the element already has the class, then I would like to remove it. How do we remove the class? Well, we do the same thing. We say heading class list instead of contains or add. We go for remove. Then we specifically say what kind of class we would like to remove. In my case, that is red. And then, of course, the second thing I can say is else. So if the class is not there, then I would like to add it. That's how we can set up our conditional. Again, I know I said this before, but you can just cut this out and pass it here right within the if condition. In my case, I just wanted to make it a bit straightforward where I set it up as a variable. And now, of course, I'm just going to copy and paste it like so. And then instead of remove or contain, I'm going to look for add. So if the element doesn't have the class, then I would like to add it. And now, of course, we have our toggling functionality. Check it out. I click, and then I'm just checking. If the class is there, awesome. Then I'm just going to remove the class. If the class is not there, well, then we're going to add it. And that's how we can set up our function, our callback function, as a reference. And that's how we can add more sophisticated functionality within our callback function. Excellent. Once we understand general concepts behind the events and how we can set up event listeners, now let's take a look at few sample mouse events. We're not going to cover all of them. That is not the goal. The goal is to show you that you have more options than just a click event. Up in my index.html, I have the heading 1, and for some reason I keep showing you the styles, but we have the heading 1 as well as the button. And our first goal is going to be selecting both of them. So let's go with const heading is equal to document query selector, and we're going to be looking for the heading. Now, in this case, of course, I misspelled the const. That's the reason why I have the error. And I'm going to be targeting the heading 1. Now let's copy and paste, and we're going to select the button. That's the reason why I changed my selection. And then also I'm going to change my variable. So I'm going to have the button. And now for the button, I'm going to set up 3 events. Click event, mouse down, as well as mouse up. By the way, I misspelled here. And then we're going to see which one fires first, which one fires last. And that's when we're going to cover what is the actual event. I think that is going to be a little bit quicker. So let's go with add event listener. We're listening for the click event. Then I'm going to go for an anonymous function. Again, you know already how to set up the function reference if that's what you're looking for. And then let's just write console log. You clicked me. You clicked me like so. And I'm going to copy and paste. And we're going to set it up the second one for the mouse down. Mouse down. And we're going to change this to a down. So the value within a console is going to be down. And then also for the mouse up, we're going to have within a console up. So let's change the text here. And instead of mouse down, we're going to write mouse and up. And you're probably wondering, well, which element is going to fire first? Well, there's no better way than just testing out. Let's click it up and let's see that. We have down, so that fired first when the button was pressed. And then mouse up, event fired when, in fact, we released our button. And then lastly, click event fire when both of these actions occurred. So that would be the difference. Again, if you would need more control, you can use mouse down and mouse up. In most cases, again, most likely you're just going to stick with click because that one fires when both of the actions happen. Okay. And then also let's take a look at the mouse enter and mouse leave. And mouse enter would fire when we moved on to the element. So essentially, as we are on the element of the heading 1, then something is going to happen. And once we moved out of the element, then the mouse leave is going to fire. I already have the heading, so I can just say heading, then add the event listener. Then I'm going to be looking for mouse enter. And then in this case, what I would like to do is I would like to add the class. One of the classes that I have within the style tags. And I think I'm going to go with a blue class. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to say, as I'm entering the heading element, I would like to add a class. And we already know that we can use the class list for that. So we're going to go with heading class list, add, and the class name is blue. And again, if you're wondering, within the index HTML, I just have this class of blue. Now you can add whatever styles you would want, of course. I'm just showing you where I'm getting this class from. Then, of course, I don't need to use the dot. That was a mistake. And now, as I'm hovering over the element, notice I'm applying this particular class. Because when we moved on to an element, then our particular event fired. And of course, we can also set it up as we move out of the element. So that's when we use mouse leave. Then let's say we're going to remove that class. So let's copy and paste it. And we're going to say that mouse enter is going to be right now mouse leave. And now we're going to remove our class. So we're going to say remove the class of blue. And in this case, we're going to have our hover effect, whereas I'm moving on to an element, in this case, heading 1, then of course applying the class. And as we move out, then we remove the class. And if you're looking at it, you're like, okay, but I can definitely do that already in CSS. And you're 100% correct. It doesn't mean that just because you can do something with JavaScript that you have to. If there is a simpler solution where you can just use a CSS, of course, do it. It's not like you have to set up the whole logic with JavaScript just to do something that you already previously could achieve just simply using CSS. That is not the goal. The goal, of course, is that you're going to have probably something more complicated than just adding classes or removing classes. But since, again, I would like to keep my examples very simple, that's the reason why we just added the class as we moved on to an element. And then when we left the element, then we removed our class. And once we have covered simple mouse events, next one up, let's take a look at the key events. And as far as key events, most likely we're going to do that with inputs. So there's going to be a form, then there's going to be inputs, and then we're going to be listening for our events. And that's the reason why up in the index HTML, I created a simple input with a type of text, as well as some kind of ID, just so I can target that input. And then up in the app.js, we're going to select it, and I'm going to name this name input is equal to document. Then, of course, again, I misspelled the const. That seems to be my jam. And then let's write document get element by ID. And I'm looking for the element with an ID of name. Now, once I have my element, then I would like to take a look at the key press as well as the key down. And what would be the difference? So let's go with name input. Then we're going to do add event listener. And we're going to be listening for key press. And then again, let's set up our anonymous function. And let's just console log you pressed a key or something like that. And then also we're going to do the same thing with a key down. First, I guess let's try it out with our first simple input as well as the key press. And as I keep on pressing, notice how in the console it says you pressed a key. All right, so we're listening for a key press event. I'm going to leave it for your reference. So I'm going to do copy and paste right now, but I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to say that I would like to, or that's not what I wanted to do. Let me just properly comment this out. So let's select, let's comment this out. And instead of key press, we're going to be looking for key down. And in this case, again, we're going to say you press the key. So I'm not going to change the value. However, the difference is going to be that this event is going to fire as you're in fact going to be holding on to a key. So as with the key down, it fires when the actual key is down. Now, lastly, we have a key up. And with the key up, we're also going to make things a bit more interesting, where we're going to grab the value that we have within the input. And first of all, again, let me comment this out. First, I'm going to copy and paste it. And then we're going to comment this out. So you have it for your reference, like so. But then we're going to change the last one from key down to a key up. And like I said, in order to make this interesting, we're going to grab the value. And in order to show you where we're grabbing the value from, instead of just giving you the property, I'm going to show you where we can see that property. So where we have the add event listener within the function, instead of console log, we're going to go with console dir, and then we're going to console the name input. So we're going to take a look at which property holds, in fact, the value. And key up is when we release the key. So if I head over to the form and I press something, notice, of course, my event fire. But what I'm looking for is this giant object again with the properties, with the methods, because that's the node object that I'm getting back. But what I'm looking for is the value property. Notice that value property holds right now RD. So this is what we're going to use when we're going to be getting the values from the form. Again, I could have just told you that that is the property, but I just wanted to show you how you can find it. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to say, all right, so once the key up, I would want to console log name input, and I'm going to console log the value. And you're going to see that each and every time you're going to press the key in the console, you're going to get the last value from the form. So let's say key, and 3 times I had K, I had KE, and then I had, in fact, key. So each and every time I released the key, the event fired, and each and every time we were getting that current value that we have within the form. And that's how we can work with key press, key down, as well as key up events in JavaScript. Whenever we're going to work with events in JavaScript in our callback function as an argument, we can get event object. And you're going to see abbreviations like E or EVT, but essentially it's the same thing. Since it is an argument, we can call this however we would want. And what we can find out from that event object is info about the triggered event. Again, this is a giant object, so the goal is not to remember all the properties and methods, but in this video, we're going to cover what properties and what methods we are going to find useful. And in order to set this up in my index.html, I have a button with the class of button, and then some heading, as well as I have the link. Now for the link, I added a bit of CSS, where I have display inline block, and margin top is 100 view heights. And essentially what happens, we need to scroll down to see the link. And the default behavior in HTML for the links is once we click on a link, we're going to scroll back to the top of the page. And in this video, we're going to see how we can use our event object to, in fact, prevent that behavior. And I'm going to start very simply by selecting the heading as well as the button. And we already know how to do that. We have const, and let's say heading, then we're going to go for document query selector, and I'm going to be looking for the heading one. And I'm going to copy and paste it, and I'm just going to change this around to a button. So let's change around our variable as well as the query selector where we're looking for the class of button. And now let's say I would want to add a event listener for the heading, the click event listener, and then each and every time I'm going to click on a heading, I would like to apply the class of blue. So some kind of CSS. So let's write heading, add event listener. I'm going to be listening for click events. And then of course I have my callback function. So I have my callback function, and I know that for now, if I would want to select a heading, we have covered it. Of course, I would just need to select again the same node object that I'm getting back. So I'm going to go with heading, then I'm going to go with class list, and then I'm going to say, let's say blue. And what's going to happen is that every time I'm going to click on a heading, of course, I'm going to apply this class. However, what do you think is going to happen if, let's say, I'm going to misspell my variable name? If I'm not going to select heading, but I'm going to select headings. Again, let's refresh. And currently I can click all day long and nothing is going to happen. So why don't we take a look at how we can use our event object to always select the element that has the event listener attached to it. So in this case, we're going to be selecting heading. But when we're going to add a click event, let's say to a button, we always are going to select that particular element from our callback function. And please keep in mind the same would work if we would use the function reference. So I'm writing here a anonymous function, but please understand the argument is also for the reference if we set it up as a function, the event argument. And again, we can write this as an event. We can write this as E. It doesn't really matter as long as you access, of course, the same name within your function body. So I'm going to type in the long way. I'm just going to say event. And first of all, let's maybe get rid of that. And let's just console log what we're getting back as an event. And again, we should see a giant object up in our console. So once we click on the sum heading, then of course, this is our giant object. And like I said, there is a bunch of properties here as well as the methods. And the goal is not to remember them all. But one property that we were going to find useful is the current target. So if we're going to select event and current target, we should see what element we clicked on. So we're going to go with dot current target. And let's see again, let me refresh. And once I click on it, I have the heading one. So I know for sure that I have clicked on heading one. And by the way, if you would like to double check, why don't we copy and paste our event listener? So let me copy and paste, and we're going to set this up for the button. Just so you can see that if we click on a button, our event current target value is going to be different from the heading in the button. So that way it's always going to be pointing to a button. So let me write btn, again, add event listener, click event, and then I would like to see the current target. And if I'm going to click on a button, check it out. Now I'm getting back the button. And what happens right now, if I use my event current target, I can do the same things like we did before. Let's say if we would want to add our class of blue, well, I'm just going to change this around. I'm going to say event current target. So now I'm for sure accessing my button. And then I'm just going to say class list and not current target. So we're going to go with class list. We're going to add, and we're going to add our class list of blue. And once we set everything up, and if I'm going to head over and click on a button, notice, of course, I'm going to get my background of blue and rest of the properties that I'm getting from CSS because I added the class. And again, current target property is always going to point to a element that has that add event listener attached to it. So always, this is going to point to that particular element. And what more properties we would find useful? Well, we could look for event type. So that way we can always find out what kind of event it is. So let's go with event, and we're going to look for type. It should return a click event. Sure enough, now I can see in the console that it is a click event. And then also we have a prevent default. Now, prevent default method prevents the default behavior. So let's say in our case, like I said, for the link, if we're going to click on a link, we're always going to scroll back to the top of the page. And if we would want to prevent that, we would need to run event prevent default. And first, I guess let's select our link. So we're going to say const, and I'm going to call this link document. I'm going to go with, I don't know, document get element by ID, get element by ID, and I'm going to look for the link. And let's add again our event listener. So link, add event listener. And we're going to be listening again for the click event. And in this case, you know what? Why don't we set up a separate function? Just so you can trust me that, in fact, we can access the same event object even if we have the reference. So let's say some func. So I'm going to have some function. The name is going to be some func, just because I'm lazy coming up with the name. And of course, that is going to be my callback function. So let's say once we click on a link, I'm going to run some func. Again, please keep in mind, we're not invoking it. We're just referencing the function. And if I'm going to select my event, and maybe in this time, I'm going to type E, just so you can see there, we can have the same behavior. I'm going to say E, and then we're going to run our prevent default. And since it is a method, we need to run it here. And now you're going to see that if we head over back to our index.html, and if I click on a link, we're not scrolling back to the top of the page because we prevented the default. And that is very useful, by the way, with forms. So we're going to use this a lot with the forms because whenever you submit a form, in fact, there's a page refresh, and that's going to be something that we're going to do where we're going to prevent that particular behavior. And lastly, I would like to talk about this keyword. And we haven't talked about it previously when we covered objects, but in fact, there is another way how we can select that particular element, and that is by using this keyword. However, I would want to suggest to take it easy on this keyword at this point, because this keyword is by far probably, especially if you're starting out in JavaScript, one of the most confusing things. So even though it's going to work in this case, it's going to select that particular element as well. I mean, there's a lot of confusion that comes with this keyword. And by the way, I'm going to show you a quick example of that. But let's say if we're looking for the heading, I could also say same way log, and then I'm just going to console log this. And you're going to see that if we click on heading, we are still selecting the same element. So you could, instead of using the event and let's say current target, you could just use this. And you're looking at it and you're probably, well, why we went through all this hassle if we could have just used this? Well, first of all, the event object, of course, has way more than just current target. So it has way more properties as well as useful information. So you should always be aware of the event object. That's point number one. Point number two, even though it works in this case, like I said, since this keyword is somewhat confusing, especially in the beginning when you're starting out with JavaScript, if we would use the arrow function, it wouldn't work. Now we haven't covered the arrow functions. So again, don't stress about the syntax. But if I'm just going to change this around, and if I'm not going to use the function keyword, that would be the syntax for the arrow function. And if I'm going to create my fat arrow function, you're going to notice that if I click on some heading, in this point, we still can access the event object. So that still works. But then this is not pointing anymore to a heading one. So even though this keyword will work if we just use a regular function, I would suggest at this point sticking to a event and then current target. And only once we cover objects in depth and then we understand how this keyword works, then you can start using this. Again, it's really up to you, but just don't be surprised if the behavior is not exactly like you're expecting. And also, I just want to quickly mention that using the current target, we can still traverse it down. So we can still do the parent element, the child nodes, and all that. And in fact, we're going to cover that in more depth once we start working with the project. So just to recap, whenever we have events, we have access as an argument to a event object, and we can have, of course, E or EVT, or we can write the event. Since it is an argument, we can call this however we want. There we can find the info about triggered event, and the properties we looked at was type, the current target, as well as preventing the default. While we're still on the subject of event object, I would like to cover target property and what would be the differences between the target and the current target property. And our goal in the video is going to be somewhat simple. Where up in my index.html, I have 3 buttons. I have button, 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 and all of them have the same class. So we're going to use a query selector all. And then the difference between the buttons is that the first button and the third button have only text, but then within the second button, we have some other elements. In my case, I placed a strong tags, but please keep in mind that normally that probably would be an icon or something. But the goal is to show you what happens if there's a nested element within the button. Let's say one strong tag, but in my case, I placed two of them. So what is going to be difference between the event target and the event current target? And I guess we're going to navigate to app.js. And first, we're just going to select all the buttons. So I'm going to come up with some kind of variable. I'm going to say btn, and then I'm going to use a document query selector all, and I'm going to be looking for all the buttons. So I'm just going to grab all the buttons. However, the class is btn. Now, once I have access to all the buttons, the goal is adding a green color to a button we click on. So if I click on the first button, then the text is going to be green. If I click on a third button, text is green. And you get an idea. The same would work for the second button. Okay, so I have my node list. Awesome. So now I can use a btn s then for each method. And now we're looping over our button. Because again, I would want to select all of them. It's not like I'm selecting one by one. Because I have a class, I'm going to select all of them. And then I'm going to use the current target. So only when I click on a specific button, then the text of that button is going to turn green. Not all of them, but only the button I click on. All right. So I'm looping over. I have my callback function that's just going to be applied to each and every item. And then I'm going to call my item btn. But of course, you can always call this orange as well. And since I'm passing this within my function, by the way, I'm skipping ahead. I'm using the arrow function. My bad. So this is the callback function we're using. This is the syntax we know for now, the function. And then, of course, we are passing in the parameter. So we can call this, like I said, whatever we would want. So I'm going to go with btn. And then for all the buttons that we have in a list, I would want to add a event listener. And then within the event listener, we need to specifically write two things. A what element we're listening for. So we're listening for click event. And then there's going to be a function that handles it. And in this case, again, I'm going to write my anonymous function, the callback function, right there. All right. So I have my function. Now what? Well, we can use the current target since each and every time I'm using the current target, I'm accessing the element that I'm clicking on. So let's write E. And then first, I guess we can just console log it. We can just say E current target, just so you can see which button we are selecting. And next, since I know already that I'm going to select that particular button I'm clicking on, well, I can just use event current target. And then remember the property was style, color, and green. And notice how previously we had to select the element in order to do that, correct? We selected the element. Now, in this case, I select a list of elements. And then I just use current target. And again, we can change whatever properties you would want. So I'm going to go with green. Let's save it. And you're going to notice the moment I click on the first button, first of all, I'm selecting the button number one. I can clearly see in my console the text is first button. And second, I'm changing the color. So if I'm going to click on the third button, then of course the same thing is going to happen. If I'm going to click on the second button, well, the same functionality is going to take place. All right. So now let's take a look at the target. And you know what? For your reference, I'm just going to comment this out. And let's try the same thing with the target. So first of all, we're going to console log. I'm going to say e.target. And by the way, if you want to check it out, the target property, just console out the event. So each and every time I'm going to click on it, notice I'm going to get, again, my giant event object. And you can look for target property. It's right there. So there is a current target as well as the target property. And now let's test it out with a target. So let's write target. First, we're going to console log. And by the way, since I know that I'm going to have side-by-side current target, here I'm just going to write that I'm console out the target property. And then when I'm going to console log the current target, then I'm going to add also the string before the current target. And now let's try the event target. And now let's do style and color. So the same functionality. Or we're using the target. Let's save it and let's see what's gonna happen. Well, I click on the first button and everything is exactly the same. I'm selecting the first button. I can clearly see that, as well as the color changes only on the first button. All right. Now the same works for a third button, but check it out. If I'm going to click on one of my elements, these strong tags, whether that would be a button or more nested one. So there's two of them. But again, keep in mind there could be one. But the point is, if you're clicking on an element that is within the button, what do you think is going to happen? Is the whole button going to turn color green or no? And probably I already gave away the answer. And the answer is that no, only the element that I'm clicking on is going to get this color. That's the difference between the target and the current target, where current target always refers to the element to which the event handler has been attached to. So since we added the event handlers to our buttons, that's why when I use the current target, I'm always referencing the button itself. However, if I'm using the target, well, the target is going to identify the element on which the event occurred. So in this case, since we clicked on the nested element within the button, only the text for that particular element turned green. Now let me refresh and let me show you even more that if I click on more nested, which is a strong tag within a strong tag, then only that text changes to green. And you can clearly see that my target is in fact the strong element. It is not a button itself. And again, like I said, we can just console log just so we can see better. So current, and we're going to go target. And of course, my property is also going to change. We're current target. And then I should see if I click on the strong tags, then there's going to be one for the target, which is going to be strong element. And then the second one is going to be button itself. Again, let me try it out. And yes, my target is going to be the strong element. However, the current target, which refers to the element to which the event handler has been attached to, well, that is a button. So that would be the difference between using the current target and the target property that are both available on our event object. And another important topic we need to cover as far as events is the propagation, bubbling, and capturing. And I know that all of them are mouthful. Just please remember the most important thing we're going to understand that it allows us to select dynamic elements. What do we mean by dynamic elements? Well, those would be the elements that we add, let's say, with the JavaScript. Because prior to this, the only thing we have been doing all the time is selecting the element using the class or, let's say, the ID or, I don't know, a tag name. However, once we understand the bubbling and as well as the capture, we're going to understand how we can select element even though we haven't targeted directly. And the way it's going to work, up in the index.html, we're going to have a container. We have the class of, let's say, container. Then on our list with the class of list items. Then a list item with a class of, let's say, item. But it doesn't really matter. We're not going to be selecting it. And then within the list item, we're going to have a link. Now, link is going to have a class, but we're not going to target link directly. In fact, we're going to target the list items as well as the container. So first, I guess, let's select both of them. Let's say const container. And then we're going to have a document. So document, then query selector. We're going to be looking for the container. And then we're going to do the same thing with list items. So in this case, I'm going to target list items class. So list items. And then we're going to go with list. We're just going to go with list. And we're going to set up the same callback function for both of them. And we're going to add a event listener, of course, for both of them as well. So first, let's start, I guess, with the list. Let's add event listener. We're going to be looking for a click event. So we're going to be listening for a click event. And the function is going to be show bubbling, which, by the way, is the default. And I'm going to come up with that function. So I'm going to say function. Then we're going to name it show bubbling. Then, of course, we do need to have the event. And now let's start very simply by getting the current target as well as the target. So the way it works, we're going to go with console log. Then we're going to go with current target like so. And of course, we already know how we can access it. The event, that was our parameter. And then the property is current target. We're going to copy and paste. And we're going to look for the target. So we're going to go with not current target, but we're going to write target. And then instead of property of current target, also we're going to have a target property. And like I said, I'm going to do the same thing for my container. So let's copy and paste and change from list to a container. And you're going to notice something really, really interesting and cool, where if I click on the link, in fact, both of them are going to fire. So the list is going to fire as well as the container. And we might be wondering, well, why? Because we didn't add event listeners to actual link. We added to a parent containers. And you see what happens by default, we have something called bubbling, where we click on the element. Let's say in our case, that is going to be a link, but then we're going to register that event up the chain. Now, technically, we don't need to do anything, but we're still going to register the event. We're going to register an event on the list, on a container, and by the way, all the way to a document and then window. Now let's take a look at how it's going to look like. So if I click on a link, notice the current target is the list items, but the actual target is going to be a link. So the same works with container, where we have a container and then the actual target was the link. And next video, we're going to see how that in fact works with dynamic elements. So the elements we're adding ourselves, but just to give you an idea that if, let's say, we click on something, in fact, we're registering that event up the chain. And like I said, just to show you how it's going to work, let's say if we're going to go to a document, the same thing is going to happen. You're going to see the document is also going to fire that event. Now, again, when I say fire, it's going to register that event. So it's going to say, all right, so yep, that event took place. Now we're not going to do anything with that, but still click on a link and notice current target list items. Then I have the container, then I have the document, and then I have the window. And again, please keep in mind, the most important thing that I would want you to take away from this video is the fact that we can select elements without even targeting them. So without even going query selector, we can just say, all right, so add some kind of event listener to parent element, and then I'm going to be accessing the actual element that I'm clicking on. So let's say in our example, we could come up with some kind of simple if statement where I could say if the target class list contains a link, that means that I'm actually clicking on a link. Now I'm going to comment out the rest of them, of course, because my console is getting quite busy. So let's comment this out. And let's say that if the target is a link, then, well, it actually is a link. So let's go with if event target class list. Remember that was the property class list. And then we're going to go with contains, and we're looking for a class of link. So if the target that I'm clicking on actually contains a link, well, we can just simply say a console log that it is a link. But of course, eventually we're going to do way more than that. So we can say you clicked on the link. That's it. And now if I'm going to click on the link, check it out. Now it's going to say, all right, so you clicked on the link, because of course the event target, in fact, is my link. But my current target is the list items. And even though I didn't directly use add event listener to a link, I was still able to access it. Now, like I previously mentioned, bubbling is happening by default. So if we click on the lowest, deepest nested element, our event is going to bubble up. So we're going to be able to registering all the way up to the window. However, we can prevent that behavior because since it is a default behavior, well, we can just override that. And the way I'm going to show you that is that if we're going to look, let's say for the list item, I'm going to add another function. And this function is going to stop the propagation. So that way I'm not going to be able to listen for those events on, let's say, container, which is a parent, and document, or a window. So first, let's come up with a function. I'm going to go with function. Then the name is going to be stop propagation, like so. Then it is a function. We're still going to access the event, but we're going to call a method. And the method is on the event object. And we just write here stop. And then the method name is propagation, like so. Let's save it. And now let's reference not show bubbling in our list, but now let's reference stop propagation. And what you're going to notice that even though previously when we just used a show bubbling, all of them showed up. The container showed up in our console, the document and window, because again, our event was bubbling up. In this case, you're going to notice that I'm only going to get a link if I click on a link. Now I'm still listening for the rest of the events. That's the reason why if you click on, let's say, anywhere in document, you're going to get a document as well as the window. But if I'm going to refresh, and if let's say we're going to click only on a link, check it out. We're only clicking on a link and nothing else happens. Now we can console log just so you can see that for sure we're doing something. So you clicked on, let's say, a list like so, and we're going to see that one in the console. So we clicked on a list. However, unlike before, where we were registering pretty much all the way up the chain, in this case, it's not happening because we used stop propagation. And you know what? I'm going to change back to bubbling. I'm going to say here, show bubbling, like so. And we're going to talk about the capturing. And capturing is the same as the bubbling. However, it happens from the root and it goes all the way down. Because if you notice previously, when we were registering those events, well, it happened again from the parent, then the parent of the parent, and all the way up the chain. And it wasn't because my order in the JavaScript file was like this. I could move list down. We can still refresh, and you're going to see the first one is going to be list items. Then we're going to have the container. Then we're going to have a document, and only then we're going to have the window. And in this case, I'm going to comment out the target as well as the if statement, just so our console is less busy. And you're going to notice that if we add a third argument to our add event listener, in fact, the order is going to change. So we're not going to start by parent, then parent of the parent, and then all the way up to a window. In fact, we're going to start from the window. And the way it works is we're going to add it as a third argument. So I'm going to have, let's say, 4 cursors, 1, 2, and then we're going to add a comma. And our third argument is going to be capture true. And again, let's check it out. Let's click on it. And now we have a window first. Then we have a document. Then we have a container. And then we have a list items. So default behavior, it is going to bubble up. Where again, we're going to have a parent, parent of the parent, all the way up to a window where we can register those events. However, there's also an option of capturing where we start from the root and go all the way down to our actual element, which in our case was, of course, the link, but we were registering on the list items. That's the reason why the list items are the last one. I'm fully aware that you're probably a bit confused after the last video. We have the bubbling, we have the propagation, we have stop propagation, we also have capturing. Why all that matters? And that's why we're going to come up with a very simple example where we are going to add some element dynamically, and we're going to check it out how bubbling, in fact, allows us to select that element and then do whatever we would want with that element. Up in my index.html, I have a div with a class of container. Then currently I have the heading, but we're going to add that dynamically. So it has a heading 1 with a class of heading, as well as I have the button with a class of btn and text of click me. And then we're going to navigate back to app.js. And first we're going to target all 3 things, the container, button, and heading. And we're going to set up a very, very simple event listener for just a heading. So first let's target all 3 of them. So const container is equal to document, then query selector. And in this case, all of them are going to have the query selector. The difference is going to be, of course, the classes we're selecting. So 1, 2, 3. Let's change these values around. So I'm going to delete all the containers that I had. So all the containers are gone. And the second one is going to be, I guess, the btn. So button. Then the class, of course, is also button. And I'm going to do the same thing for my heading. So the heading is going to be a class as well as the actual variable name. So let me have 2 of them, heading, and let's save that. Now I have selected all 3 things. Of course, we can console log it if we want, but we're going to skip that a bit. And then we're going to set up just for the heading a event listener. So I'm going to go with heading. Then I'm going to go with add event listener. We're going to be listening for click event. And in this case, we're going to set up a say hello function. So just to have it different, I'm going to have it as a reference instead of an anonymous function. So let's come up with a function. Let's say function say hello, and then this function is just gonna console log out the greeting. So we're gonna go with console log, and we're gonna go, I don't know, with hello, something like that, or hello there, and now of course we just need to reference the function. Let's say hello, and then of course the moment I'm gonna click on a heading, I'm gonna have the hello there, and the more times I'm gonna click on it, well, the more console logs I'm gonna have. However, let me throw you a mind grenade. What if we would add this heading dynamically? What would happen? Well, we can test it out. We can first set up a event listener for the button. So each and every time I'm clicking the button, I'm going to create a new element and I'm going to append this to my container. So I can just say btn add event listener, and again, click event just to change things around. I'm just going to go with anonymous function. So function like so. And then once I click, I'm going to create a new element. And we already covered those methods. So let's go with const element. Then we need to use document, of course. Then we're creating a new element. So create element. What element I would like to create? I don't know. I'm going to go with heading 1. And then also, I'm going to add right away a class list. So essentially, I'm recreating the same heading that I had. So I'm going to go with element, class, not class name, sorry, class list. Then we're going to add, and we're going to add our class of heading. And then, of course, I would also want some kind of text content. So I'm going to go with the same one. I'm sitting inside the container. So element, text, content, and it's going to be equal to a template string. And I am inside the container, something like that. Maybe I didn't have the, but whatever. And then lastly, again, we're going to append this to a container. So we're going to go with append child like so. And then we're going to go with our element. Now I'm going to navigate back to index.html. And in fact, I'm going to comment out the heading because I would want to add all of them dynamically. And the moment I'm going to do that, I'm going to get an error. And why we're getting the error? Well, we're getting the error because we are trying to add a method of add event listener to a null. Because right now our heading does not exist in the document. And you can clearly see that by just console logging. If you console log the heading, and you know what, I'm gonna comment out my event listener, and you're gonna see that we're getting back to null. So we cannot add event listener to a element that does not exist. All right, fine. But now let's try to add them dynamically. And I'm gonna keep on clicking like so. And you would think right now that once the headings are already in a document, well, we could add the event listeners again. But check it out. We're still getting back to null. So even if I'm going to head down and if I'm going to uncomment it, I'm still going to get back my error. So I can just keep on clicking. And even though I'm adding my headings, I'm adding them dynamically. I can see that if I check the elements, the headings are there, but I cannot access them using the class because when I run this code, those headings are not there. So what would be the solution? Well, we already know that we have propagation, and more specifically, we have bubbling by default. How does the bubbling work? Well, we could target the parent element and then say if the target is, let's say, heading, well, then we're just going to console log it, correct? So why don't we comment out the event listener as well as the console log for the heading, and we might as well also comment out the heading itself because there's no point of selecting it. We already know that we're adding them dynamically. And then we're going to set up a function for the container. So the way that is going to work, we're going to say container, then we're going to have a add event listener. Again, we're going to be listening for click events. And now we need to pass in again our callback function. And then within the callback function, what we're going to do? Well, we can access the event object, correct? And in this case, I can just set up a if statement where I say, all right, if event target class list, and then we go with contains, and we're going to be looking for heading. If that is the case, now let's console log the hello there. Again, obviously we can do way more than just console logging, but for our simple example, it's going to do. So we're going to go with hello there. In this case, then, if I click on the button, I keep adding, of course, my headings, but if I click on the actual headings, we're going to see in a console that we have a bunch of hello there's. So in this case, we're not targeting right away the element. In fact, we are using the fact that the event is going to bubble up. So we can target our parent container, and that way we're going to be able to access the actual element that we're clicking on. And our last JavaScript events tutorial topic is going to be form submission. Please keep in mind that there is more to form submission than what we're going to cover in this video, but I purposely kept it short and sweet because in my opinion, it makes more sense to cover more specific details, like, for example, how we can work with checkboxes or select elements in actual projects, not to waste another 2 hours on it in the tutorial. With that being said, in this video, we're going to cover how we can listen for form submit events, then how we can prevent the default behavior that forms have, and then also how we can get the values from the input. Up in my index.html, I have a form, and I purposely left the action blank, and we're going to talk about the action in a second. Then the form has the ID of form, as well as I have 3 inputs. I have one for text, one for password, and one for submit. Please keep in mind that we could, in fact, omit the submit input and let's say use a button. That is also an option, but in this case, I went with input with the type of submit as well as the value, which would be the name of submit. And then both of my inputs, the name and password, have the ID. So I guess we can start by looking at the submit event listener, how we can work on it. Well, first, let's select again all 3 of them. So form, name, and password, and all of them have the ID. So I'm just going to go with form, then document, then get element by ID, and I'm looking for the form. Now let's copy and paste. And again, let's just change things around where I'm going to have multiple cursors. I'm going to get rid of the form. And then what I'm looking for in the second one is name. And also, of course, my ID is going to be name. And then in here, I have the password. And let's navigate to our variable name and also have it as a password. So I have selected 3 elements. Now I'm not going to console log them. Again, we have done this way too many times to console log in each and every time. And now let's look at our submit event listener. How it's going to work. Well, I have the form. So I'm going to say form. Then I can have add event listener. And in this case, I'm not listening for click events. In fact, I'm listening for submit. So that is, of course, my event. Then again, we have the same thing. We have a function. And again, we're going to write this as anonymous callback function. And in this case, I can access the event. And let's check it out. What happens by default when we try to submit the form? So I'm just going to go with console log form submitted. And let's see whether we're going to be able to see that in a console. So if, let's say, I just click on the submit, notice it shows there for a split second, but then again, everything has been wiped out. Okay. Well, what is the reason for that? You see, by default, when we're working with forms, we have the action attribute. Now, what action attribute does, it tells where we're going to be sending that data. Because by default, what's going to happen? We have the form, we're going to grab the values, and we would be sending to a server. However, in our case, we're going to handle this on the front end. So we wouldn't want the default behavior where we use the action and we just send that data to a server. So instead, we're going to have to use a prevent default. Why? Well, because also by default, not only we're sending the data to wherever the action tells us, but also we are refreshing the page. And that's not what we want, since we would want to grab those values, correct? It is impossible for us to grab the value since we refresh the page. So what we're going to do is add event prevent default. The same like we did with link. Remember when the default behavior for the link was scrolling to a top of the page. So in this case, I'm going to say prevent default. And now I'm going to be able to see that I have form submitted. And now I keep on clicking and I can see that everything works correctly. All right. So we prevented the default behavior for the form. And now I'd want to grab the values. How we can do that? Well, I'm accessing both of the inputs, and that is important that they would be inputs. So again, don't select any kind of random element. And if we select the inputs, we have the value property on. And using that value property, we can access whatever was typed in within the input. How's that going to look like? Well, I have the name and a password. So we can just simply console log. Again, normally when we work with the projects, we're going to do way more than just console logging. But in our case, we're just going to look for name. And then remember the property was value. And the same is going to work for the password. So I'm going to delete the name and we're going to go with password. And in this case, if I, let's say, type in some random name, and if we're going to go with, let's say, secret password, you're going to notice that the moment we submit the form, we have form submitted and it didn't refresh the page, which is awesome. And then we have some random name as well as our password. And then, of course, once we have these values, well, our options are endless. We can do whatever we would like. But the main point is we are listening for submit event. When we're working with forms, we are accessing the values using the value property on our inputs. And then in order to access those values, we need to make sure that we run event prevent default first. Otherwise, our page is going to refresh and our functionality after that is not going to work. The last topic I would like to cover regarding DOM is going to be web storage API, or a way for us to persist data between the sessions as well as between the closing and opening of the browser. Both of the mechanism, the session storage and local storage, are provided by the browser and have the same methods. We only need to remember the method names. So it's not like we need to download anything or install anything. It is provided by the browser. And the method names are set item, get item, remove item, as well as clear. And since both of them use the same methods, we're going to focus mostly on the local storage in this video. Just please keep in mind that session storage works exactly the same. And then the difference between the two, the session storage only persists data between the sessions. So essentially, while our tab is still open, however, the local storage persists data between opening and closing of the browser. So I can close up the browser, load up my application, and I'm still going to have the data in the local storage. Both of the mechanisms use key value pairs to store data and can be found in our DevTools when we open up application data. So first, let me open up the DevTools. Then I'm looking for application. I'm looking for application tab. And then once I click on it, notice I have the session storage as well as local storage. And both of them store info using key value pair. So we have a key name and then whatever value we're going to have. So I'm going to head over to document. And again, please don't worry about the syntax. We're going to cover in a bigger detail throughout this video. But for now, I just want to show you how it's going to work. So I have local storage. Like I said, we don't need to install anything. We just need to remember that API is local storage and then whatever method name. So in this case, I'm looking for set item. And within the set item, we're passing two things. We have the name of the key as well as whatever value we're passing. And in this case, I'm just passing for both of them name, and then the value is going to be John. So I'm going to save it. And the moment you do that, you have in a local storage name and John, as well as in the session storage, you have name and the value is John. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to imitate right now how, let's say, we would close the browser. Then you're going to see the difference between the two. So I'm going to uncomment this just so I don't run it from the scratch. We're going to save it. You're going to notice that still both of them keep the info. So the local storage keeps the info as well as the session storage. However, let me make this bigger, the browser window, and I'm going to open up the new tab. Like I said, I am imitating right now as we're closing and opening the browser. So I'm going to go with index.html. In this case, I'm not setting the local storage or session storage from the scratch. But if we're going to head over to our application, so let's say application, we navigate there. Local storage still has the data, the key is name, and then the value is John. However, session storage is going to be empty. Like I said, session storage is going to keep the info while the tab is still open. However, the local storage is going to keep the info in between the opening and closing of the browser. And that's the reason why we're going to cover mostly local storage. Essentially, we're just going to cover all the methods, but please, again, keep in mind that both of them work exactly the same as far as methods are concerned. Now, I also would want to show you why we would want to use that, because currently you might be thinking, okay, well, we just talked about the DOM, so what's the big deal? Well, let's take a look at the project that we're going to be building later on in the course. So there's going to be a project named Comfy House, where essentially we have a furniture store. And there we have, of course, the items. and there's a cart. And of course, I would want to add items to the cart. So I add the item. All right. I can increase the quantity or the amount, call it however you'd like. And then also I would want to add another item. So I'm going to add another item and I would want to again increase the amount. So let's say I navigate away from my application. I would still want to keep this data because I would want my user to come back and be like, okay, whatever items I have in the cart. And the way it works is, again, we can just close it out. We can refresh the browser. We can, I don't know, open in a new tab. Now, I'm not going to bother with that. But essentially what happens, we can keep on refreshing and we're going to still have the data. So even if I navigate away from this application and navigate back, I'm going to have the info in my local storage of what was the data in the cart. And that's why the local storage essentially is very, very useful because we can persist data in between the opening and closing of the browser. So let's start working on it. Now, if we want to delete it, let's say I would want to start from the scratch, we can just press here, clear all. That's going to be for local storage. And I'm going to do the same thing for the session storage. Don't worry, there's also a way how we can do this programmatically, but I'll just show you how to work with the DevTools. Now, I think I'm just going to make it bigger. Hopefully everything is going to fit. And we're going to start by, again, looking at set item. So we're going to go with local storage. We're going to go with set item. And like I said, the method is looking for two things. We first have the name of the key. So in this case, we're going to go with name, and then we're going to go with value. So in this case, if I save it to, let's say, John, again, I'm going to have a key value pair that is going to be equal to John in my local storage. Keep in mind, though, if you use the same key name, then you're overriding this. So if I'm going to copy and paste, and let's say if I'm still keeping the same key, then of course, if the value is going to be different, you're also going to notice that we're overriding the value. So now key name is still the name, but the value is already Peter. Because in the next line, I added the new value for the name. So that's something important, where if the name of the key is going to be exactly the same, whatever you're adding last, well, that's going to be the value that's over there. And if we would want to avoid that, then of course we would just need to name our key differently. So in this case, I'm going to go with friend. So now the key name is friend, and then the value is Peter. And of course, we can add more items if we would want. Let's say I'm going to go with local storage. I'm going to go with, let's say, set item, of course, the method. And then I'm going to be looking for the key of job. The job is going to be developer, like so. And let's also maybe add the address. So local storage, set item. Then we have address. And then let's write some kind of string again. So street 1, 2, 3, something like that. Let's save it. And as you can see, of course, we have all these values right now in a local storage. So how we can access it? Well, we have a method for that. And the method name is get item. So in the next line, we're going to write local storage. Then we use the method get item. And now we just need to say, well, which name are we looking for? So which key are we looking for? Are we looking for name, friend, or job, or address in our case? I guess I'm just going to go with name. And then we need to assign it to some kind of variable, of course. So we're going to go with const. Then I'm going to set this equal to a name. And then let's console log it. Let's see what we're going to have in our variable. We're going to go with console log. And we're going to write name. And in the console, I should see John. And there you go. We successfully accessed our name key. And the value that we got back was John. We have a few options how we can remove items from the local storage. We have a remove item, where we just remove one specific item, or we can clear out the whole storage. Let's start first by just removing one item. So we can just say local storage, then the method name is remove item. And then again, we need to specifically say which key we would like to remove. I think I don't like the name key. So I'm just going to go with name, and I'm going to remove that particular key. And I'm going to navigate to my application. I'm going to take a look. And now, of course, I don't have the key with a value of name. So name is gone, even though initially we, of course, set it up everything. And as you can see right now, I'm still getting the name because that is the previous line. But right after that, if I would want to access the name, I wouldn't be able to. So if we're going to write const another name, and we're going to set this equal to a local storage get item and then name, you're going to see that we're not going to get any value. So another name, And let's take a look at what we're going to have in a console. Let's console log it. And of course, we have the null. Why we have the null? Well, because on the line 15, we removed that particular key. And lastly, of course, we can just remove the whole local storage, essentially just clear it. And the method name is again local storage and then clear, like so. And in that case, once we run it, then if we're going to head to application, our local storage is going to be totally wiped out. There's going to be no keys, as well as, of course, no values. And that's the basics about the local storage. In the previous video, we covered the basics of the local storage. And now we're going to make things a bit interesting, and we're going to take a look at how we can store more than just a simple string value. Because even though everything worked correctly in the previous video, we're making things very simple by just storing everything as a string. In general, you're probably going to have something like an array or maybe an object. So how is that going to work? Because there are a few gotchas. And more specifically, we're going to have to use a JSON stringify to make it into a JSON string, and then also use a JSON parse. And let's first see why we would want to do that. First, I'm going to come up with some kind of, let's say, array. Now the array name is going to be friends. And then here, I'm just going to have 3 random names. So John, Peter, and let's say we're also going to add Bobby. So we have Bob. Okay, awesome. Now we already know how we can set the item in local storage. So our initial thought would be something like this. We go with local storage. Then we used, of course, our set item. We can come up with a key value. So let's say I'm going to name my key friends. And then, of course, we pass in our friends array. Let's save it. And we're going to notice something really interesting in the application. We're going to navigate to application, but I can see already that there's something wrong because I'm storing friends, but I'm not storing them as an array. And where it really goes bananas if we try to access it. So let's say we're going to go with values. So I'm going to go with const values is equal to a local storage get item. Then, of course, the key name was friends. And let's try to console log the first John. So let's go with log values. And then since it is an array, I'm trying to access John. And when I do that, you're going to see that in your console, you're just going to have a J. Why you have a J? Because it is not an array anymore. And that is not the behavior we're looking for. So even though technically we could do it, it's going to be very hard after that to access our data. Because right now everything is back to string, even though we initially store it as an array. And the way around that is using a JSON stringify that is going to convert our value to JSON string. And then we're going to use a JSON parse to get back our initial value. So instead of just passing the friends, we're going to go with our method. And again, this right away is available to us, so we don't need to do any extra installs. And we go with JSON, then stringify. So we're going to pass in our value. And of course, our value was friends. I am overriding this, of course. That's the way it works. And now, instead of, again, using local storage get items and all that, we can first check it out what we're going to have in the application. We head over there. Now we're storing this as an array. Awesome. And now let's see local storage get item, but then again, we need to use a JSON parse. So whatever we're getting back from the local storage, we're going to parse it and it's going to have the initial value. So we're going to have a JSON, then parse, and then within the method, we're passing in everything that we're getting back from the local storage. And now when we console log it, we're going to see that we're going to get our initial John, or let's say if I would want to have a Peter, then of course I look for 1, and then lastly we also have the Bob. So I can access all 3 of them. So again, please remember when you work with local storage and the value is more complicated than just a simple string. In our case, this was an array. You need to store it using a JSON stringify first. So you need to pass your value through the stringify method. And then when you're accessing the value, you need to have JSON parse and then pass in local storage get items. So that way you're going to keep whatever data structure you had. If you had an array, you're going to get back an array. If you had an object, you're going to get back the object. With the strings, of course, it doesn't matter. We can just pass it left and right. But with more complicated data types, of course, it does matter. And once we have covered JSON stringify and JSON parse, let's also take a look at how we can check if the value is already in a local storage. And then if it is in a local storage, then we're going to assign it. And if it's not, then we're going to have an empty array because that is something we're going to do in our project. So we're going to start very simply by creating a empty array. Now, when I say empty array, it's just going to be a variable by the name of fruits. That's it. We store it and it is undefined. And now when my application loads, I would want to check, do I already have the values in the local storage for the fruits? If I do, then assign it to my variable. If not, then this variable is going to be equal to an empty string. How it's going to look like? Well, remember, if we're trying to access some kind of value in local storage, and if the key wasn't there, we got back null, correct? So I can just set up right away if statement. And then in this case, we're going to write local storage, get item. And I know that eventually I'm going to name my item fruits. So I'm going to go with fruits like so. And if it is null, then we're right away going to go to else. So we're going to bypass whatever we're typing in here. So I'm going to say else. And fruits is in that case going to be empty array. If I get back here null, if the fruits key doesn't exist, which is our case, then fruits is going to be an empty array. However, if the fruits key is already there, then I'm just going to assign it to my variable. So fruits is equal to a JSON parse. Remember, we needed to use that. So JSON parse, and then we're passing in again local storage, get item, and then we're passing in whatever key we're going to eventually set it up. And if I'm going to console log the first time, you're going to see that the fruits is just going to be an empty array. Why it is an empty array? Well, because if I check application, I can clearly see that that key does not exist. All right, so let's make things a bit more interesting, where I'm going to add some value to my fruits. So I'm going to add fruits, push. Remember, that was the method name. And then let's add a apple. In this case, of course, we're just adding to my fruits array. However, I would also want to push my fruits array to a local storage. So we need to go with a local storage. Then we need to set item, of course, set item. And then we're passing in the fruits. That is going to be my key name. And then I need to use, again, JSON, stringify, and I need to pass in my fruits array. So fruits array. And once we save it, you're going to notice that in my local storage, I'm storing array with a value of an apple. So what do you think is going to happen next time if, let's say, I'm going to change this value? Or you know what? I'm just going to comment this out. We're going to copy and paste the line, uncomment this, and let's rename this an orange. What do you think is going to happen this time once we save it? Well, let's think about it. We already have the fruits in our local storage, correct? So the key is there, and it already has the value of an apple. So in this case, of course, the local storage get item fruits is not going to be null. So now we're going to set fruits to whatever we're getting back from our array. And if everything is correct, once we console log it, then of course, we're going to have already our array with an apple. And then the next time we again refresh, then we're going to have orange. So let's try it out. And then if I'm going to go to console, notice I'm going to have the apple. So again, let's try to refresh. And now we have orange. Why we have the orange? Well, because we added the previous time. So if I'm going to refresh one more time, then I'm going to have two oranges. So in this case, I keep on adding the items in my local storage because I have my fruits push. So I just keep on each and every time adding orange, orange, orange. And then once the application loads, well, it checks if there are items in the fruits, which it doesn't return at all. So there are some items. And then we just assign it to our variable. And that way, instead of just empty array, each and every time we're getting whatever values we stored in the local storage. And again, it probably is going to make more sense as we're starting work with the project, but I just want to show you the general principle where this is something we're going to do, where in our applications, we're going to check first whether that item is already in a local storage. If it is, then we're going to grab the values. If it's not, then we're just going to set it equal to an empty array. And as a side note, you can write it even shorter. You could come up with a ternary operator. However, in this case, since I wanted to explain the basics, I avoided using that syntax.